the past many decades, I'm really concerned about nuclear war. So let us see if Bitcoin can fix this.
Yes, Bitcoin fixes all of this. First rule of Bitcoin is if it's a problem, Bitcoin fixes it.
All right, well, I have some personal questions for Bitcoin then, because I have some. My life is pretty fucked up, so I'll have to try to see. Quick pause for bathroom break, Ian.
Sure.
Let's return to the basics. What is Bitcoin? We started with what is money. What is Bitcoin? Let's talk about hard money, inflation, fiat, the history of money, the history of war in the 20th century, and that takes us into the 21st century. What is Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is a software, and it's a distributed software to operate a peer-to-peer network between members who are all equal on the network. They're all peers. And what this software does is that it allows you to operate a payment network between those peers. And that payment network has its own currency. And that seems like, just a simple software game. But the reason this is such a big deal is I believe Bitcoin is the most advanced form of money ever invented. And the reason for that comes from two properties that this network has. The first one is that the currency is the hardest money ever invented. It's the money whose supply is the most resistant to inflation. It's the first monetary asset that we've ever invented that is guaranteed to be fixed in its supply, that cannot be increased beyond a certain number. So there's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoins. And that's a qualitative leap forward in our technologies of money. All of our monies leak, essentially, because people can always make more and more and more of them. The best money is the one that leaks the least, which is gold, because it only leaks 1.5%. In other words, your share of the gold stock is diluted by 1.5% every year. Ideally, you'd like it to be zero. Bitcoin is currently at around 1.8%, headed towards zero. So it's the first money that we've ever had that goes to zero in terms of terminal supply. So there will never be more than 21 million Bitcoin. I think that's a huge deal because, as I said earlier, money is always whatever is the hardest to make, and now Bitcoin is the hardest thing to make. And then the second property, which is extremely important as well, is the fact that it operates without the need to trust in anybody. It doesn't have a party that is in charge of it. It doesn't have a central authority that can, it's, as I said, it's peer-to-peer. So it only has users. It doesn't have any admins. There's no authority in charge of Bitcoin that can take your Bitcoin, that can stop you from using Bitcoin, that can change the rules of Bitcoin. They can't make more of it. So it's fixed. It's available for anybody in the world. It's the hardest money ever invented. And it is absolutely, I think, an enormously significant invention, because if you read the fiat standards and the Bitcoin standard as well, you'll see my perspective for why I think a very large number of problems in the world are caused by easy money, are caused by inflation, and caused by government having access to essentially an infinite recourse to people's wealth. And I think Bitcoin fixes this because it allows us to have money that has the stability of gold across time, meaning it holds its value across time like gold, but much better than gold. But also, it is similar to fiat in that fiat can travel quickly, but Bitcoin can travel even faster than fiat. So it combines gold's stability across time with fiat stability across space in one immutable package that nobody can change and nobody can control.
Can you define the word salability?
Salability is the essential property of money. It's the ability of a good to be sold easily on the market, specifically to be sold without much loss in its value. So houses are great for living in, but they're not very saleable. If you want to sell a house, you can't just click a button and sell a house and have a giant market of people buying houses from you. You need to find somebody who wants the exact house that you have with the exact specifications that you have. And because, houses are not identical, there's no liquid giant market for people to just buy and sell identical houses from. So gold, for instance, has good salability as money because it's a liquid good, it's uniform, and people are always buying it. Fiat dollars have great salability because everybody's always buying and exchanging dollars for other goods. So if you have a $100 bill, you can easily get rid of it, and you'll get $100 worth of stuff for it. If you have $100 worth of stuff, it's harder to get rid of it. If you have $100 worth of phone, it's not as easy to spend it as a $100 bill. That's saleability.
What do you mean that Bitcoin? I understand that Bitcoin has the saleability of gold across time.
Better, even, yeah.
Better, yes, like on the order or whatever. And then it has the saleability of fiat across space. What does that mean?
So if you remember when you asked me what is the advantage of fiat, what is advantage it offers us, it's cheaper to move fiat across space than it is to move gold. You know, with the current fiat monetary system, for all of its flaws, you know, you can send money. I could send money from my bank account in the U.S. to a bank account in China in a couple of days, or in Britain, in France, in a day or two, which is, you know, much faster than you could do with gold and much cheaper than you could do with gold. But in reality, with fiat, you know, the reason Bitcoin improves on that is that with Bitcoin, you're actually you're sending final settlement in a couple of hours. So you send the Bitcoin transaction, you get 6 confirmations in an hour, you get about 12 confirmations in 2 hours on average. With 12 confirmations, you know, you're pretty definitely clearly safe on this. So within a couple of hours, you can send $1 billion across the ocean and have final settlement on them. It's not just that you've sent a credit obligation that's going to need weeks and months to settle, which is the case with fiat. So it is faster than fiat, effectively. So it's harder than gold and faster than fiat. It's a good way of putting it.
One other aspect of Bitcoin I have to ask, to me, on a human level, is fascinating, is it was founded by Satoshi Nakamoto, an anonymous founder. There's no leader. So it's another aspect of the decentralization. It's leaderless.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's not a monarchy.
Fortunately.
Or fortunately, yes. Who is Satoshi Nakamoto, do you think? And first of all, is it you?
It definitely is not me. I don't know who it is.
If it was, would you tell me? It's a trick question.
I know, trick question. But I mean, everybody who knows me knows I can't read the code. So
you would say that even if you could. But
that's true.
Do you think it's one person? Do you think it's multiple people? Is it interesting to you? Do you think it's fundamental to the coin itself, to not the coin, the entirety of the concept, that its founder is anonymous? And how much guts do you think it takes if it's one person to just walk away from so much money?
I've considered all these questions many times. It's very hard to formulate a definitive answer to all of them. I don't know who it is, and I don't know why he or them, she, are not spending the coins that they most likely have. I think what really matters in Bitcoin about Satoshi is the fact that he's not there. And this is what's truly astonishing about it. The most important fact in Bitcoin is the fact that the creator has disappeared, and the thing has continued to operate now for almost 12 years without him being there, or 11 years, I think it's been, since he's left. And this is really the most important thing. And, you know, maybe he died, or she died, or they got into an accident on a road trip or whatever, and that's why they haven't accessed their coins. Maybe they're incapacitated for some reason. But whatever reason it is, I really think it's fate or serendipity that is giving us this very vital, very, very, very vital building ingredient in Bitcoin, which no other digital currency would ever recreate, which is that, because it was the first, it was the one that was able to establish the first mover advantage and get all the people who were interested in the technology to get into it. And so that's an enormous advantage. But the cherry on top, or what made the whole thing really function well, is the fact that the guy who made it disappeared, and that it continued to operate, which is just a clear illustration that this is a network with no admins. And I'm tempted to think that they're incapacitated in some way, probably dead or gone, because I can't believe I don't believe any human being would have this level of self-control to not want to meddle with their invention so much. Even if they might have had the self-control to mine the first 1 million coins to get the network going and then throw away the coins or send them to an address that they don't have the key to. because they really just wanted the network to take off. They may have no access to the coins, and that's why they can't move them. I could see that happening, but I find it harder to believe that they would resist the temptation to mess with the network.
It's funny. I find that the founders of ideas are often principled and have the integrity that the eventual users of those ideas don't fully have. I tend to, we have the kind of cynical view, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And we tend to, in our mind, generalize that all humans are corruptible. And perhaps that's true to some degree, but I think that some people are more corruptible than others. And I find that there is, I like to think that Satoshi Nakamoto is out there, and just like George Washington chose to walk away. And it's a principle, and the principle is more powerful than the financial reward or any of those kinds of things. It's a principle that stands for freedom, and there's a lot of people throughout history, even recent history, that are willing to die for these principles or live a life full of suffering and sacrifice because they're still living a life of principle and choosing that day after day after day. So, there's power to that. Money, what's the worth of money in the end? In terms of just personal financial gain versus knowing how much positive impact there is. So the person that chooses to walk away like that, I think, is the same kind of person that chooses to live by that principle. You have people like that, in Grigori Grisha-Perelman in mathematics, who turned down the Fields Medal because he was.
Yeah, that's a medal, not $50 billion of Bitcoin.
Well,
No, I know, I'm joking.
Well, that's actually an interesting, just a brief comment. When people talk about Bitcoin in the cryptocurrency space, it's often mixed up financial interest and ideas. And I think those are often correlated. But that good feeling you get when you win, or you number go up, or you just somebody, I found $20 on the street the other day, and just that feeling of just like, ooh, like more money, that positive feeling, that's correlated, but it is distinct from the power of the idea to change a world, to change the world for the better, to alleviate. It's like Alex Gladstein in the case of Bitcoin, that decrease the amount of suffering in the world because of authoritarian regimes. And just because your number goes up, like that gambling feeling of like, yes, this is good. And short-term number go up. There's a long-term number go up, that's more like investment and so on. And there's a short-term number go up, it's just a good feeling that you have to, in your mind, keep those distinct from the power of the idea to transform the world. And if you focus on the power of the idea, maybe a billion or billions of dollars don't matter as much. At least that's what I would like to believe.
Perhaps, but what matters ultimately is that the thing works without him. The thing's worked for 11 years without him, and I think this is the really important thing. If they had stuck around for whatever reason and they had continued to meddle with it, it's not clear to me how decentralized it could have been. This is the problem with the other currencies. It's like, how do you lose control of the Frankenstein that you've created? The only way that this Frankenstein continues to survive is if the person in charge of it continues to feed it. And so it continues to be yours. And that's the problem with all the other digital currencies. If you've heard about any of the other 16,000 digital currencies out there, you've only heard about it because there's a small group of people behind it that are working on it, that are promoting it. And that's why, and I think, Michael Saylor's discussion with you was a magnificent illustration of the difference between Bitcoin and altcoins, in that they are securities. And I think he makes a very compelling, brilliant case for why this makes them categorically different from Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you're buying property.
I think he mentioned he's a huge fan of Dogecoin, but I might be misremembering.
You are misremembering.
Okay, me too. Maybe I'm putting it out of context.
Yes.
Okay. But let me just ask you about some possible criticism of Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
So on centralization, so there's a criticism on the mining and on the node side, or the node is not really the criticism, but Bitcoin mining is not fully decentralized because a small number of miners control a majority of the hashing power. I looked it up. There's 10,000, 15,000, whatever the number is of computers that have that are full nodes, that have the full that are actively connected to the network. So you could argue that's decentralized because it's global, it's all across the world. But the miners, they're still it's more centralized. So if you're thinking of making a case for Bitcoin being decentralized, do you worry about the miners being somewhat centralized? Is the nodes the important thing to think about?
Yeah.
And what number of nodes counts as centralized and not?
The nodes are what matters because the nodes are what determines Bitcoin's consensus parameters. I think the best way to think about it is that miners simply sell a commodity to the nodes, and that commodity is Bitcoin blocks. So what a miner does is they solve the proof of work problem, so they keep operating their computers until they can get a solution to the problem, and then they attach that to a bunch of transactions and present it to the nodes for the nodes to ratify and approve it. So therefore, I strongly recommend people learn about the 2017 block size war to understand why miners don't control Bitcoin. I discussed this briefly in my Bitcoin Standard, but there's a recent book that discusses this in detail called The Block Size War by Jonathan Beer. It's a great description of, in 2017, essentially the miners thought that they could control Bitcoin. There was one mining company that produced the majority of the machines that were on the network, and they and their allies had a control of the machines that were out there, and they controlled the majority of the hash rate, and they thought that they could change Bitcoin's they could change Bitcoin's block size, which is a tiny little detail, technical parameter. It's not even all that big of a deal for the economics of it. But they thought that they could pass this change, they could force this change on the network. And the members of the network rejected it, and they weren't able to do it. So the nodes are what is sovereign. The nodes are what determine the rules of the game. The miners are a service provider. The miners invest capital up front. They buy the machines, they buy the electricity, they buy the storage, they buy the locations, they pay the rent, and they invest all of that money based on the idea that if they behave according to what the nodes want, the nodes will reward them with Bitcoin. So the miners are in no position to dictate terms for anyone. They've put up their capital up front, and they will only recoup it if they do what the nodes want. So therefore, what really matters is the decentralization of the nodes. So you want to have as many nodes as possible. You want to have a system where there's a large number of nodes, and this is of course the biggest problem with other digital currencies is that because basically Bitcoin has cornered the market on a digital currency. The only way that you can really get traction is to generate a whole bunch of buzzwords about we're doing this and we're doing that. And so other digital currencies are optimized for bells and whistles and buzzwords. And that means adding computational load, which makes the nodes bigger, harder to operate, and therefore you have a very small number of nodes. In fact, very few digital currencies are keen to publicize how many nodes there are, and they don't have full nodes in the true sense. And it doesn't even matter how many nodes they have because de facto, you can spin up 1 million nodes tomorrow on AWS. Doesn't really matter. What matters is de facto, do the nodes dictate the rules of consensus? And the fact that with most digital currencies you can have hard forks very frequently and they can change the supply all the time means that there's a small group of people who agree amongst themselves how to move forward.
Yeah, so you threw in a few criticisms of altcoins there. So one is the small group. That one we could talk about. It's a tricky one. We talked about that with Satoshi Nakamoto. But the other one is small number of nodes. So to push back on that, as computational power increases, you can argue that enables more and more cheap computers to serve as nodes. So at least it paints a future where nodes are always increasing because computational power is always increasing and getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So at least there's a hope for the future for greater and greater decentralization on the node front.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, again, it doesn't really matter how many nodes you have if you have if the way that the currency is run is that you're going to have a hard fork every few months, which is the case with most other currencies. Bitcoin is the only one that does not have a hard fork. Basically, the unique thing about Bitcoin, in a technical sense, is that you could get the original software that Satoshi himself ran in 2009 to start the network, and you could run it today, and it would sync with the blockchain. There's one bug you need to fix. One mistake that would have only appeared, I think, in around 2013 or 14 or something like that, so that he wasn't aware of back then. So you just need to fix this one tiny little bug, and then the consensus parameters are still the same, so you're able to sync to it. This is not true for most other digital currencies. I'd say probably all of them, because they've all had many hard forks, which they think of as upgrades. And they market this thing as, well, Bitcoin can't upgrade, but we upgrade all the time. Well, yeah, you know what else upgrades all the time? Facebook, Apple, Amazon, anything that's centralized is very easy to upgrade. And that's precisely why, as Michael Saylor says, these things are somebody's liability. They are security. You're carrying on somebody's technical and economic liability. They can hard fork, they can 10x the supply tomorrow.
Yeah. They can fall victim to the same corrupting forces that governments fall victim to. Sure. And for people who don't know, yeah, hard fork is a reverse incompatible change to the underlying function of a cryptocurrency. Of course, there is hard forks of Bitcoin as well. I'm sure all of which you love dearly. Anyway, but that doesn't matter. The original Bitcoin, for the most part, has not undergone any changes, and that's one of the.
I mean, it has undergone changes, but none in the important parameters of the network.
So another criticism is about energy.
Mm-hmm.
So the proof of work consensus mechanism uses a lot of energy. What's the response to that criticism of Bitcoin?
Yes, because it's worth it.
Okay.
The airplane uses a lot more energy than a kayak. When you're going to cross the Atlantic next time, what are you going to take? A kayak that is environmentally friendly according to this insane definition? Or are you going to take an airplane that consumes a lot of energy?
So the cost-benefit analysis here, essentially you have to consider both the cost and the benefit.
Exactly. And I think it's an astonishing testament to just how far backward people's scientific and technological thinking has devolved, to the point where we think of energy consumption as a bad thing. I think it's just, and in the fiat standard, I discussed the whole hysteria around energy, and I think it's a product of fiat inflation, because it's a way of trying to covering up the fact that energy fuels that are reliable and necessary for the current world are becoming more and more expensive because of inflation. And so governments are always looking for excuses for why you should not be using those things. And so they promote all kinds of stupid pseudosciences that tell you about why these things are bad. But really, all technology is, well, not all, but the vast majority of technological innovations involve economizing on human time and judgment and replacing it with machines, with reliable machines that spend a lot of energy. So that's what a telephone does. Instead of having to send somebody across the world to tell somebody something else or send a letter, the telephone allows you to do it. The car is like that. You could walk, but a car consumes a lot more energy, but it allows you to travel much faster and safer and more reliably. An airplane is like that. Modern telecommunication, human prosperity is an increase in the consumption of energy. And I think it is an absolutely criminal thing, and I genuinely mean the word criminal, to portray energy consumption as a bad thing, because it is truly depriving people of the chance to live a life that makes life better. It's truly criminal to tell poor countries that they should not consume the same energy sources that are being used in rich countries, that on which our modern infrastructure and modern life relies. That's what life is. If you reduce the consumption of energy in the US to the levels that you have in poor countries today, the US would become desperately poor. A lot of people would die. Cities would collapse.
The quality of life would decrease significantly. A high quality of life often requires, given the current technology, a high expenditure of energy.
Yeah, and I should be clear, it's not a quality of life in the sense of, many people think of this as, oh yeah, well, taking needless flights for vacations. No, these are the cherries on top of the cake. The substance of the cake and the real benefits of energy is the fact that premature babies survive in
Yeah.
countries that have reliable 24-hour cheap electricity. If your child is born premature, they put it in an incubator, put him in an incubator or her, they're highly likely to survive. If you don't have 24-hour electricity, that child is not going to make it. And you see it, the level of energy consumption per capita is highly correlated, not just to income, but also to health outcomes, to infant mortality, to all of the things that you care about. And Bitcoin is just another technology. It does consume a lot more energy than central banks. A lot of Bitcoiners like to take a cop out of this by saying, well, central banks consume money and ATMs consume energy. And I think if you calculate how much central banks and banks consume, I think it's a rounding error next to what Bitcoin consumes. I think Bitcoin is just maybe not a rounding error, but it's still, Bitcoin, I think, is going to consume a lot more. And that's a good thing.
What's humbling is to look, because even just looking into this forces me to look at the energy expenditures for many of the things we take for granted. Obviously, computers and our digital lives, Bitcoin becomes a rounding error relative to how much energy is spent on all the computers in our world. But also, like things like home appliances, microwaves, and hair dryers and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this
starts being hilarious. It's like, oh, these things that are just part of our modern life, they're either the same order, at least the same order of magnitude as Bitcoin, and they seem like trivial parts of life.
Yeah, and this is the thing. All of the people that complain about Bitcoin's energy consumption, I presume they use washing machines. Now, why should their desire for clean and dry clothes to get to consume energy? And I mean, I used to live in Lebanon. Lebanon had hyperinflation. I escaped from hyperinflation. It prevented, my life could have been ruined by hyperinflation. And the reason that it wasn't ruined is because I have Bitcoin. So, I don't know, am I allowed to swear on your podcast?
Yes, please.
So fuck your washing machine. Given a choice between my washing machine and my Bitcoin, I'll choose Bitcoin. It's a technology that has already saved my life, and I think it's going to save the lives of many, 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 many more people. So, but of course, I don't have to choose between my Bitcoin and my washing machine, because this is, we're just constantly consuming more energy, and we're going to continue to consume more energy in this world. And that's just what progress is. And a small remark. So in principle, I don't think this is a problem. But the other thing about Bitcoin, where it is different from washing machines, Bitcoin is truly unique in this. It's the only thing whose energy consumption can be produced absolutely anywhere. Your washing machine needs to be in your house where you live, and you live in a city surrounded by 10 million people, and they all have their washing machines, and they're all connected to the grid, and they generally tend to do their laundry around the same time. And so you have to put the load of the washing machine on the grid at the same time. There needs to be one power plant, and all the infrastructure needs to work at the same time. And the electricity is pretty expensive because it's being done in a place with high demand. Bitcoin does not need to buy electricity from places where it has high demand, because it can buy electricity from anywhere. This is what's truly mind-blowing about it. You can buy, what you need the electricity you need for mining can be done anywhere. So you can mine, you can have a waterfall in the north of Canada, 300 miles away from any population center. There's water falling, there's energy. You can put a hydroelectric dam there, and then you can use that energy to operate the miners. And then the miners just need a satellite internet connection, and effectively you're selling that energy that is isolated to the grid. And because of the way that Bitcoin functions, because of the difficulty adjustment, the only profitable miners are the ones who can get cheap electricity. Basically, if you're mining at grid cost, if you're mining at around, the average electricity price in the world is around 14 cents. If you're mining at 14 cents in Bitcoin, you're most likely not going to make it. If you're running your miners at 14 cents, because everybody could mine at 14 cents. And so what happens is, if everybody's mining at 14 cents, 14 cents stops being profitable, and then only the people mining at a lower price are profitable. So that's why Bitcoin mining is not competing with your washing machine. And this is the absurd thing about this kind of energy scarcity viewpoint, where, oh no, it's a catastrophe, Bitcoin is taking all the electricity, as if the electricity is just one fixed pie that we all have to share and fight over. And this is so I keep making fun of these stupid headlines they put out where Bitcoin's consuming more electricity than Portugal. All right, well, maybe we should shut down Portugal then. What the hell is Portugal giving us? Like, obviously, it's not. It's not.
Now,
competing.
he doesn't mean that I've gotten so much criticism for saying Cristiano Ronaldo is not in the top 5. I apologize.
Oof.
I love
That's
Portugal.
That's another discussion we should get into.
We should do because you posted a few soccer things. I'm not.
Yeah.
I realize how passionate people are about this. Listen, it was a joke. All right, he deserves to
love
be
Portugal.
potentially in the top 5.
Yeah, I love Portugal. And even though I'm a Liverpool fan, I still respect Cristiano Ronaldo a lot. In fact, I hold a very unpopular opinion where I think Cristiano Ronaldo's the greatest football player ever.
Number 1 over
Ever.
Pele and Maradona. Messi better than Messi.
Yes, he's been doing it for 20 years at the top. Nobody's ever done that. He's won everything everywhere he goes at the top, at the Champions League. Really strong argument to be made for him. Messi's never done anything outside of Barcelona.
So you appreciate performance long term versus the genius of the actual play on the field.
I mean, the genius is Ronaldo's the top scorer of all time. He's
So the
scored more
genius
goals.
is in the scoring, not the actual dance of the play, the creativity.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Messi's been absolutely mediocre since he's left Barcelona.
These are strong words.
He scored 2 goals in PSG season this year? They're out of the Champions League.
What about Mohamed Salah? You posted.
Oh
about
yeah,
him. Is he climbing up to be?
I think he should win the Ballon d'Or this year. He probably should have won it last year as well. He's been absolutely outstanding. But I mean, just people are so crazy about Messi. They keep giving him accolades. He hasn't deserved, I think, Messi the last couple of Ballon d'Ors that he got. I mean, he's a great player and everything, but no, he did not deserve it last year.
We can agree to disagree. There's
So
something.
you're a Barca fan or a Messi fan?
I would say no. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm a Barca fan, but Barca fan because of Messi. And I think it's like there's certain things. So when I was growing up in the Soviet Union, Russia, I remember Maradona. He was the first person I saw that I was like, oh wow, this could be. This is greatness in sport, not just football and sport, right? And for some reason, I mean, it's something about like Diego Armando Maradona, like the way they were commentating, the genius of his play, the mix of ego, and again the performance, but being able to carry a team on his shoulders. That I just fell in love with whatever he represented, and then by that Argentina, and then Messi I saw when he was like 16, 17, when he's just like right in the early days, and when you first see a person and you see the genius and you notice that, and then it turns out to be actually a great player, for some reason you're invested. You're emotionally invested. You're, I don't know. So you kind of just fall in love, and then you pick sides. I mean, that's the thing about football. Part of the fun things about football, soccer is like you pick a guy, you pick a team, and fuck everyone else, and you just have fun talking shit. I mean, there's part of it, you know.
It's great. It's great because I think, obviously it's a very stupid thing to do, but I think if you don't do it in football, you're going to do it in real life.
Elsewhere. That's right.
And that's why it's very good. Like just that instead of hating people for their religion and for their skin color, hate them because they support Manchester United.
Exactly. So you're a Liverpool fan. That's
Yes, hardcore, long term. But yeah, so to go back to the original point on Portugal,
energy.
energy. Bitcoin is not competing with Portugal because Bitcoin is buying energy from places where we can't buy it. Because all the places where we can buy energy for our washing machines, we're bidding up the price enough to make it non-viable for Bitcoin. That's why you see those headlines about Bitcoin consuming more energy than Portugal. Well, if you look at Portugal, I mean, they've got giant power plants in Portugal. They've got millions of people, and they've got enormous amounts of infrastructure. Where are all of these infrastructure for Bitcoin mining? You don't see it in the cities. It's all isolated. It's all out away from the cities, or it's connected to grids that have serious overcapacity. So Bitcoin is not out there buying the expensive energy, taking energy away from people who can't afford it. It's out there buying its own energy because it doesn't need to buy the expensive energy that people really need.
So one other criticism from an investment perspective, from a gambling perspective that people see is the volatility of Bitcoin. Of course, that's been somewhat decreasing over time, but what's your answer to sort of criticism that Bitcoin is too volatile. I want to stay away. It doesn't seem like a safe place for me to invest either short term or long term.
There's no denying there's a volatility and there's a high oscillation in the value in the short term. So I think the safe way to approach that is in terms of position sizing. If the volatility bothers you, then you're overinvested perhaps. So maybe you should reduce the size of your position so that the volatility doesn't bother you. And this is the short answer. Stack as much as your conviction will allow you to tolerate the volatility. And of course, the reason you should try and consider tolerating the volatility more is the options are you hold fiat assets, which only go down, stable, relatively stable, not a lot of volatility day to day. Value of your dollar doesn't change 40% overnight, 20% overnight, or something like that. But it does go down reliably. It's going to go down 40%. You can count on it. It might take a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Compared to the things that you want to buy, it's going to go down by 40%. And it's not going to come back. And it's going to go down another 40%, and then another 40%, and then another 40%. So the option really is relatively short-term stability with long-term decline, or short-term volatility with long-term rise. And so that's another way in which Bitcoin teaches people to have a low time preference and think about the long term. So stack, accumulate, and think of it in the long term. It's a function of the fact that Bitcoin is new. Bitcoin is currently less than 1% of the global money market. So there's about $100 trillion of money out there in the world. $100 trillion roughly of fiat and about $10 trillion of gold. And Bitcoin is less than $1 trillion. So one rich guy decides to get into Bitcoin, that's going to show up on the Bitcoin chart. You look at it, Elon Musk decides to buy Bitcoin, you see the buy, you see the news, it happens, and you see the pump. Elon Musk decides that he doesn't like Bitcoin, you see the drop. But, a few years ago, it used to be that one random millionaire would cause that pump. Now you have to be the richest guy in the world to do that. In a few years, you're going to have to be the richest country in the world to be able to do that to the Bitcoin price. Maybe many years, maybe not a few years. But as Bitcoin grows, think about it as a liquid pool of money. Currently, it's a small pool next to a much larger ocean, which is the entire money market. And so one person jumps from that to this small pool, they can make a big splash. As the pool grows, essentially the salability increases, and the likelihood of one individual purchase affecting the price so violently decreases. And so over time, as the size of the market increases, I think we're going to see the volatility decline more and more. Ultimately, if you look at gold, historically, gold's been very, very stable. It did not achieve its stability because the central bank was in charge of gold supply, or because there was a gold committee that decided how much gold gets produced. It achieved that stability because it became the most saleable good, and so therefore became the good that contains the most cash balances in the world. And at the end of the 19th century, everybody held cash balances in gold, and the new production was a tiny little addition to global production, to the supply. So that's what made gold the most relatively, I shouldn't say stable because nothing is stable in economics, but relatively it holds on to its value, and it's much less volatile than digital currency, than national currencies. That's because it has the highest stock-to-flow ratio, and that's because its supply is a tiny fraction of the liquid market. And as the liquid market grows, as the size of cash balances grows, and trades in Bitcoin cancel each other out, you get only slight changes in value. So I think as Bitcoin matures, that's going to decline. So effectively, I think the end game is Bitcoin is huge. Bitcoin is worth something like, I think the total addressable market for Bitcoin is not just national currencies and gold's addressable market, but also government bonds. That's the really big one.
So how do bonds compare to gold? So you're saying it'll surpass gold with the 10 trillion?
Yeah.
What's bonds? Where's bonds stand?
So then there's also national currencies, which are about 100 trillion, and then there's government bonds, which are around $120 billion. And trillion.
Trillion, sorry.
Yes.
If we're saying billion, we meant trillion.
Yeah.
So you think bonds can move to Bitcoin?
I've always held this is the prize. This is the main dish. Gold is the appetizer. Bonds are the main dish because bonds have
The hell is
replaced
an
gold.
appetizer?
Yeah. I mean, bonds have replaced gold in people's portfolio. People, you remember we were saying gold was, you'd hold it as a saving, as the secure part of your portfolio, and then you take risk with the equity. Currently, people do that by holding a part of their portfolio in bonds. That's the part that they treat as their saving account. And then the rest they use for not speculation, for investment, in which they take risk. Yeah, speculation. And that's stocks and equity and other high risk assets. I think Bitcoin is not going to replace equity. There will always be equity. There will always be companies and people will want to have equity. But it will probably replace a big chunk of current equity markets because right now, if you want to save, it used to be that you hold bonds. Now, if you want to save, you go into stock indexes. So I think Bitcoin likely eats a big chunk of equity markets because currently people are using it as saving. And I think it eats all bonds. That's my most ambitious
Well, the
statement.
question is the scale of time that happens across, but the most important statement you're making is about trend.
Yeah, and also, I mean, let's also remember currently bonds nominally don't beat inflation, and in real terms, they don't come close to beating inflation. So currently, with bonds, you're taking on credit default risk to buy a bond and also getting less money back in real terms. Well, Bitcoin doesn't offer you returns, but in real terms, it appreciates much more, and it has, I believe, a lot less risk associated with it than any company or government.
So let's make things spicy and ask if Bitcoin fails in the long-term future, as you just said, economics, volatility, things happen in this world.
Mhm.
The human civilization might end in this century. I hope it doesn't, but it might. It could be catastrophic events. If Bitcoin fails, it goes to zero, loses its number one spot, what would be the reason? If you're an alien visiting Earth 100 years from now, and just were to analyze the situation. Bitcoin is a pretty new thing. So the possible trajectories of how the world evolves together with this new monetary technology is nearly infinite. So if it fails, one of those trajectories surely involves Bitcoin failing. What would be the reason?
I think the most likely reason that it could fail, I don't think this is likely in general, but I think it is the most likely of all the unlikely things that could destroy Bitcoin, is governments go back on a gold standard.
So they make, in your view, a better decision than the current system, just not the best decision. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you would go much darker. But so that's okay, interesting. So maybe because of Russia, because of China and so on, because of the current war, they might reconsider the power that America holds because of the monetary, because of being the primary currency, and they'll start thinking about going on a gold standard.
Yeah, but it would also require the US and the Europeans and everybody to want to join in this system and sing Kumbaya and play nice with each other around the gold standard. I think, given that gold already is about 10 times larger than Bitcoin, so it has a first mover advantage.
Yes.
If governments were to go and peg their currencies to gold again, the price of gold would shoot up 5-10x, and it would rise in value a lot more.
Of course, that doesn't necessarily kill Bitcoin.
No, again, I'm not saying it's likely to happen. I'm saying I imagine less likely, less unlikely than all the other unlikely scenarios. Because even with a nuclear war, like 90% of the planet is destroyed, the 10% continue to run Bitcoin.
There's a quote. Okay, there's a movement, a community of people referred to as Bitcoin maximalists.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you referred, at least in the past, as the leader of of the Bitcoin maximalists, probably because of your book, Bitcoin Standard, considered the Bible in general. You're one of the leaders in this space. Do you regret any of the toxicity and derision that often, or perhaps sometimes, originates from this community?
Definitely not. I'm not in the position to regret other people's actions. So let's just be clear. I think the rhetoric of community is. I reject this rhetoric because I think it's a way for kind of political manipulation and subversion to try and portray people as part of a community and hold people responsible for other people's actions, which I think is ridiculous. So, some guy on the internet said something mean to somebody, and then this is very common, and I always try and not get involved in these things. So some guy who identifies as a Bitcoiner says something to somebody that's very wrong. Of course, it happens. Tens of millions of people use Bitcoin around the world. And a lot of these, I'd say, parasites, people who don't have anything productive to do with their life, outrage merchants, they'll come out and say something along the lines of, the Bitcoin maximalists are toxic, they're holding Bitcoin back, and they need, and of course it's manipulative. The point behind it is they want to get to you, they want to get people who are, not that nobody with 300 followers who said something silly. They want to get the notable people to basically change their message. So the idea is, I'm supposed to apologize because somebody with 300 followers I've never met in my life who calls themselves a Bitcoiner said a mean word, and then I need to apologize, and I also need to cut down on my rhetoric about other digital currencies, and I need to do that. So I'm only responsible for my own actions, and I don't recall regretting anything.
Okay, but let me push back or push further into that direction. Fine, let's leave community aside. Labels suck, for sure. But you have a spicy way about you on Twitter. Even in this conversation, you had some good, strong words to say about.
I've always believed
movement.
Life is too short to mince words. One day I'm going to be dead, and I'm on my deathbed. I'm not going to look back and say, I wish I was a little bit more circumspect in expressing my opinions. I'm far more likely to think, I wish I said what I really think.
Yes, life is too short to hold back your opinion. The question is, what is really your opinion? Because you're many people in one. So there's a person that loves, that has kindness for other human beings. There's a person that gets annoyed. There's a person that enjoys disagreement. There's a person that enjoys collaboration. And you can emphasize all of those different things, each of those different things, weigh it differently in your online interaction. There are some aspects of an online interaction that encourages, in different communities, online interaction is one community that encourages kind of derision and mockery and so on. So you can choose if you want to engage that part of yourself or some other part of yourself. Economics is another community that enjoys being like very straightforward about their disagreements, pretty harsh. It's fun to watch because it feels like you arrive at the truth much faster because you tear each other apart. But that's a choice. That's a deliberate choice. And I don't want to label an entire community of people by its extremes. I don't think you should do that. But there's cultural characteristics you start to notice. When you go to France, it's a certain way. When you go to Britain, London is different than rural Britain. New York is different than Iowa. You start to notice things. I mean, you don't want to generalize. There's all kinds of people everywhere, but there's a certain way of communication on crypto, Twitter in general, but also Bitcoin maximalists that I even early on received a bunch of heat. It's like, what the hell? So listen, there's definitely a difference when I go to the computer science community, machine learning community. It's way friendlier than the cryptocurrency community. I have much more freedom to actually be what I enjoy being, which is asking simple, dumb questions. Even when I've already spent years, sometimes decades with an idea, I like asking dumb questions anyway. The crypto folks punish you for this, for curiosity, for like exploration. I understand the mechanism because so many other people come into that community and they might masquerade as curious, but really they're trying to sell some kind of altcoin. There's some scheme to make money, and so I understand. Maybe that's just the dynamic of the community by nature. It's not like you respond appropriately to the amount of charlatans in the community. So if the fraction of charlatans is low, maybe you can afford to be more loving and kind and so on. And when the fraction of charlatans is high, you have to be harsher. Perhaps. perhaps. But
I think also, the stakes are extremely high in this situation. And I think, if you don't like Bitcoiners, if you think Bitcoiners are toxic, wait till you meet fiaters. The fiat community has financed world wars and genocides and tyrants and the mass death and destruction. The fiat community, if you want to use that term, I don't believe you should, but I mean, fiat has destroyed the savings of pretty much anybody who's lived through the last 20th century. Pretty much anybody who's lived through the 20th century, no matter where you lived, Switzerland, US, Ethiopia, Russia, you've gone through fiat problems. You've had hyperinflation, you've had bank confiscation. There isn't a family in the world today that hasn't had its wealth destroyed over the last century. They all have a story about inflation and the hyperinflation. And Bitcoin offers us a way out of this. And shitcoins, altcoins, are essentially fiat world's last gasp attempt to try and salvage fiat, to try and salvage the idea that some people will continue to be able to print money and other people will have to use that money. This is Twitter. It's a free market. It's the internet. You don't have to follow anybody. That's the thing. What I find really objectionable about the people who are so butthurt always about Bitcoin maximalists is you don't have to click follow on people you don't like. There are 300 million Twitter accounts, and if you choose to follow the accounts that say things that annoy you and then complain about the fact that they say things that annoy you, I'm sorry, but you're an idiot that you don't know how to use Twitter. Just follow the accounts that you like. It's you don't have to be part of this. You don't have to listen to those people. You can choose. There are a lot of Bitcoiners that don't act like this. You can just unfollow the ones that
and
like
I've since in the past year, man, time flies. I've met a lot of them. I enjoy them a lot, and you build that community of people that you enjoy. They're less that communicate in the way you enjoy, and it's become a meme at this point that I block with love. I think because I did not.
I block very prolifically, and I strongly recommend that people continue to block. I think Twitter is, you're not going to get to interact with 300 million accounts anyway. So you want to be constantly curating the experience by getting rid of people you don't like and following people that you like. And that's just how, after 10 years of using Twitter, you accumulate a block list, which is very big, which I'm very happy for. I'm going to pass on to my children.
It's your deathbed, the grandchildren will gather around and your grandfather can finally share the full list.
So again, it's just a Twitter account. If it bothers you so much, ask yourself why it bothers you that some people are so I'm not referring to you obviously, but I mean the people that are constantly aggravated about this. I don't get bothered by anything on Twitter. I just block immediately and I get to curate the experience that I enjoy, and I recommend people do that. It's really a lot less pathetic with it, complaining about strangers saying things you don't like, which a lot of and of course, the reason for it is, when I say it's stupid, it's not really stupid. There's an ulterior motive there. And the ulterior motive is, hey, I have this shitcoin that I made with 5 other friends of mine, and I'd like to ride your coattails, Bitcoiners, and I'd like you to please help me promote this shit. I get this practically every week, whether through email or through Twitter, where, hey, this is our shitcoin. It's just like Bitcoin, but it's better because it does this and this and that. And, basically, how can we get you to promote this shitcoin for us? And being straightforward and forthright is a great productivity hack because, you just tell those people, no, I'm not interested. It's a stupid shitcoin, and I wish you a quick and swift failure before you take a lot of people's money. And that's what I genuinely think.
Well, but I'll just be upfront with the fact, at least for my taste, just labeling everything as a shitcoin worries me. So this is my own preference. It's not a judgment on you. It's just my own preference that I'm afraid I'll miss good ideas. I think me personally, when I'm too certain about things, when I'm too tribal about things, I'll miss actually really strong ideas, outlier ideas, totally new ideas. So that worries me. One of the downsides of the way Bitcoin is, how much is at stake financially, is that it's less open to good ideas. Actually, by design, that it's not changing, like with the hard forks and so on, that there's not a kind of curiosity about exploration of ideas. Of course, in some way that curiosity can start getting injected when you start talking about other layers built on top of Bitcoin. You start talking about applications or different things like the Lightning Network. That's where the curiosity can emerge. But still, like that's why with cryptocurrency in general, I just try to keep an open mind. And just the shitcoin as a term is just like a statement that I'm going to close my mind to. That's the way I hear it. And but coming out of your mouth, as you say a lot of other edgy stuff, it's just more you having fun. That's the way I hear it. But if I said something like that, that's I would feel like I'm closing my mind.
I mean, let me give you the counter argument to that. How much time do you spend emailing back all these Nigerian prince email scams that email you, tell you, send me $5,000 and I'll send you $15 million?
None. No.
None. Why are you being closed-minded to all of these great ideas?
Well, no, but I'm also,
maybe one of them will actually send you $15 million.
But I don't know if I know the difference between a Nigerian prince and many other people I do talk to who are colleagues and so on that are also emailing me. And they're also offering me things, but they don't sound as ridiculously spammy.
Yeah, but I mean, the moment that somebody tells you, hey, I'm going to give you $15 million for nothing, just if you send me $5,000, you're getting something for nothing. And essentially with all of the digital currencies, it's the same pitch. Say, hey, come use this thing that'll allow you to do things that all of the things that they pretend that they can do, that can be done with computers without having digital currencies. We already have AWS that does cloud computing, that does everything that shitcoins pretend to do. The only difference is AWS doesn't have its own monetary system tech on top of it to allow Jeff Bezos to basically print his own money.
But don't you think there's some gray area? So let me go for the historical record, and let's see if you've changed as a philosopher, economist, human being. You tweeted 3 years ago.
Oh, well.
Anyone who believes proof of stake can work is either one, completely clueless at how and why Bitcoin works at all, or two, a con artist using it as a buzzword to promote a worthless scam like Ethereum. Do you still believe that Ethereum is a scam and in general proof of stake? You're either clueless if you think it's interesting.
Yeah, no, I still stand by that. I think
would you classify Ethereum as a shitcoin?
For sure, it's the mother asshole from which the shitcoins spring.
The king shitcoin. No.
Yeah, I think the key thing is the way to think about it is another tweet from a couple of years ago, which is essentially proof of work was like the invention of flight. We've gotten this machine and we've managed to get it to fly off the ground, and proof of stake is, hey, we found a great way to make airplanes cheaper and faster by not making them fly, by keeping them on the ground. Like the invention of proof of work, the reason the entire digital currency space exists is because Bitcoin operates based on proof of work. If Bitcoin was based on proof of stake, it would have died or been shut down from day one.
But that's a hypothesis, and a lot of people believe that, and I think they have a lot of strong support. But basically, proof of work is grounded in physics. In the real world, the proof of stake is more about...
It's politics. It's the Federal Reserve. It's exactly what we have. It's just a group of people who get to decide the rules. And it's essentially a system that is, it's a security. It's a company. So it's not an innovation in any sense. It's a step backward to what we already had, which is you get a bunch of people in charge of the money. Now, the only reason it survives in this, and the reason I call these things a scam, and I have no problem with calling them scams, because they fraudulently present themselves as being decentralized. They present themselves as just being a different way of doing decentralization than Bitcoin, when it's not. It's just they're riding Bitcoin's coattails, and they're riding the fact that most people don't quite understand what Bitcoin is and how it works, to portray themselves as a cheaper, better, more efficient way of doing what Bitcoin does. It's not. It's a less legally accountable way of doing what central banks do.
Right. So, and the basic criticism is that there's a group of people, sometimes a very small group of people, that can control the parameters of the operation of the system. So
Exactly.
Over time, you can't trust. It's not gold under the mattress. It doesn't
Yes.
have that kind of heart.
It's not property, and I really very strongly recommend your discussion with Saylor for people who want to elaborate more on this. There's a bunch of people in charge, which means that legally they should be doing this under securities law. But even as an anarchist, if I don't want to care about that, the technical implication of it is this is never going to be adopted as a neutral way of transferring value on the internet, because you need something that enemies can trade with one another. You can't have something that has a small group of people in charge, because A, the small group of people themselves can be corrupted, and B, they can be coerced. You can put a bunch of people in a room, put a gun to their head, and you can change everything in any of these digital currencies. And that's why I think you'll find a lot more sympathy among fiaters to shitcoins. The Keynesian economist to Ethereum fanboy pipeline is a very strong one because it's the same thing. It's like you like the idea of people being in charge of money, and you think you're going to be the one who's going to be in charge of money. So you see a lot of this phenomena, and you see the same people that want gold and don't like central banking, they get into Bitcoin.
Yeah, so just to actually push back on a couple of things. So one is theater. It sounds like I'm trying to be a sophisticated Brit talking about theater, but for many reasons, it's not making me feel good about that. So, day by day, things change. You used to be one of those. So people evolve, people learn. People that are supporters of Bitcoin might eventually become supporters of Ethereum or go back to supporting fiat. We don't know. People evolve for different reasons. You grow up, you mature, or you become enlightened. So I think every single person sort of, as this technology is evolving, as this world is evolving, as wars break on, the geopolitics change, the monetary system is constantly put under stress, people will evolve. So we're trying to all figure it out together. That's why open-mindedness here, I think, for people like me at least, seems essential.
I know, so I expect you to be answering all of the spam emails you get.
I will, prince by prince by prince. But no, I don't have a clear understanding. What is a good investment of my time? What is a good investment of my money? That doesn't seem clear, because things are good at promoting themselves. I'm not talking about the different kinds of things like Ethereum, altcoins, and so on. I just mean life, like dating, jobs, friendships. Like everybody's advertising themselves as a great investment, right? But you don't know, and you have to keep an open mind. And also, I don't, and be sort of self-introspective about what. How biases I operate under, and ways I delude myself, like hallucinations that I'm living under. It's like breaking out of all these hallucinations. It's very hard to introspect, thinking like, what are the assumptions under which I lived my entire life that might be actually false assumptions. It's a really difficult thought process to take. It's a dangerous one. It's the Nietzsche, if you gaze long into the abyss gazes into you. It's like Alex Jones does. I mean, he's got demons in his head. So he has all these conspiracy theories that he holds in his head, but it begins to really destroy him. So it's a psychological burden to carry. So if you question authority, if you question government, if you question culture, the way things have been done, it's really difficult. And the biases you operate under, it's really difficult to question them. So I think being constantly open-minded and self-critical, not constantly, but a little bit every day is important, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking to somebody. I grew up in Ramallah in Palestine, in the West Bank. I've changed my mind on all kinds of different things. The fact that I was even open to the idea of Bitcoin has required an enormous amount. It's a heck of a journey. So I'd much rather appreciate direct arguments rather than these kind of general fluffy. You should be. Oh, of course, yes, you should be open-minded, but also you come up with conclusions and you delete spam emails sometimes when you know that it is spam, because you have to move on with your life. You can't. There's an opportunity cost to considering every spam email. So,
well, to me, okay. So I'll just say, from my relatively sort of shallow perspective, almost like a technical person, mostly my understanding of economics is weak. Proof of stake is not obviously a weak consensus mechanism relative to proof of work. So that's not obvious to me that goes wrong and becomes corrupted in the way that governments get corrupted, because it still seems decentralized. Now, your criticism of governance is an interesting one, but if you put that aside, it still is a decentralized mechanism, and it's more transparent. than the mechanism that governments operate on.
It isn't. It's exactly what the Federal Reserve is. The Federal Reserve is a proof of stake system. The Federal Reserve is owned by its constituent banks. And so the rules of the Federal Reserve and the regulations are determined by the ownership, which is the banks. So it's exactly what the Federal Reserve is.
But it's too backdoor. The agreements between the banks and the Federal Reserve, it feels like a lot of those agreements are made between individuals that sort of behind the scenes. It's hard to, it's opaque.
Yes, but the only way that a proof of stake system will take off is if you have a military to force people to use it. That's the thing. Ultimately, there's no way that it's going to take off on a free market. And that's why, for all of the bluster about wanting to move to a proof of stake system, Ethereum have been saying this since 2014. It's now been 8 years, that they've been talking about it. We still haven't seen the proof of stake system operational in the wild. It's vaporware for all practical intents.
Cardano, proof of stake.
It's potential. I mean, you can do it in a centralized way, but can it survive? Can it last for a long time? I don't think so. And I think it can last perhaps initially with marketing, with centralized marketing. You can promote it, but ultimately, user demand. The people that are not interested in speculating because they want to get rich on this, the people that are going to use it, they're going to want to use it because they can trust that it is not going to be messed with.
Yes.
So,
but there's also applications on top, so Lightning Network, but there's applications on top. Like, well, the reason I'm interested in things like Ethereum is you might think it's ridiculous. I thought it was ridiculous, but NFTs. So you can have NFTs probably on top of Bitcoin.
But you don't, because there's no marketing on in Bitcoin, because all of these ideas get promoted on proprietary shitcoins because...
Yes. But there's the network effects of ideas, of applications. So they just take off for some reason. And human civilization is such that you get excited about stuff and large amounts of people believe a thing and they start to get excited and it actually has impact. Like the fact that NFTs can have an impact on the art world or the world in general is wild to me. But it worked. So the question is,
David Rothko has an impact on the art world. That's the same.
Well, things, ideas have, we're collective intelligent beings and we can believe a thing, and that has power. That has led to major wars and all those kinds of things. So it's interesting to me that NFTs took hold, and the question is there distributed dApps, is there's distributed apps built on top of different blockchains that might somehow transform the world. You have to kind of keep an open mind to that, because right now it's like I'm the same place with that as I am with like virtual reality. It's like, all right, seems like a really intellectually promising set of ideas here, but there's something either technically or socially not quite taking hold. Why? And I don't know what the right answer is. So with virtual reality, what's the right answer? Is it just technically the latency is too high, or the games are not good enough, or is it a fundamentally flawed idea that you can live in a virtual world and enjoy it, that the physical world is just orders of magnitude better, or a two-dimensional display is just as good as a three-dimensional world? I don't know. Why is virtual reality not taking off? It's been since the 80s, right?
I don't have strong opinions on it, on the prospects of the technology. I don't want to ever imagine myself having something on my eyes. I'd rather just go out into the real world. But I don't have strong opinions on virtual reality. I do have on dApps and NFTs.
Yeah, what's your criticism of dApps and NFTs? Is this a distraction? It's a way to sell a flawed technology?
The problem with dApps is, it's just the economics of it makes no sense, in the sense that, currently, if you wanted to run an application, whatever the application is, you want to run it on AWS, you pay a specific amount of money. You want to run it on your own laptop, you pay a specific amount of money per kilobyte of data. If you wanted to run the same thing on a distributed ledger, where you're distributing the data over thousands of computers worldwide, it's infinitely more expensive. And that's why we haven't seen any of these dApps take off. And that's why I've said this many years ago. The only working application of blockchain technology is Bitcoin. Because with Bitcoin, you're with a few hundred bytes of data. With a few bytes of data, you could move $1 billion worth of economic value from here to China and move it safely and reliably. So that power, I can't see it being justified for anything that is not as mission critical as moving large amounts of value, which require very little amount of information. So when you look at all of the buzzwords that the Ethereum and other altcoin marketing people like to use, and if you want to wonder really why we come to this kind of aggression, it's because we've heard all of this. I've had all of these hucksters come to me for years. I've had people in 2016 talk to me about how Ethereum blockchain technology is going to revolutionize real estate deeds in India. I remember this guy. I'm not going to mention his name, but this guy was, 2016, and he sold a lot of shitcoins and made a lot of money off of shitcoins based on all these silly ideas. We can have blackjack on a distributed ledger. We're going to have Indian real estate on a distributed ledger, and it's concern trolling marketing. There's a problem with real estate in India, real estate deeds. Blockchain fixes this. Buy my shitcoin, and then people buy the shitcoin. Indian real estate isn't fixed, and the guy gets rich, and they move on. But I'm still waiting for a DApp to actually emerge. It's the promise that we keep hearing is something completely world-changing, world-transforming, and the reality is not one app. There's one of my good friends, Jimmy Song. Eventually, they refused to go ahead with it, but he wanted to bet with one of the Ethereum people about these dApps. The Ethereum people are constantly saying those dApps are going to grow and they're going to have so many applications and they're going to have so many ideas. And the reality is all the apps that work are centralized apps. So there is no Uber on the blockchain. There is no Twitter on the blockchain. There is no social media on the blockchain because these are businesses, and businesses require a centralized authority to make decisions. You can't have it be decentralized.
Yeah, listen, you're frustrated, and I could see it over a few years of just having dealt with a humongous influx of charlatans.
I wouldn't say frustrated. I'm amused, and it's water off my back.
No, but a man that uses in a community that uses the word shitcoin is a little bit. You call it amusement, and I think amusement is the way to deal with the frustration. It's a channeling of frustration. Sometimes when you have to deal with bullshit, the best way is just to laugh at the absurdity of it all, and that's what you mean by amusement. But the fact is, there's things like artificial intelligence for what is it? How many decades? 6, 7 decades has been off and on promising to change everything, and it has failed time and time again to deliver to the promise. But that doesn't mean there's something fundamental and really powerful about both the small and the big things going on within the actual research and development and within those communities. There's a lot of exciting developments, and the scale at which those developments might actually have a transformative impact, the time scale, is unclear. It seems like we certainly overpromise it. We dream too big and too aggressively in the AI community, but in a lot of
and I'm happy to give people the benefit of the doubt when they're overpromising, but not when they're making their own money. When you start making your own currency, then you don't get the benefit of the doubt. Because if your idea needs you to have a new currency that you print when Bitcoin is out there, then I'm going to go ahead and assume that you're doing this for the money.
Good time to mention that I am actually launching my new coin called LexCoin.
You mean shitcoin? Yes.
Oh, God. I'm going to have to block you with love. Okay. One thing I wanted to ask you about is the Fed's, this paper they released in January 20th on the potential central bank digital currency, CBDC. What are your thoughts about that? Is it just another, is there pros and cons to this? Is it at all interesting to you that they're even considering this kind of thing?
I used to think that it's just basically waffle. It's meaningless because as it exists, the dollar is a central bank digital currency.
Right.
The vast majority of dollars are digital, and but I think the way that over the last couple of years I've changed my mind on this. I think this is there's some serious substance behind these ideas. And what they mean effectively is the disintermediation of the banking system and giving everybody an account at the Federal Reserve. This is kind of the really dangerous idea, and I think this is enormously significant. Effectively, as somebody who's lived in the Soviet Union, what this is the return of the Ghost Bank on a global scale with modern technology. So under the Soviet Union, there was something called the Gosbank or the People's Bank, and that was the only bank in the country. And you had an account with the national bank, and if you said something wrong, your money got terminated from the Gosbank. Now imagine that combined with the power of digital technology, and you can see that this could be an enormously powerful technology, really, because if banks are out of the picture, then we change the fundamental reality of fiat as being the creation of money through lending, and then it becomes the creation of money truly by fiat, by government fiat. So we move to a system in which money is just basically, it's like we have money that is pieces of paper, and every time we've had fiat money that was just pieces of paper, it collapsed very quickly. With the current system, money is credit, and the creation of credit is restricted to some point, and the creation of credit is self-correcting. I discussed this in the fiat standard. If the central bank allows banks to create too much credit, that creates a bubble, and then there's a collapse in the money supply, which prevents hyperinflation from happening, because the money creation is self-destructive, it's self-correcting. So you end up with an average of like 7% per year increase, because you have 10% for 5 years, and then you get negative 20% for 1 year, and it's correcting. But now if you get rid of the credit creation mechanism and it's just assigning money directly, we're likely going to get much faster inflation. And I think that's obviously the huge problem, and perhaps the even bigger problem is the enormous amount of power that it gives to governments. It allows them to create an awful dystopia where you've got your money on your phone, and anything you do is completely supervised and controlled through your spending. So they want to introduce a new lockdown, then they'll just make your money not work. Your money is broken today. You can't spend money, or you can only spend money in your local supermarket for the next 3 months because you can't leave your neighborhood. Your money stops working outside of your neighborhood. This Chinese social credit score system is an example of this. And I think, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the likelihood is of implementing something like this in the US. I've discussed it with Michael Saylor. He thinks it's highly unlikely. He thinks, the people who've been pushing this are very far from the position of power, and the traditional monetary and financial system is going to survive intact. I certainly hope so. I think this would be a terrible thing if it comes to pass. But I don't think, many people think that it is something that would undermine Bitcoin. Like, a lot of common objection to Bitcoin is, well, governments are just going to launch their own digital currencies and then Bitcoin is going to die. And I think this is completely missing the point. People think Bitcoin is important because it's digital. It's not. National currencies can be digital. Bitcoin is important because it's not inflationary and because nobody controls it. Central bank digital currencies are likely to be very inflationary, and they're likely to have very strong control at the top. So if anything, they are an advertisement for Bitcoin rather than a replacement for it.
If it's Bitcoin, if it's gold, it's a way for multiple nations to partake. So if you were to imagine a future where we move from the fiat standard back to the gold standard and then to the Bitcoin standard, or skipping that, going directly to the Bitcoin standard, what would it take? Is it gradual? Is it immediate? What are possible trajectories that take us? Well, basically, where the final sort of empirical observation is that Bitcoin overtakes first gold and then bonds in terms of its monetary power in the world. But like, just specifically from a government perspective, how do we move the United States, China, Russia, India, European Union to a Bitcoin standard?
I'm not entirely concerned about whether governments move or not. In fact, I'd be very happy for them not to move as long as possible, so that individuals can accumulate more and more Bitcoin while it's still cheap.
So the people will move and the governments will catch up.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of what I allude to. I mean, the point of the fiat standard is really a Bitcoin book, and it talks about fiat most of the time, but it's does so to analyze Bitcoin and the rise of Bitcoin. In the final chapter, I discuss how I think this relationship plays out. The way that I tend to think of it is that most likely what's going to happen is we're going to have kind of financial apartheid, where there's going to be two monetary systems. One is government controlled, and it comes with increasing amounts of surveillance and inflation. And then, if you want, you can just opt out of that and get into Bitcoin. And it's likely going to be difficult for governments to stop people from getting into Bitcoin for all the technical reasons that make it very hard to stop Bitcoin. So then we have this alternative that is Bitcoin, which is not inflationary and does not have a central authority that can censor it. I think gradually is my hope, and I also think my most likely scenario, but maybe I am biased because everybody thinks what they want is what's going to happen. I think we're just going to witness, the same relationship, because governments make their currency so that they can devalue them, and Bitcoin thrives on that. And more people are going to learn, more and more people are going to find out, and whether it's through curiosity or self-interest or through the destruction of the national currency, all roads lead to Bitcoin. So more and more people are going to buy Bitcoin. The price of Bitcoin is going to go up. And as it goes up, Bitcoin becomes a more significant part of the world economy. And then this is something that the skeptics don't get. Like a lot of the academic skeptics to Bitcoin, they offer up all of these theories about why they think Bitcoin can't work, and then they present it and they think, they've delivered the knockout blow as if Bitcoin needs their permission or the world is going to need their permission. Well, the reality is people are going to join Bitcoin out of greed, out of self-interest. Number go up technology is really what's going to get everybody in.
Yeah.
And that's really the Trojan horse for fixing the world. Come for the greed and stay for the revolution. It's gonna keep going up because people don't like to be poor, except for most economists and academics. People don't like to be poor. People don't enjoy getting their wealth destroyed, and they care more about their self-interest than they care about economic theories about whether this works as money or not. They see their cousin escaped hyperinflation and managed to get a bigger house because they bought Bitcoin 5 years ago. They realized maybe I should stop mocking my cousin and start buying more Bitcoin. And this is, I think, an indomitable force that's going to continue. And one thing, most Bitcoiners tend to lean toward an apocalyptic transition. Like the fiat's going to collapse, we're going to get hyperinflation, everything's going to be terrible, and then we're going to move to Bitcoin. And I present the case for why I think maybe that might not be the case. Maybe we won't get this kind of apocalyptic scenario. And it's because, and this was like the conclusion of the fiat standard, which is once you realize that mining fiat is creating debt, and Bitcoin is allowing, so in order to have fiat money, we need to have people borrow, we need to have people make loans. And the problem that fiat money runs into today is that if you want to save money, if you want to hold savings, you have a problem. Where do you put your savings? So you put your savings in debt, in the creation of more bonds. Wherever you take your savings, you create a bubble in those things. And this is why we see a bubble in the stock market, a bubble in the bond market, a bubble in housing. It's because people are looking for savings, looking for a place where they can save. All of those things are crappy saving instruments because they're like copper, in that there's nothing to stop the people behind them to make more of them. House builders can build more houses. Governments can issue more bonds. Crappy fraudulent companies can list on the stock market and make more stocks. Well, Bitcoin finally offers us an outlet. We don't need to keep creating more debt. We can invest in this asset that is hard and that is internationally liquid and that nobody can make more of. So there is no bubble in it. There is no mechanism for somebody to increase the supply and bring the price crashing down, like with copper and real estate and bonds. So Bitcoin is the way out. And this is why I think there's a good case to be made for why the fiat authorities might embrace Bitcoin, because they'll see it is their way out of this enormous debt bubble that everybody is stuck in. Particularly the richest and most powerful people in the world and the richest and most powerful governments in the world are the world's biggest borrowers. They're the ones in a lot of debt. So a continuous slow devaluation of the value of that debt as people upgrade and move on to a hard asset that continues to appreciate is the way that is the peaceful way that we wind down the fiat Ponzi, I think.
You could see it being like a part of a political platform for future people that run for president, those kinds of things, to address. Obviously, it's not just for the powerful and the rich the people are bothered by the debt. The people are bothered by everything that you describe with fiat. And if you want to sell yourself in the democracy as a good leader, you might want to make that part of the platform. You mentioned Michael Malice. He just texted me asking me to ask you, what do you like best about Michael Malice? If you can spend 5 to 10 to 20 to an hour talking about the genius of Michael Malice, what do you like?
Where does one even start? Well, obviously the haircut first.
Yeah, he just gets sexier with age. That's for sure. That's
Yes.
do his ideas, his trolling and humor? Have you gotten a chance to interact with him?
Yes, I've met Michael maybe 10, 12 years ago in New York. I used to live in New York, but he used to live in New York. Met him a couple of times. There was a bunch of anarchists in New York used to throw a happy hour once a month. It was called the High Time Preference Hoppe Hour in honor of Hans Hermann Hoppe. So I met him there a couple of times, and we followed each other on Twitter for a while.
Is there interesting that you're aware of philosophical differences in your worldviews?
No, I think we pretty much see eye to eye. I think the difference is mainly that he spends a lot of time focusing on American politics and American pop culture, which I don't pay much attention to, I guess.
You look more at the monetary system, the economics of it all, and just the history, and just looking at it, zooming out at the big picture of it all. Although recently he's working on a book called The White Pill, and he's been every time I see him, I mean, he's in some dark aspect of the 20th century. He's just like, I just finished writing about Holodomor. As you might imagine, he's not taking much, I believe, of a monetary perspective on things. His book, his writing, at least for time, his kind of philosophical ideology perspective that is outside of the monetary system. But you argue that those are actually inextricably linked. But
yeah, and I don't think he would disagree. But,
he would. But a book has to be, can only be so long, I suppose.
It can only focus on so many things.
If you can put on your wise sage hat and give some advice to young people, I mean, the past 4 hours have been a kind of advice, but if you can focus, and somebody in high school or college is thinking about what to do with their career, can have a successful career, or to have a life they can be proud of, what would you tell them?
I'd say probably the most important advice that I would give is to find a way to give value to other people. And this is really the key thing. You need to wake up every morning and figure out how to serve others. This is the key to everything you want in life. Everything that you want is on the other side of you serving others. So figure out how you can serve others in a good way, how you can do it in a way that they value, and you've got an incredible mechanism for figuring that out, which is the market. Go out there and do things for the people, and
the market will tell you.
The market will tell you exactly. If you're young, you have the enormous advantage of being able to make mistakes, essentially, and learn from them. So go out there, do things of value for others, figuring out how you can do something that what is it that you can do to contribute the most value to other people's lives. And increasingly, I think with the modern technology, this is increasingly becoming online. And it's, I think, you should consider how you can create value online, because that scales beyond anything that you can do in the physical world in a very, very, well, maybe not beyond, obviously. There are profitable businesses in the physical world. But I think online is enormous potential. And coding, I think, is enormously powerful. I'm not a coder myself, but I strongly recommend people get into learning how to code. And I think it's probably the thing that carries the most power. So initially, we were working with our hands. We started working with machines. Machines are much more productive. Well, code is an even higher level of productivity, where you basically program the machines to produce things. So, few clicks of a keyboard, and you can move millions of machines around the world in certain ways. So it carries an enormous amount of value. I think I always tell all young people to learn to code. It's the best thing. I used to tell it to my students when I was at the university. Tell them to drop out and go learn to code. It's probably a better use of their time and money.
We could probably do both.
Yeah.
University has an interesting function. I mean, probably you and I have different perspective on this. Probably has to do with a little bit of a different journey in terms of fields, because I've stayed engineering focused for a long time, and there's less some of the troubles you might highlight in the education system. There's less troubles of that kind in engineering because math hasn't changed for a long time. So it's a lot of it is just doing hard things, being forced to do hard things, and becoming a bit of a generalist. While on the side, you're also becoming a specialist based on your own passion, driven by your own passion. So, school, at least high school, I don't know about the university, but high school has a really nice. One of the only times in your life, at least in my life, I was forced, but now I see, given the opportunity to spend my entire day learning broadly. And that's something, I don't know, the way time works, it just runs away from you. You never really get a chance to learn quite that broadly again. That's the curse of specialization, is you kind of never get a chance to study biology, chemistry if you're a physicist. Time runs away from you. So it's enjoy the broad education. But yeah, like you said, find the things that's valued by the market. And on the other side of it, you said all the good stuff. So that's also a way to get happiness.
Yeah, and I'd also add the horse that I like to whip all the time is the low time preference aspect of things, saving with Bitcoin. So I think my advice to young people is, when you're young, you think of the world in a very short term generally. You're focused on the present, and you think that everything that's happening in the present is the most important thing that's ever going to happen in the history of humanity. Lower your time preference, think about the future, think further down the line, think about the consequences of the things you do. And then what? And so you do this now, it feels good today, but then what happens tomorrow? You go out, you drink, you enjoy yourself. Well, think about the hangover. But more in long term, think about the implication of living this kind of life. Think about every decision that you make, the long term implication of it. And part of that is Bitcoin. Part of that is save in Bitcoin. I urge everybody to put savings in Bitcoin for the long term. Don't buy Bitcoin for the short term. Don't buy Bitcoin today so that you can sell it. Don't put your savings in Bitcoin today so that you can sell it all next month and buy a house. Put money in Bitcoin that you expect to keep in Bitcoin for another 5, 10 years or so. At least 4 years is what I recommend for people. So keep a low time preference, focus on the future, and save in Bitcoin.
And learn about how to buy Bitcoin, how to learn about all this technology. Part of this is this conversation, but there's so much awesome material out there. And thank you, by the way, for this gift of a hardware wallet.
Nice.
So you should definitely invest in it yourself. And what would you call this? These are
open dimes.
Open dimes, yeah. So this is like USB that you can, like a hardware device that stores Bitcoin.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about knowing the password. It contains the password within it, and it's tamper-proof. So you can save the Bitcoin on it. And
so when the apocalypse comes, you need the value to be stored on an actual thing that you can have in your physical possession. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. You had a heck of a life. You've been in a bunch of places in this world.
A lot of places.
Life is not easy in some of those places. What has been, if we can take a step to maybe a bit of a dark step for a short time, what has been a maybe darkest time, period, place you ever got in your mind, a dark period of your life, a struggle you had to overcome, you had to survive?
Well, I'm Palestinian, so that is the tragedy of my life. I'm Palestinian Jordanian. My family's suffered a lot because of this historically. I grew up in Ramallah in the West Bank. It wasn't ideal to see that. People like to think of it as this intractable conflict between two bitter enemies, but the reality of the matter is that it's not. A foreign ideology came in with the idea that this country needs to be occupied by people from only one religion, and the existing population, which, Jews had always lived in Palestine historically, and at the turn of the 20th century, they were only 10% of the population. But then, with the birth of fiat money, incidentally, the link with all of this is that When the Bank of England went off gold, a big reason why they were able to pull that off was that the Rothschild banking family supported them. And in exchange, the Rothschilds got Palestine. And the Balfour Declaration was written by the government of Britain to the Rothschild family, telling them that they would like to make Palestine a homeland for Jews. So obviously that's not very convenient for people who are not Jewish, for whom that is a homeland. And the past 80 years has been a very painful struggle if you happen to not be Jewish. And obviously, obviously Palestinians have done all kinds of things trying to fight back, and they've done all kinds of wrong things. But I don't think you can escape the fundamental reality underlying this, which is that if you're not Jewish, you are being moved out of the land. And so it's happened in 1947, 48, happened in 1976, 67. More land was taken over by Israel. Now you see it with the settlements. If you ignore the day-to-day headlines and you ignore the media propaganda and you ignore all this stuff, there's a very clear thing that is happening, which is more land owned by an exclusive ideology that believes this land needs to be owned by people from one religion, and everybody else is being kicked out. And so that is the tragedy of my life. And my wife is also a Palestinian refugee from Lebanon, and her family was evicted from Jaffa, which is today on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. They still have their homes in Jaffa. Their homes are being they got kicked out of their homes and their lands and their property. They became refugees in Lebanon. So my children, it's an ongoing tragedy. It's not something that is. A lot of the people that think of it as, they think Palestinians are just out there to get Israelis because they hate them, but it's an inescapable tragedy. I don't have a home anywhere.
Is there an escape from this tragedy in the future that you see? If you zoom out across the scale of decades, will we see, I hesitate to say peace, but a significant decrease in human suffering in this part of the region?
I certainly hope so. And I think, my interest in Bitcoin came from a place of desperation with the situation there. Traditional politics is a dead end. I don't see what I can be doing to make things better there using traditional politics. And I think a good friend of mine, Pierre Rochard, you may know him on Twitter, one of the brightest minds in Bitcoin, in my opinion, he told me his theory is that Bitcoin is going to bring peace to the Middle East because land is a shitcoin. And
land is a shitcoin. I love it.
And I think he's got a very good point there, that this fixation with land and the bitterness with which people have with land is likely to decline when people are going to have a form of property that they can keep. And so hopefully that will help in one way. And of course, the more obvious way is that this is a conflict of governments, and it's a conflict that is financed by fiat. From day one, the entirely insane notion that you could build an ethnic homeland. And of course, this is the early 20th century, so the idea behind Zionism is coming from the same place where all these other ethnic nationalisms of Europe were emerging, and we saw how horribly these worked out. But the idea that you could, it's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans in Germany. It's one thing to say we want to build a homeland for Germans somewhere else, and that was Palestine. That was Zionism, and that was only possible thanks to fiat, thanks to the ability of the British government and all these other governments to continue to finance this colonialist effort over time, and it continues to finance war, and it continues. We see war all over the world continue to escalate because the people who make the decision to escalate the war are not the ones who are paying for it, and they're not the ones who are fighting. They're the ones who sit in offices, and in the case of most of Middle Eastern conflict, it's people who live abroad. It's people who are abroad who are not part of it, who just are emotionally charged to it because they watch it on TV. So you have billions of Muslims around the world and Jews around the world who feel extremely emotionally attached to it. They're not the ones fighting. They're not the ones paying their own money. They're just getting governments to send money and to send weapons and to take part. And it's fun as a spectator sport for most of these people because they don't get to live in it. But I got to live in it. I saw it. I grew up there. I saw the settlement expansion. And recently, a few weeks ago, I went back to Ramallah, and it's just it's amazing. Every time you go, the settlements are just growing in an astonishing way. Like it's not just housing units that are going up. It's an entire attempt to build to basically suffocate Palestinian areas and force Palestinians to leave or keep them living in horrific conditions.
And if I may, just because I have family in Ukraine, I have family in Russia, since this war, echoes of similar things are happening in that part of the world too. And I shudder to think about the decades to come of the hate that is brewing, the suffering that is brewing, based on decisions and pressures and from not always people directly impacted by this. So again, it feels like that military conflict is not just a creation of people on the ground. It's a creation of leaders, power centers, and perhaps, again, I'm not smart enough, but even the monetary system probably has a role to play.
I absolutely think it does. Monetary system is what allows people to just continue to treat war as a spectator sport.
Yeah,
that's really what it comes down to. And it started with World War One, and it's continued. And this is why, really, I think I've said this before. I've tweeted this before, and it was a pretty popular tweet, but it also got a lot of people to dismiss the idea with mockery, of course. But I really think Bitcoin is the only technology that's going to end World War One. Once World War One started, we got into this endless conflict. It's been ongoing since then. If you look at all the world's conflicts today, pretty much they all trace back to World War One. And it's because when that Pandora's box of government control of money was opened, there was no longer a real restraint on war except complete defeat and complete destruction and complete death. The war had to be total. Before that, under the gold standard, kings would send professional armies to fight each other in battlefields. And as soon as it became clear that one side was establishing an advantage, the fighting would stop, and the kings would settle, would agree to new terms, because it was extremely expensive to build a professional army, and you ran out of money. So it was always the smartest thing to do is to just stop fighting whenever you could, and wars would take place. Countries would fight each other in the battlefield, but in the cities, life went on as normal. And people within the same cities, within the cities of the two countries, would be trading with one another. Life would go on, but the war would be there. And it was just an independent part of politics that, all right, we have a problem over this piece of land. Let's take it outside. We don't fight in the civilian areas. We go to the battlefield. We fight with professional armies. And in fact, sometimes the conflicts would be, the armies would line up and they would just have a small contingent of the two armies fight with one another, and as soon as one of them establishes an advantage, then all right, well, you won, let's move on with it. Governments were far more careful about their monetary policy and their war policy when they couldn't print their money, and that has changed with fiat, and that has allowed this new emergence of this class of what I like to call chicken hawks, of people who sit in office, like the entire foreign policy establishment in Washington, D.C., people who have never fought a war, whose children will never fight a war, who will never pay to fight a war, who will never suffer a broken window in their house because of war. Sitting there and based on these fucking moronic garbage that they teach at moronic fiat universities about politics and geopolitics, making decisions about, we need to invade that country and we need to send war there. And they can do that because they have this endless money printer. And that's why, back under gold, if you were a warrior, you went and actually joined the war. And that, the people who pontificated about war were the people who had experience with war, the people who were sending their own children to war, the people who were fighting with their own money. Now you have all these fat parasitic scum sitting in Washington, D.C., deciding, and Washington is just an example, but all over the world this exists. People who've never fought will never carry the consequences. We're going to devalue the world's money in order to go and have other people's children fight each other because of stupid garbage they learned about politics in university.
You said you value low time preference, but I have news for you that one day you will die. As far as we know, you're a mortal being.
Mhm.
Do you think about your death? Do you think about your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
I've spent a lot of time introspecting and thinking about these things, and I value life a lot. I value my time on earth a lot, and you'll see this in my dealings with people. Go back to Twitter. Why am I so brash and straightforward? It really is because life is short. Because I don't want to waste. I think on my. I've said this before. On my tombstone, let it be written: he never let anyone waste his time twice in his life.
Life is short.
Yeah, you can waste my time once. You can get me to do something, and then I realize that was a waste of time. You will never get me to waste my time twice. And so you show up in my Twitter with something stupid. You're never showing up in
So
my
you're
Twitter
a fast
ever again.
learner. You give people a chance, but you're a fast learner.
Yeah, so I try and use my time very wisely, and I'm unapologetic about it. It's my time is the most precious thing, and like the way to get on my shit list forever is to try and take away my time and to abuse my time. If you do that, it's the one it's the one unforgivable sin for me. And I think that's really that's my way of coming to terms with mortality. We're all going to die. And so let's make the most out of it while we're still here. And of course, the other way you come to terms with mortality is you have children.
Given what you just said, um, doubly so, it's a huge honor that you would spend your valuable time with me. This is the first time you did it, so you probably regret all of it. So we'll probably never see each other again. But I'm glad
No,
you
this
at
has
least
been great. This
took
has
the
been great.
chance to do it. It's a huge honor, and I've been a huge fan of yours.
Thank
I
you,
think
sir.
you have
Thank you.
impact on the world that you probably are not even aware of. It's tremendous, and a lot of people love you, and your work is important. Even I disagree with some things you say, and there's people that disagree with you, but everybody respects you. And thank you so much for spending your really valuable time with me today, brother.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. This was not a waste of time, and I'll be happy to do it again.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Safety and Moose. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the Austrian economist Friedrich Hayek. Economic control is not merely control of a sector of human life which can be separated from the rest. It is the control of the means for all our ends. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
We are becoming cyborgs. Like, our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different from Homo sapiens. I call us Homo techno. I think we have evolved into Homo techno, which is like essentially a new species. Previous technologies, may have even been more profound and moved us to a certain degree, but I think the computers are what make us Homo techno. I think this is it's a brain augmentation. So it like allows for actual evolution. Like the computers accelerate the degree to which all the other technologies can also be accelerated.
Would you classify yourself as a Homo sapien or a Homo techno?
Definitely Homo techno.
So
I think we're all.
You're one of the earliest of the species.
I think most of us are.
The following is a conversation with Grimes, an artist, musician, songwriter, producer, director, and a fascinating human being who thinks a lot about both the history and the future of human civilization, studying the dark periods of our past to help form an optimistic vision of our future. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Grimes.
Oh yeah, the cloud lifter. There you go.
There you go. You know your stuff. Have you ever used the cloud lifter?
Yeah, I actually, this microphone cloud lifter is what Michael Jackson used. So
No, really?
yeah, this is like filler and stuff.
This mic
This
and
mic
the cloud lift?
and that, yeah, it's a incredible microphone.
Yes.
It's very flattering on vocals. I've used this a lot. It's great for demo vocals. It's great in a room. Like sometimes it's easier to record vocals if you're just in a room and like the music's playing and you just want to like feel it and it's not, so it's not in the headphones. And this mic is pretty directional, so I think it's like a good mic for like just vibing out and just getting a real good vocal take.
Just vibing, just
Yeah.
in a room.
Anyway, this is the
This
this
is
is the Michael Jackson Quincy Jones microphone.
Feel way more badass now. All right, let's get it. You want to just get into it?
I guess so.
All right. One of your names, at least in this space and time, is C, like the letter C. And you told me that C means a lot of things. It's the speed of light. It's the render rate of the universe. It's yes in Spanish. It's the crescent moon. And it happens to be my favorite programming language because it basically runs the world, but it's also powerful, fast, and it's dangerous because you can mess things up really bad with it because of all the pointers. But anyway, which of these associations with the name C is the coolest to you?
I mean, to me, the coolest is the speed of light, obviously, or the speed of light. When I say render rate of the universe, I think I mean the speed of light because essentially that's what we're rendering at. See, I think we'll know if we're in a simulation if the speed of light changes, because if they can improve their render speed, then
That's already pretty good.
it's already pretty good. But if it improves, then we'll know. You know, we can probably be like, okay, they've updated or upgraded.
It's fast enough for us humans because it seems like it seems immediate. There's no delay. There's no latency in terms of like us humans on Earth interacting with things. But if you're like intergalactic species operating on a much larger scale, then you're gonna start noticing some weird stuff. Or if you can operate in like around a black hole, then you're gonna start to see some
Well, like-
render issues.
You can't go faster than the speed of light, correct? So it really limits our ability, or one's ability to travel space.
Theoretically, you can. You have wormholes, so there's nothing in general relativity that precludes faster than the speed of light to travel. But it just seems you're gonna have to do some really funky stuff with very heavy things that have like weirdnesses that have basically tears in space time. We don't know how to do that.
Do navigators know how to do it?
Do navigators?
Yeah,
Yeah.
holding space. Basically making wormholes.
So the name C.
Yes.
Who are you? Are you? Do you think of yourself as multiple people? Are you one person? Do you know, like this morning, were you a different person than you are tonight? We are, I should say, recording this basically at midnight, which is awesome.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think I'm about 8 hours late.
No, you're right on time. Good morning. This is the beginning of a new day soon. Anyway, are you the same person you were in the morning and the evening? Is there multiple people in there? Do you think of yourself as one person, or maybe you have no clue? Or are you just a giant mystery to yourself?
Okay, these are really intense questions, but
Let's go. Because I asked this myself. Like, look in the mirror. Who are you? People tell you to just be yourself. But what does that even mean?
I mean, I think my personality changes with everyone I talk to. So I have a very inconsistent personality. Yeah.
Person to person, so the interactions, your personality.
Or
Materializes.
my mood. Like I'll go from being like a megalomaniac to being like, you know, just like a total hermit who is very shy.
So some combinatorial combination of your mood and the person you're interacting with.
Yeah, mood and people I'm interacting with. But I think everyone's like that. Maybe not.
Well, not everybody acknowledges it and able to introspect it. Who brings out, what kind of person, what kind of mood brings out the best in you as an artist and as a human? Can you introspect this?
Like my best friends, like people I can, when I'm like super confident and I know that they're gonna understand everything I'm saying. So like my best friends, then when I can start being really funny, that's always my like peak mode. But it's like, yeah, it takes a lot to get there.
Let's talk about constraints. You've talked about constraints and limits. Do those help you out as an artist or as a human being, or do they get in the way? Do you like the constraints? So in creating music, in creating art, in living life, do you like the constraints that this world puts on you? Or do you hate them?
if constraints are moving, then you're good, right? Like it's like as we are progressing with technology, we're changing the constraints of like artistic creation. You know, making video and music and stuff is getting a lot cheaper. There's constantly new technology and new software that's making it faster and easier. We have so much more freedom than we had in the 70s. Like when Michael Jackson, you know, when they recorded Thriller with this microphone, like they had to use a mixing desk and all this stuff, and like probably even get in the studio is probably really expensive, and you have to be a really good singer, and you have to know how to use like the mixing desk and everything. And now I can just, you know, I've made a whole album on this computer. I have a lot more freedom, but then I'm also constrained in different ways because there's like literally millions more artists. It's like a much bigger playing field. It's just like I didn't learn music. I'm not a natural musician, so I don't know anything about actual music. I just know about like the computer. So I'm really kind of just like messing around and like trying things out.
Well, yeah, I mean, but the nature of music is changing. So you're saying you don't know actual music. Well, music is changing. Music is becoming, you talked about this, is becoming, it's like merging with technology.
Yes.
It's becoming something more than just like the notes on a piano. It's becoming some weird composition that requires engineering skills, programming skills, some kind of human robot interaction skills, and still some of the same things that Michael Jackson had, which is like a good ear for a good sense of taste of what's good and not the final thing, what is put together. Like you're enabled, empowered with a laptop to layer stuff, to start like layering insane amounts of stuff. And it's super easy to do that.
I do think music production is a really underrated art form. I feel like people really don't appreciate it. When I look at publishing splits, the way that people like pay producers and stuff, it's super, like producers are just deeply underrated. Like so many of the songs that are popular right now or for the last 20 years, like part of the reason they're popular is because the production is really interesting or really sick or really cool. And it's like, I don't think listeners, like people just don't really understand what music production is. It's not, it's sort of like this weird discombobulated art form. It's not like a formal, because it's so new, there isn't like a formal training path for it. It's mostly driven by like autodidacts. Like it's like almost everyone I know who's good at production, like they didn't go to music school or anything, they just taught themselves.
Are they mostly different? Like the music producers, you know, is there some commonalities that tie them together, or are they all just different kinds of weirdos? Because I just hung out with Rick Rubin. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I mean, Rick Rubin is like literally one of the gods of music production. Like he's one of the people who first, you know, who like made music production, you know, made the production as important as the actual lyrics or the notes.
But the thing he does, which is interesting, I don't know if you can speak to that, but just hanging out with him, he seems to just sit there in silence, close his eyes, and listen. It's like he almost does nothing. And that nothing somehow gives you freedom to be the best version of yourself. So that's music production somehow too, which is like encouraging you to do less, to simplify, to like push towards minimalism.
I work differently from Rick Rubin because Rick Rubin produces for other artists, whereas like I mostly produce for myself.
Yeah.
So it's a very different situation. I also think Rick Rubin, he's in that, I would say, advanced category of producer where like you've like earned your, you can have an engineer and stuff and people like do the stuff for you.
Yeah.
But I usually just like do stuff myself.
So you're the engineer, the producer, and the artist.
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm in the era, like the post Rick Rubin era. Like I come from the kind of like Skrillex school of thought, which is like where you are the engineer, producer, artist. Like right. I mean, lately, sometimes I'll work with a producer now. I'm gently, sort of delicately starting to collaborate a bit more, but like I think I'm kind of from the whatever 2010s explosion of things where you know, everything became available on the computer and you kind of got this like lone wizard energy thing going.
So you embrace being the loneliness. Is the loneliness somehow an engine of creativity? Like so most of your stuff
most of your creative, quote unquote, genius in quotes is in the privacy of your mind.
Yes. Oh, well, it was. But here's the thing. I was talking to Daniel Ek, and he said he's like most artists. They have about 10 years, like 10 good years, and then they usually stop making their like vital shit. And I feel like I'm sort of like nearing the end of my 10 years on my own. And
So you have to become somebody else.
now I'm in the process of becoming somebody else and reinventing. When I work with other people, because I've never worked with other people, I find that I'm exceptionally rejuvenated and making like some of the most vital work I've ever made. So, because I think another human brain is like one of the best tools you can possibly find. Like
It's a funny way to put it. I love it.
it's like if a tool is like, whatever HP +1 or like adds some like stats to your character, like another human brain will like square it instead of just like adding something.
double up the experience points. I love this. We should also mention we're playing tavern music before this, and which I love. Which I first, I think I
You had to stop the tavern music.
Yeah, because it doesn't the audio,
Okay.
but it makes
Yeah, it'll make the podcast
add it in
annoying.
post. Add it in post.
No one will want to listen to the podcast.
They probably would, but it reminds me like of a video game, like a role playing video game where you have experience points. There's something really joyful about wandering places like Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim, just exploring these landscapes in another world, and then you get experience points, and you can work on different skills, and somehow you progress in life. And I don't know, it's simple. It doesn't have some of the messy complexities of life. And there's usually a bad guy you can fight. In Skyrim, it's dragons and so on. I'm sure in Elden Ring there's a bunch of monsters you can fight. I love that.
I feel like Elden Ring. I feel like this is a good analogy to music production though, because it's like I feel like the engineers and the people creating these open worlds are it's sort of like similar to music producers, where it's like this hidden archetype that like no one really understands what they do and no one really knows who they are, but they're like it's like the artist engineer, because it's like it's both art and fairly complex engineering.
Well, you're saying they don't get enough credit. Aren't you kind of changing that by becoming the person doing everything? Isn't the engineer?
Well, I mean, others have gone before me. I'm not, there's like Timbaland and Skrillex, and there's all these people that are like, very famous for this. But I just think I think people get confused about what it is and just don't really know what it is per se. And it's just when I see a song, like when there's like a hit song, like I'm just trying to think of like just going for like even just a basic pop hit, like what's it, like Rules by Dua Lipa or something. The production on that is actually like really crazy. I mean, the song is also great, but it's like the production is exceptionally memorable. Like, and it's just like no one. I don't even know who produced that song. It just like isn't part of like the rhetoric of how we just discuss the creation of art. We just sort of like don't consider the music producer, because I think the music producer used to be more just simply recording things.
Yeah, that's interesting, because when you think about movies, we talk about the actor and the actresses, but we also talk about the
Directors, yeah.
We don't talk about like that with the music as often.
The Beatles music producer was one of the first people sort of introducing crazy sound design into pop music. I forget his name. He has the same. I forget his name, but he was doing all the weird stuff like dropping pianos and like. Yeah.
Oh, to get the sound, to get the authentic sound. What about lyrics? I think where did they fit into how important they are? I was heartbroken to learn that Elvis didn't write his songs. I was very mad.
A lot of people don't write their songs.
I understand this, but
here's the thing. I feel like that there's this desire for authenticity. I used to be like really mad when like people wouldn't write or produce their music, and I'd be like, that's fake. And then I realized there's all this like weird bitterness and like aggroness in art about authenticity.
Yeah.
But I had this kind of like weird realization recently, where I started thinking that like art is sort of a decentralized collective thing. Like like art is kind of a conversation with all the artists that have ever lived before you. You know, like it's like you're really just sort of. It's not like anyone's reinventing the wheel here. Like you're kind of just taking, you know, thousands of years of art and like running it through your own little algorithm, and then like making your interpretation of it.
You're just joining the conversation with all the other artists that came before. It's such a beautiful way to look at it.
Like, and it's like I feel like everyone's always like, there's always copyright and IP and this and that and or authenticity, and it's just like I think we need to stop seeing this as this like egotistical thing of like, oh, the creative genius, the lone creative genius, or this or that, because it's like I think art shouldn't be about that. I think art is something that sort of brings humanity together, and it's also art is also kind of the collective memory of humans. It's like we don't give a fuck about whatever ancient Egypt, like how much grain got sent that day and sending the records, and like, you know, like who went where, and you know how many shields needed to be produced for this. Like we just remember their art, and it's like, you know, it's like in our day-to-day life there's all this stuff that seems more important than art, because it helps us function and survive. But when all this is gone, like the only thing that's really going to be left is the art. The technology will be obsolete.
It's so fascinating.
Like the humans will be dead.
That is true. A good compression of human history is the art we've generated across the different centuries, of different millennia. So when the aliens come,
When the aliens come, they're going to find the hieroglyphics and the pyramids.
I mean, art could be broadly defined. They might find like the engineering marvels, the bridges, the rockets, the
I guess I sort of classify though. Architecture is art.
yes.
I consider engineering in those formats to be art, for sure.
It sucks that like digital art is easier to delete. So if there's an apocalypse, a nuclear war, that can disappear.
Yes.
And the physical, there's something still valuable about the physical manifestation of art. That sucks that, like music, for example, has to be played by somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we should have a foundation type situation where we like, you know how we have like seed banks up in the north and stuff.
Yeah.
Like we should probably have like a solar powered or geothermal little bunker that like has all human knowledge.
You mentioned Daniel Ek and Spotify. What do you think about that as an artist? What's Spotify? Is that empowering? To me, Spotify sort of as a consumer is super exciting. It makes it easy for me to access music from all kinds of artists, get to explore all kinds of music, make it super easy to sort of curate my own playlist and have fun with all that. It was so liberating to let go. You know, I used to collect, you know, albums and CDs and so on, like hoard albums,
Yeah.
like they matter.
Yeah.
But the reality, that was really liberating. I could let go of that, and letting go of the albums you're kind of collecting allows you to find new music, explore new artists, and all that kind of stuff. But I know from a perspective of an artist, that could be, like you mentioned, competition could be a kind of constraint because there's more and more and more artists on the platform.
I think it's better that there's more artists. I mean, again, this might be propaganda because this is all a conversation with Daniel Ek, so this could easily be propaganda. Dude, like
We're all a victim of somebody's propaganda, so let's just accept this.
but Daniel Ek was telling me that you know, because I, you know, when I met him, I came in all furious about Spotify and like I grilled him super hard. So I've got his answers here. But he was saying like at the sort of peak of the CD industry, there was like 20,000 artists making millions and millions of dollars. Like there was just like a very tiny kind of 1%. And Spotify has kind of democratized the industry because now I think he said there's about 1 million artists making a good living from Spotify. And when I heard that, I was like, honestly, I would rather make less money and have just like a decent living than and have more artists be able to have that. Even though I wish it could include everyone, but
yeah, that's really hard to argue with. YouTube is the same. It's YouTube's mission. They want to basically have as many creators as possible make a living, some kind of living.
yeah,
And that's so hard to argue with.
it's so hard. But I think there's better ways to do it. My manager, I actually wish he was here. I would have brought him up. My manager is building an app that can manage you, so it'll like help you organize your percentages and get your publishing and da 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 da. So you can take out all the middlemen, so you can have a much bigger. It'll just like automate it. So you can get
So automate the manager.
management, publishing, like and legal. It can read the app he's building can read your contract and like tell you about it. Because one of the issues with music right now, it's not that we're not getting paid enough, but it's that the art industry is filled with middlemen because artists are not good at business. And from the beginning, like Frank Sinatra, it's all mob stuff. Like it's the music industry, is run by business people, not the artists, and the artists really get very small cuts of like what they make. And so, I think part of the reason I'm a technocrat, which I mean, your fans are going to be technocrats, so they're not going to be mad at me about this, but like my fans hate it when I say this kind of thing, or the general public.
They don't like technocrats.
They don't like technocrats. Like when I watched Battle Angel Alita, and they were like the Martian technocracy, and I was like, yeah, Martian technocracy, and then they were like, and they're evil, and I was like, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, because Martian technocracy sounds sick to me.
Yeah. So your intuition, as technocrats, would create some kind of beautiful world.
For example, what my manager's working on, if you can create an app that removes the need for a lawyer, and then you could have smart contracts on the blockchain, removes the need for like management and organizing all this stuff, that like can read your stuff and explain it to you, can collect your royalties, like then the amount of money that you're getting from Spotify actually means a lot more, and goes a lot farther.
You can remove some of the bureaucracy, some of the inefficiencies that make life not as great as it could be.
Yeah, I think the issue isn't that there's not enough. Like the issue is that there's inefficiency, and I'm really into this positive sum mindset. The win-win mindset of like, instead of fighting over the scraps, how do we make or worrying about scarcity? Like instead of a scarcity mindset, why don't we just increase the efficiency? And in that way,
Expand the size of the pie. Let me ask you about experimentation. So you said, which is beautiful, being a musician is like having a conversation with all those that came before you. How much of creating music is like kind of having that conversation, trying to fit into the cultural trends, and how much of it is like trying to, as much as possible, be an outsider and come up with something totally new? So like when you're thinking, when you're experimenting, are you trying to be totally different, totally weird? Or are you trying to fit in?
Man, this is so hard because I feel like I'm kind of in the process of semi-retiring from music, so this is like my old brain.
Yeah,
Not
bring it back,
Bring
like
my old brain
bring
back.
it from like the shelf, put it on the table for a couple of minutes. We'll just poke it.
I think it's a bit of both, because I think forcing yourself to engage with new music is really great for neuroplasticity. Like I think as people, part of the reason music is marketed at young people is because young people are very neuroplastic. So like if you're 16 to like 23 or whatever, it's going to be really easy for you to love new music. And if you're older than that, it gets harder and harder and harder. And I think one of the beautiful things about being a musician is I just constantly force myself to listen to new music, and I think it keeps my brain really plastic. And I think this is a really good exercise. I just think everyone should do this. You listen to new music and you hate it, I think you should just force yourself to like, okay, well, why do people like it? And like, make your brain form new neural pathways and be more open to change.
That's really brilliant, actually. Sorry to interrupt, but like that exercise is really amazing to sort of embrace change, embrace to practice neuroplasticity, because like that's one of the things you fall in love with a certain band and you just kind of stay with that for the rest of your life, and you never understand the modern music. That's a really good exercise.
Most of the streaming on Spotify is like classic rock and stuff. Like new music makes up a very small chunk of what is played on Spotify, and I think this is like not a good sign for us as a species. I think
so it's a good measure of the species open-mindedness to change is how often you listen to new music.
Yeah.
The brain. Let's put the music brain in the back on the shelf. I gotta pull out the futurist brain for a second. In what wild ways do you think the future, say in like 30 years, maybe 50 years, maybe 100 years, will be different from our current way of life on Earth?
We can talk about augmented reality, virtual reality, maybe robots, maybe space travel, maybe video games, maybe genetic engineering. I can keep going. Cyborgs, aliens, world wars, maybe destructive nuclear wars, good and bad. When you think about the future, what are you imagining? What's the weirdest and wildest it could be?
Have you read Surface Detail by Ian Banks? Surface Detail is my favorite depiction of oh wow, you have to read this book. It's literally the greatest science fiction book possibly ever
Ian
written.
Banks is the man. Yeah,
Ever
for
written.
sure.
Wait, what have you read?
Just a player of games.
I read that titles can't be copyrighted, so you can just steal them. And I was like, player of games. Sick.
Nice.
Yeah, so you could name your album like I always wanted.
Romeo and Juliet.
I
Something.
always wanted to name an album War and Peace.
Nice.
Like that would be like you.
That's a good. Where have I heard that before?
You can do that. Like you could do that. Also things that are in the public domain.
For people who have no clue, you do have a song called "Player of Games."
Yes. Oh yeah. So Ian Banks' Surface Detail is, in my opinion, the best future that I've ever read about or heard about in science fiction. Basically, there's the relationship with superintelligence, like artificial superintelligence, is just it's like great. I want to credit the person who coined this term because I love this term, and I feel like young women don't get enough credit in. Yeah, so if you go to Protopia Futures on Instagram, what is her name?
Personalized donor experience at scale. Our AI powered donor experience.
Monica Bielskite. I'm saying that wrong. And I'm probably butchering this a bit, but Protopia is sort of, if Utopia is unattainable, Protopia is sort of like,
Wow, that's an awesome Instagram. Protopia Futures.
a future that is, as good as we can get.
The future, positive future AI. Is this a centralized AI in the surface detail, or is it distributed? What kind of AI is it?
They mostly exist as giant super ships, like sort of like the guild ships in Dune. Like they're these giant ships that kind of move people around, and the ships are sentient, and they can talk to all the passengers. And there's a lot of different types of AI in the Banksian future, but in the opening scene of Surface Detail, there's this place called the Culture, and the Culture is basically a protopian future. And a protopian future, I think, is like a future that is like, obviously it's not utopia, it's not perfect, and like, because like striving for utopia, I think feels hopeless and is sort of like maybe not the best terminology to be using. So it's like it's a pretty good place, like mostly like superintelligence and biological beings exist fairly in harmony. There's not too much war. There's like as close to equality as you can get. It's like approximately a good future. Like there's really awesome stuff. It's in the opening scene, this girl, she's born as a sex slave outside of the culture, so she's in a society that doesn't adhere to the cultural values. She tries to kill the guy who is her like master, but he kills her. But unbeknownst to her, when she was traveling on a ship through the culture with him one day, a ship put a neural lace in her head, and a neural lace is sort of like, it's basically a Neuralink, because life imitates art.
It does indeed.
It does indeed. So she wakes up, and the opening scene is her memory has been uploaded by this neural lace when she's been killed, and now she gets to choose a new body, and this AI is interfacing with her recorded memory in her neural lace, and helping her and being like, hello, you're dead, but because you had a neural lace, your memory's uploaded. You want to choose a new body, and you're going to be born here in the culture and like start a new life, which is just, that's like the opening. It's like so sick.
And the ship is the superintelligence.
All the ships are kind of super intelligent.
But they just want to preserve a kind of rich, fulfilling experience for the human.
Yeah, like they're like friends with the humans. And then there's a bunch of ships that don't want to exist with biological beings, but they just have their own place, like way over there.
But they just do their own thing. They're not necessarily. So it's a pretty, this Protopian existence is pretty peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, and then, for example, one of the main fights in the book is they're fighting, there's these artificial hells that and people don't think it's ethical to have artificial hell. Like basically when people do crime, they get sent, like when they die, their memory gets sent to an artificial hell and they're eternally tortured. And so and then the way that society is deciding whether or not to have the artificial hell is that they're having like a simulated war. So instead of actual blood, people are basically essentially fighting in a video game to choose the outcome of this.
But they're still experiencing the suffering in this artificial hell, or no? Can you experience stuff, or
So the artificial hell sucks,
Yeah.
and a lot of people in the culture want to get rid of the artificial hell.
there's a simulated wars? Are they happening in
So
the
this-
artificial
So,
hell?
the simulated wars are happening outside of the artificial hell
Got it.
between the political factions who are so this political faction says we should have simulated hell to deter crime, and this political faction is saying no, simulated hell is unethical. And so instead of like having blowing each other up with nukes, they're having like a giant Fortnite battle
Yes.
to decide this, which to me that's protopia. That's like, okay, we can have war without death. I don't think there should be simulated hells. I think that is definitely one of the ways in which technology could go very, 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 very wrong.
So almost punishing people in the digital space or something.
Yeah,
that.
torturing people's memories.
So either as a deterrent, like if you committed a crime, but also just for personal pleasure, if there's some sick, demented humans in this world. Dan Carlin actually has this episode of Hardcore History on painful attainment.
Oh, that episode.
Is dark because he kind of goes through human history and says like we as humans seem to secretly enjoy or used to be openly enjoy sort of the torture and the death, watching the death and torture of other humans.
I do think if people were consenting, we should be allowed to have gladiatorial matches.
But consent is hard to achieve in those situations. It always starts getting slippery. Like it could be also forced consent. Like it starts getting weird.
Yeah.
There's way too much excitement. Like this is what he highlights. There's something about human nature that wants to see that violence, and it's really dark. And you hope that we can sort of overcome that aspect of human nature, but that's still within us somewhere.
Well, I think that's what we're doing right now. I have this theory that what is very important about the current moment is that all of evolution has been survival of the fittest up until now, and at some point, it's kind of the lines are kind of fuzzy, but in the recent past, or maybe even just right now, we're getting to this point where we can choose intelligent design. Like we probably since like the integration of the iPhone, like we are becoming cyborgs. Like our brains are fundamentally changed. Everyone who grew up with electronics, we are fundamentally different from Homo sapiens. I call us Homo techno. I think we have evolved into Homo techno, which is like essentially a new species. Like if you look at the way if you took an MRI of my brain and you took an MRI of like a medieval brain, I think it would be very different the way that it has evolved.
Do you think when historians look back at this time, they'll see like this was a fundamental shift in what a human being is?
I do not think we are still Homo sapiens. I believe we are Homo techno, and I think we have evolved. And I think right now the way we are evolving, we can choose how we do that. And I think we were being very reckless about how we're doing that. Like we're just having social media, but I think this idea that like this is a time to choose intelligent design should be taken very seriously. It like now is the moment to reprogram the human computer. It's like if you go blind, your visual cortex will get taken over with other functions. We can choose our own evolution. We can change the way our brains work. And so we actually have a huge responsibility to do that. And I think, I'm not sure who should be responsible for that, but there's definitely not adequate education. We're being inundated with all this technology that is fundamentally changing the physical structure of our brains, and we are not adequately responding to that to choose how we want to evolve. And we could evolve, we could be really whatever we want. And I think this is a really important time. And I think if we choose correctly and we choose wisely, consciousness could exist for a very long time, and integration with AI could be extremely positive. And I don't think enough people are focusing on this specific situation.
Do you think we might irreversibly screw things up if we get things wrong now? Because like the flip side of that, it seems humans are pretty adaptive. So maybe the way we figure things out is by screwing it up, like social media. Over a generation, we'll see the negative effects of social media, and then we build new social medias, and we just keep improving stuff, and then we learn the failure from the failures of the past. Because humans seem to be really adaptive. On the flip side, we can get it wrong in a way where, like, literally we create weapons of war or increase hate past a certain threshold. We really do a lot of damage.
I mean, I think we're optimized to notice the negative things, but I would actually say, one of the things that I think people aren't noticing is, like, if you look at Silicon Valley and you look at, like, whatever the technocracy, like what's been happening there, like, it's like when Silicon Valley started, it was all just like Facebook and all this like for-profit crap that like really wasn't particular. I guess it was useful, but it's sort of just like whatever. But like now you see like lab-grown meat, like compostable, or like biodegradable, single-use cutlery, or like like meditation apps. I think we are actually evolving and changing, and technology is changing. I think maybe there isn't quite enough education about this, and also I don't know if there's like quite enough incentive for it, because I think the way capitalism works, what we define as profit, we're also working on an old model of what we define as profit. I really think if we changed the idea of profit to include social good, you can have like economic profit, social good also counting as profit, would incentivize things that are more useful and more whatever spiritual technology or like positive technology, or things that help reprogram the human computer in a good way, or things that help us intelligently design our new brains.
Yeah, there's no reason why within the framework of capitalism, the word profit or the idea of profit can't also incorporate, the well-being of a human being. So like long-term well-being, long-term happiness.
Or even, for example, we were talking about motherhood. Like, part of the reason I'm so late is because I had to get the baby to bed. And it's like, I keep thinking about motherhood, how under capitalism, it's like this extremely essential job that is very difficult, that is not compensated. And we sort of like value things by how much we compensate them. And so we really devalue motherhood in our society, and pretty much all societies. Like, capitalism does not recognize motherhood. It's just a job that you're supposed to do for free. And it's like, but I feel like producing great humans should be seen as as profit under capitalism. Like, that's like a huge social good. Like, every awesome human that gets made adds so much to the world. So like, if that was integrated into the profit structure, then and if we potentially found a way to compensate motherhood.
So come up with a compensation that's much broader than just money. Or
it could just be money. Like, what if you just made, I don't know, but I don't know how you'd pay for that. Like, I mean, that's where you start getting into
reallocation of resources that people get upset over.
But like, what if we made like a motherhood DAO?
Yeah.
And used it to fund like single mothers, like, pay for making babies.
So, I mean, if you create and put beautiful things out into the world, that could be companies, that could be bridges, that could be art, that could be a lot of things, and that could be children, which are,
or education, or
anything that should be valued by society. And that should be somehow incorporated into the framework of what, as a market, of what, like, if you contribute children to this world, that should be valued and respected and sort of celebrated, like, proportional to what it is, which is it's the thing that fuels human civilization.
Yeah, like,
it's kind of important.
I feel like everyone's always saying, I mean, I think we're in very different social spheres, but everyone's always saying, like, dismantle capitalism. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't think the government should own everything. Like, I don't think we should not have private ownership. Like, that's scary. Like, that starts getting into weird stuff. And just sort of like, I feel like there's almost no way to do that without a police state.
Yeah.
But obviously capitalism has some major flaws. And I think actually Mac showed me this idea called social capitalism, which is a form of capitalism that just like considers social good to be also profit. Like, it's like right now companies need to, like, you're supposed to grow every quarter or whatever to like show that you're functioning well. But it's like, okay, well, what if you kept the same amount of profit, you're still in the green, but then you have also all this social good? Like, do you really need all this extra economic growth, or could you add this social good and that counts? And, I don't know if I am not an economist. I have no idea how this could be achieved, but
I don't think economists know how anything could be achieved either, but they pretend. It's the thing. They construct a model and they go on TV shows and sound like an expert. That's the definition of an economist. How did becoming a mother, change you as a human being, would you say?
man, I think it kind of changed everything, and it's still changing me a lot. It's actually changing me more right now in this moment than it was before.
Like today? Like this?
Just like in the most recent months and stuff.
Can you elucidate that? How change, like when you wake up in the morning and you look at yourself, it's again, who are you? How have you become different, would you say?
I think it's just really reorienting my priorities. And at first I was really fighting against that because I somehow felt it was like a failure of feminism or something. Like I felt like it was like bad if like my kids started mattering more than my work. And then like more recently I started sort of analyzing that thought in myself and being like, that's also kind of a construct. It's like we've just devalued motherhood so much in our culture that like I feel guilty for caring about my kids more than I care about my work.
So feminism includes breaking out of whatever the construct is. So
Yeah,
it's continually breaking. It's like freedom, empower you to be free, and that means.
but it also, but like being a mother, like I'm so much more creative. Like I cannot believe the massive amount of brain growth that I.
Why do you think that is? Just because like the stakes are higher somehow?
I think it's like it's just so trippy watching
Yeah.
consciousness emerge. It's just like it's like going on a crazy journey or something. It's like the craziest science fiction novel you could ever read. It's just so crazy watching consciousness come into being, and then at the same time, like you're forced to value your time so much. Like when I have creative time now, it's so sacred. I need to like be really freaking on it. But the other thing is that I used to just be like a cynic, and I used to just want to, like, my last album was called Misanthropocene, and it was like this like it was like a study in villainy, like or like it was like, well, what if we have, instead of the old gods, we have like new gods, and it's like Misanthropocene is like misanthrope, like, and Anthropocene, which is like the like, and she's the goddess of climate change or whatever, and she's like destroying the world, and it was just like it was like dark, and it was like a study in villainy, and it was sort of just like I used to like have no problem just making cynical, angry, scary art. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but I think having kids just makes you such an optimist. It just inherently makes you want to be an optimist so bad that like I feel more responsibility to make more optimistic things. And I get a lot of shit for it because everyone's like, oh, you're so privileged. Stop talking about like pie in the sky, stupid concepts, and focused on like the now. But it's like, I think if we don't ideate about futures that could be good, we won't be able to get them. If everything is Blade Runner, then we're going to end up with Blade Runner. It's like, as we said earlier, life imitates art. Like life really does imitate art. And so we really need more protopian or utopian art. I think this is incredibly essential for the future of humanity. And I think the current discourse where that's seen as a thinking about protopia or utopia is seen as a dismissal of the problems that we currently have, I think that is an incorrect mindset. And like having kids just makes me want to imagine amazing futures that like maybe I won't be able to build, but they will be able to build if they want to.
Yeah, it does seem like ideation is a precursor to creation. So you have to imagine it in order to be able to build it. And there is a sad thing about human nature that they somehow a cynical view of the world is seen as a insightful view. You know, cynicism is often confused for insight, which is sad to see. And optimism is confused for naivete.
Yes, yes.
Like you don't,
Yes.
you're blinded by your maybe your privilege or whatever. You're blinded by something, but you're certainly blinded. That's sad. That's sad to see because it seems like the optimists are the ones that create our future. They're the ones that build. In order to build a crazy thing, you have to be optimistic. You have to be either stupid or excited or passionate or mad enough to actually believe that it can be built. And those are the people that built it.
My favorite quote of all time is from Star Wars Episode 8, which I know everyone hates. Do you like Star Wars Episode 8?
No, I probably would say probably hate it. Yeah. I don't have strong feelings about it. Let me backtrack. I don't have strong feelings about Star Wars.
I just want to
I'm a Tolkien person. I'm more into dragons and orcs and
Okay.
ogres and
Yeah, I mean, Tolkien forever. I really want to have one more son and call him. I thought Tau Techno Tolkien would be cool.
it's a lot of T's. I like it.
Yeah, and Tau is 6282 pi.
I hope you
Yeah.
have a wonderful
Talk to,
day.
yeah.
And then techno is obviously the best genre of music, but also like techno.
It just sounds really good. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. And then Techno
Thank you
Tolkien.
for being
Um,
Tau Techno
Tau
Tolkien. That's a good.
Tau
That's
who
Techno
you are.
Tolkien. But Star Wars Episode 8.
I hope
I know a lot of
nothing
people have issues
but
with
good
it. Personally,
things for you.
on the record, I think it's the
Come
best
with friends,
Star Wars
family, and
film.
family, period.
starting
I
trouble
wish you
today.
many
Yeah.
blessings.
So what?
But don't kill what you hate. Save what you love.
Don't kill what you hate.
Don't kill what you hate. Save what you love. And I think we're in a society right now.
Care.
We're in a diagnosis mode. We're just
If you ever need
diagnosing and
anything from
diagnosing
me,
and
come
diagnosing.
on.
And
Please know
we're
I
trying to
always
kill what
here
we hate,
to help you.
and we're not
Period.
trying to save what we love enough.
I hope
And
you
it's
have a really
there's this
wonderful
Buckminster
day.
Fuller quote,
Come on.
which I'm gonna butcher because I don't remember it correctly, but it's something along the lines of don't like try to destroy the old bad models, render them obsolete with better models.
Mhm.
You know, maybe we don't need to destroy the oil industry. Maybe we just create great new battery technology and sustainable transport, and just make it economically unreasonable to still continue to rely on fossil fuels.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like don't kill what you hate, say what you love. Like make new things and just render the old things unusable. You know, it's like if the college debt is so bad, like and universities are so expensive, like and this like I feel like education is becoming obsolete. You know, I feel like we could completely revolutionize education and we could make it free. And it's like you look at JSTOR and like you have to pay to get all the studies and everything. Like what if we created a DAO that like bought JSTOR, or we created a DAO that was funding studies and those studies were open source, like or free for everyone. And like what if we just open sourced education and decentralized education and made it free, and like all research was on the internet, and like all the outcomes of studies are on the internet, and you know, like, and no one has student debt, and you just take tests when you apply for a job, and if you're qualified, then you can work there. This is just like
No, this.
I don't know how anything works. I'm just randomly ranting, but
That's what it
I
sounds
like
like.
humility. You got to think from just basic first principles. Like what is the problem? What's broken? What are some ideas? That's it. And get excited about those ideas and share your excitement, and don't tear each other down. Like
it's just when you kill things, you often end up killing yourself. Like war is not a one-sided. Like you're not going to go in and just kill them. Like you're going to get stabbed. It's like, and I think when I talk about this nexus point of that we're in this point in society where we're switching to intelligent design, I think part of our switch to intelligent design is that we need to choose nonviolence, and we need to I think we can choose to start. I don't think we can eradicate violence from our species, because I think we need it a little bit, but I think we can choose to really reorient our primitive brains that are fighting over scarcity and that are so attack oriented and move into we can optimize for creativity and building.
Yeah, it's interesting to think how that happens. Some of it is just education. Some of it is living life and introspecting your own mind and trying to live up to the better angels of your nature for each one of us. All those kinds of things at scale. That's how we can sort of start to minimize the amount of destructive war in our world. And that's to me, probably you're the same. Technologies is a really promising way to do that. Like social media should be a really promising way to do that. It's a way to we connect. For the most part, I really enjoy social media. I just know all the negative stuff. I don't engage with any of the negative stuff. Just not even like by blocking or any of that kind of stuff, but just not letting it enter my mind. Like when somebody says something negative, I see it. I immediately think positive thoughts about them, and I just forget they exist.
Yeah.
After that, just move on, because like that negative energy affects this kind of vicious cycle. But you would think technology would assist us in this process of letting go, of not taking things personally, of not engaging in the negativity. But unfortunately, social media profits from the negativity. So the current models.
I mean, social media is like a gun. Like you should take a course before you use it. like it's like
So true.
This is what I mean. Like when I say reprogram the human computer, like in school, you should learn about how social media optimizes to raise your cortisol levels and make you angry and crazy and stressed. And like you should learn how to have hygiene about how you use social media. But so you can choose not to focus on the negative stuff. But I don't know. I'm not sure social media should. I guess it should exist. I'm not sure. I mean, we're in the messy. It's just the experimental phase. We're
It's the early
working
days.
it out.
I don't even know when you say social media. I don't know what that even means. We're in the very early days. I think social media is just basic human connection in the digital realm. That I think it should exist. But there's so many ways to do it in a bad way. There's so many ways to do it in a good way. There's all discussions of all the same human rights. We talk about freedom of speech. We talk about sort of violence in the space of digital media. We talk about hate speech. We talk about all these things that we had to figure out back in the day in the physical space. We're now figuring out in the digital space, and it's like baby stages.
When the printing press came out, it was like pure chaos for a minute. It's like when you inject, when there's a massive information injection into the general population, there's just going to be I feel like the printing press. I don't have the years, but it was like printing press came out, shit got really fucking bad for a minute, but then we got the Enlightenment, and so it's like I think this is like the second coming of the printing press. We're probably gonna have some shitty times for a minute, and then we're gonna have recalibrate to have a better understanding of how we consume media and how we deliver media.
Speaking of programming the human computer, you mentioned Baby X. So there's this young consciousness coming to be. Came from a cell. That whole thing doesn't even make sense. It came from DNA.
Yeah.
And then there's this baby computer that just like grows and grows and grows and grows. And now there's a conscious being with extremely impressive cognitive capabilities.
Have you met him?
Yes, yeah. He's really smart.
He's really smart. Yeah.
He's weird.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
He does.
I haven't.
I don't know a lot of other babies, but he seems
Exactly.
really
I don't
smart.
hang out with babies often, but this baby was very impressive.
He does a lot of pranks and stuff.
Oh, so he's like
he'll give you treatment, take it away, and laugh, or like stuff like that.
So he's like a chess player. So here's a cognitive. So there's a computer being programmed. He's taking in the environment, interacting with a specific set of humans. How would you? First of all, what is it? Let me ask. I want to ask, how do you program this computer? And also, how do you make sense of that there's a conscious being right there that wasn't there before?
It's giving me a lot of crisis thoughts. I'm thinking really hard. I think that's part of the reason it's like I'm struggling to focus on art and stuff right now, because Baby X is becoming conscious, and like it's just reorienting my brain. Like my brain is suddenly totally shifting. It's like,
This
oh
bitch is
shit,
so
like the way we
annoying.
raise children, like I hate all the baby books and everything. I hate them. Like the art is so bad, and like all this stuff, everything about
There he
all the
is.
aesthetics. And,
Happy
like,
birthday,
I'm like,
big dog.
like this is so.
How are you?
The programming languages we're using to program these baby computers isn't good for us.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I'm
like,
so sorry.
And I not that I
I'm
have
so
like, good
sorry.
answers or know what to do.
You know, No, I
I'm just
fucked
thinking
up.
really
I
hard
fucked
about
up.
it.
I
We
fucked up
recently watched
majorly.
Totoro with him, Studio Ghibli.
Yeah.
No,
and
I was all ready for it
it's
at
just, like,
midnight
a
and
fantastic
everything, and
film.
then fuck.
and he,
Okay.
like, responded to. I don't know, I'm not supposed to show baby screens too much, but like I think it's the most sort of like. I feel like it's the highest art baby content. Like
Oh,
it's,
no,
it really speaks. There's almost no
Yeah.
talking in it. It's
Oh,
really
okay.
simple.
So
all
I had
the dialogue is super
I had a
simple.
friend of mine.
You know,
who was,
and it's like a 1 to 3 year old can like really connect with it. Like it feels like it's almost aimed at like a 1 to 3 year old. But it's like great art, and it's so imaginative, and it's so beautiful. And like the first time I showed it to him, he was just like so invested in it, unlike anything else I'd ever. Shown him. Like,
just
he was
one
like crying when they cried, laughing
Just
when
one
they
moment.
laughed, like having this roller coaster of like
This bitch
emotions.
is so
like,
annoying.
and he learned.
I had a friend of mine growing up. His birthday was December 30th, and I just kind of connected those. I should have gotten it that it is 31st. And then the other thing is, it's just subconsciously like I know it's right before the change in the year, and so I just brought it back when. Well, okay, so happy 364th day of being 38. Yeah, exactly. How you doing? That's right.
I joined you in our very last super cool perfect year, 39 until 60.
There you go. I'm a year older than you. I've gotten used to saying when people ask me 38, and then I have now moved to 39, and then it's a countdown to 40, which I'm not too thrilled about, but it happens.
That's the thing.
Exactly. Like 29 to 30 was like not that big a deal. 39 to 40, that one's a big deal. And I don't know, I feel after that 49 to 50 and 59 to 60, whatever. But there's a reason why, like, all of the people on TV always say that they're celebrating their 39th birthday when they're like 50 years old, 70 years old, whatever. All right, well, I fucked up. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. What's new in your neck of the woods?
I've just been hanging out with some trolls and, getting some stuff done in the house and doing some things. And I'm cleaning up this room because I got something I need to give somebody and I can't find it. So it's like, I know it's in here. So, nothing really new, you know what I mean?
Did you ever get
What about you?
all kinds of stuff? Did you ever get your hanging table back? What do you call it?
Yeah, dude, I hang on all the time.
Very cool.
Have the inversion table?
Inversion, thank you.
That thing's a lifesaver.
Okay, so
I also remember now sometimes because I have like a bad back and they're telling me that I have this thing, so I'm like, well, if I'm stretching myself, I'm like, is the only thing that gives me relief also not good because I'm stretching too much, or what are you telling me? So kind of in the middle of figuring it out, but basically, if I hurt myself in the process of removing pain, I don't even care anymore. I just would rather have moments of no pain before it's all over.
oh yeah, definitely. Just
Try
one
to medical science and move forward, and then they'll inject me with the cure. Go for it. So,
exactly. Just one moment. One of my devices crashed, and I just gotta restart it. Okay, I got all kinds of news. Not really, but kind of. I got shit to entertain you with, but just give me 2 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom.
absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Um.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what's new? I have been live in Aiden Ross's um Discord for like 6 months or something, and I never talked to anyone in there. I don't know if I ever had maybe once or twice spoken to someone in there, but definitely never anything at length. And last night I looked at my phone and it was just like message after message after message after message from people in there who are like, "Come talk to us. You're such a douche," and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, wonder what's going on. And the guy who really one of the guys who like changed their profile picture to me in there, his name is Biggest Loser on the Internet. And I'm like, okay, all right, you're at least you got a title. And
Yeah.
so and I noticed that this guy would always be in there when I'm just in there, but like nobody else is in there. And so there are a few people in there, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, no way, you speak. I'm like, yeah, I speak. What's going on? How can I help you? I see that you guys are, um, you message me or whatever. How can I help you? They're like, all right, we're gonna give you the opportunity. Just tell us about yourself. Tell us about what you do. And I spoke to them for like an hour, at least. Well, maybe like it was. It felt like an hour, and just winning them over. And basically, by the end of it, these were guys who I had sent like friend requests to like 6 months ago. They never, you know, responded or anything. And then immediately they just like, after they get a chance to talk with me, they accept my friend request. Um, and it was something that I felt was just like, all right, I'm basically like this enigma, like this mystery to these people. But once I open up and talk to them, then I can break through. But it takes me a while because I don't want to get in trouble for self promotion. But basically, like if I've been in there for 6 months, I know that all the moderators know who I am. And if anybody wants to kick me out, then I probably can get back in. But it's only until you've built this trust with them that you're able to do that. So then I noticed that like throughout the day, they had a lot more people in there, and those guys are like defending me now, which is exactly according to my plan. That's exactly what I want. And so I've got Biggest Loser on the Internet defending me. Okay, so then we've got this Wall Street Bets Discord, which these guys are just absolutely toxic. But it's like I just gotta win them over. And so I noticed like when I first got in there, I would just take shit all the time. They would just kick me out. Uh, they were just kind of bullies. And now I've gained some friends in there. And so when people, like before, they would make fun of me and everybody would just dogpile me. But now they're like, don't make fun of Rabbi. Like what's your problem? Like, what? And then people are like, what? We don't do that anymore? They're like, no, he's cool. Shut the fuck up. And I just find that to be incredibly heartwarming. I created a GIF, which I don't normally create GIFs, but it works in. I'll send it to you. It's my own little creation. It isn't super good. I mean, and that's what I love about it. That is, um, it isn't perfect, but let's see if it works. Okay, so if I send it to you, this file exceeds the size limit. Okay, well, fuck that, man. I'll just show it to you.
We should have like, yeah, we can show it. I'll create like a Google Drive or something that we can share things with. That way we don't have to send it through anywhere else. Just send it to like a shared file.
Dude, I want to send it through there though.
Yeah.
I don't want super. I mean, you can send me if you have something super big that you have to send me. You can email it to me. What I'm saying is, I don't want another thing I have to check. Okay. Welcome. How are you, Damrot 100? We've been talking about you. We're like, when is Damrot 100 gonna come? Didn't want to talk to you anyway. Anyway, so what is it? Well, It's like this GIF that like just like fades into just 3 different pictures. But I get my huge message in there, which is the only thing about which I think is important. So, what up, Damrod? How you living?
What are you doing?
How old are you?
That's what rabbis are.
You guys know Hebrew?
Yes.
How old are you?
How old are you?
Um,
Okay, you got to be 18 to be in here.
Sorry.
wait.
No. That's not how it works.
By the way, the pronunciation just
Dog. You got to be
My son knew it.
you got to be 18 to be in here. And if yeah, you got it. So the what is I don't even know what this thing even says. Let me go to the message. It says at first okay, so okay, there we go. It says it says at first people make fun of me in here, but they're starting to see that I'm a relatively intelligent individual. I have more data on the internet archive than any person ever. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist. You can literally watch my life going back to the pandemic, every single moment of every single day from 360 degrees on multiple streams. People will continue to learn about me in here, and eventually I will gain more support and a following as I have in other servers. Someone in here will eventually post about what I do on Reddit. That is going to gain momentum, real life Truman Show, and I will be able to monetize the data more than any person ever. I will then ensure that everyone within the server is rewarded handsomely, so that all of your money worries go away permanently. You will be able to start charities, help your friends, and help your families, all because I have created the world's largest timeline and time capsule. It will be studied at length by generations to come. It's just a matter of time until the community understands the power of data. So there's just like long wall of text, and then it it fades into another message. It says, "Dear EOG to Wall Street Bets member, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, please know that we love you and want only good things to happen to you. We hope for massive success, sending positive vibes to the community." And then it's that logo of OG Wall Street Bets or whatever Wall Street Bets guy.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. And so I got this thing to actually like work in an animated way in the Discord, and just yes, comma, but you have to be 18 years old to message me or be in my server. Period. I wish you the best. Period. Yeah, I mean it was just that random person. Anyway, so these guys are starting to be more positive towards me, um, which I think is always a good thing. And I'm no longer like
This is what's going on. I think that you're almost too good to be true. People's first idea, so what's up with this guy, like, but then you are normal, and that's almost weirder, maybe for some people, like, oh, you can't really be normal, so now I must have missed something. Like, you're almost too good to be true. So I think that it's like, for some groups it might be a while, but once the ball rolls, it's gonna it goes up fast. Like all of a sudden, all these troll servers love the rabbi, or if the ones who don't love the rabbi, they got nothing to say. They don't hate the rabbi.
right,
Like that's trolls.
right.
That's trolls. So
Not
like,
even normal
in the
people.
financial industry or anything, like what is this guy doing? Is this guy trying to? Who knows what we do here? Blah blah blah. He's trying to infiltrate us for something. Just because to gain, piggyback a little bit about popularity. popularity or something, and then it's like, no, I'm just trying to meet people. And it's like, that can't be true. That's too good to be true. Just like honestly doing what you're doing.
Right.
Like these meeting people, talking to people, that he does that. So,
Which is strange to me.
Not believable yet.
Yeah.
Not believable yet.
It's a fucked up world where that's like the most normal thing that you can do. You just be nice to people and promote world peace. And you're seen as a lunatic. I mean, like, the fact that I don't like shit on people, or the fact that I don't just like, at least in Discord, overtly spam. Like, I'm relatively normal. I'm on camera. Like, people are just shocked at that. They're like, they consider that like doxing yourself. It's like, okay, I guess, like, you can see who I am, but they're shocked by it. They're just like, because it's just not normally done. And I think that it, to me, shows a really dark world of people. I know that people do all kinds of bad stuff on the internet, and that's why they like their anonymity. But there's a saying that what happens in the darkness will be brought to light. And I think all these people have to understand someday that, like, maybe it's some type of digital archaeologist, but everybody's going to be connected to their data. And just like I just said it before, like, we look at Pompeii and see like their art, and we see their artifacts, and we connect that with the families that are there. The same thing's going to happen when perhaps 100 or 1,000 years from now, when people look at the very beginning of the internet. And maybe not everybody will have access to it, but there will be a contingent that wanted to know exactly what everybody was doing on the internet at a given time. And we'll, many people probably be long gone by then, so they won't be able to fight it. But I don't know. I learned about this early on in the internet, pretty early, like probably around the financial crisis of 2008, when I started learning how like the NSA worked, and I knew all about Snowden stuff way before Snowden came out with it. And I knew that there were these like giant data centers in the desert, and that that they were just storing all this information. And then there's a very interesting thing about the iPhone. Like, people think, well, I can even remember this ad campaign that Apple did, that it was the app, it was just iPhone, and it just was like secure, or like security, or something like that. And it's really not. I mean, you may think that it is, but there's something called there's a packet that is sent like every second from your phone. Basically, when your phone's doing like your upload and downloading, you can there's a way to see where all the information is being sent, but there's one packet on every phone that you're not allowed to see what it is. And I've been told that that's basically the NSA just like bugging everybody's phone, and that's how they get all that data on you. And that's how I've heard that your camera is always on even when you don't think it's on.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That's what I imagine. I live my life imagining that if anyone, like the government can be watching me, and if someone's knowing that, all I gotta do is figure out how to get that feed.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how I, so when people start talking about, like, oh, doxing, I'm just like, do you realize that the government reported on like 3 major security breaches that told us that all of our information has been leaked? And those are only the ones this year that they told us about. That the major corporations will be paid to cover up. If you don't think your information is already 100% out there, then you're living in a fantasy world.
100%. And I can remember Mark Zuckerberg. They said this was photoshopped, but they say something's photoshopped if they get caught doing it. And but basically, like, he was at some meeting, and people noticed that he had black tape over his camera. And like, whenever you talk about anything like this, they call you some kind of theorist. But it's like, no, dog. I mean, there are people there who witnessed this and talked about it, like, and it just never made the mainstream. But I find it so interesting how they can call you some kind of theorist, and it's like, these things get proven true. Like, I can tell you, like, if you talk about UFOs now, you're not seen as such a theorist anymore, but because it's like become more mainstream. But like 5 years ago, that was the apex theory out there. Oh, yeah, I bet you believe in UFOs. And it's like, what has changed? And it's basically this demeaning process that people use. And so I want to come up with my own term for it. I mean, I called it pirate logic in the past, but it's almost like you're a corporate bootlicker if you use that term, because it's like you're just parroting. There he is. You're just parroting what you see in the media. Riser sent me a thing. It was very cool. It was on the history of Visa. So I knew.
Riser, I see you. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I saw that you were here and that you joined, so I was like, oh, no, I have to join. Thanks a lot, guys.
Fuck
You
it.
know, I am a trendsetter.
He most certainly is.
Rabbi, I want my refund, by the way.
On your Bank America card.
No, I bought a narcissism detector the other day, and you broke it.
I figured. I absolutely figured.
My money back.
Well, didn't you see the warning on the back? Do not use around the rabbi.
Yeah, but I ignored that.
Okay, well,
There's like several warning signs. That was like, if Rabbi Rothschild is near, you're not gonna get a good reading.
definitely.
I didn't think it was gonna break the fucking thing.
Absolutely. It's like a Geiger counter that they send into space with the Van Allen radiation belt. It just explodes once it gets there. So I appreciate that. I want you to know that my narcissism, I think, is at an all-time high. And I think you even made it grow simply from the fact that you made that comment. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
It'll probably keep growing into the future if I had to guess its trajectory.
I agree. I would hope so. I was saying Riser.
I mean,
This is Caravaggio's Narcissus. It's a 16th century Renaissance painting. This is basically the Renaissance painting of the Narcissus. That film of it is on the front sheet. I actually, I used to look like this, and I had to, you got the best business class because I did this pose. We reenacted this, so I've ever seen those people who do like the Oakley stay, with Candy Bear with Mandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did that for this. We filmed me for like 30 seconds or 60 seconds. I had to hold this pose, and so that when I had that on the top of my head, it was hilariously exactly like this guy. Nobody shows up and films. We're just like, fuck, we have to assign me, I have to do this fucking thing. It's Narcissus. I have to find a guy who looks like this. What am I supposed to do? He showed me a picture, and all of our jaws dropped because I didn't get the back then. It was like that. It was like, oh shit, it's like I have to look that.
All right. So what do I Google to find this?
I just sent it to you.
Oh, okay. In YouTube or in Discord?
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent it to you and the response. Send this you text me.
Yeah. No, I see. I see. Did you send it to Riser?
Yeah, I sent
Yeah,
it.
did
Okay.
you wear like the silk, fluffy,
Yeah, like we cut up sheets. We cut up like a sheet like a pillow or something like that. We did our best to make it look exactly good job. Yeah, it was. We chopped a bunch of stuff together. I had a bunch of guys made up, and we had the light shining from one way, and I still had to make shadows in my face. So I was like, hey, just give me some makeup. I had makeup on my face so that it would look like a shadow on my face and that. Right? And I just started, maybe like we put like down like black tarp. There's like a black trash can. That way when we put water on it, it would cool it reflect. Yeah, I guess he came back the next day. He was like, thank you, because everyone in class was like, where the fuck did you find that actor? home and he sleep on the couch for a few months. He's like, I left out. Like I was just not already at my house.
Very cool.
Nice. I was gonna say like how you get the reflection, but in the photo it looks like the reflection is coming. It looks like really dark. It looks like pitch black. So having a dark thing there. Right.
We had used a lab that underwater, so it took a little while to get it, and then I had a woman absolutely still in that position. It's not like with the news I'm doing, like it's really been funny. So, but talking about narcissism, sorry, that's what brought me to this, because narcissism, Dr. Disease, narcissism, opposed as narcissism. So, that's fine.
All right. Speaking of narcissism, are you ready to get your ass kicked in mini golf, Caspian Sea, and or riser?
Talk to me like that one more time, and it's all good shots.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
Oh gosh, you're watching a Grimes interview on Lex Friedman.
Dude, she sucks.
Is that?
Well, no, you might like her.
Really?
I just find her to be
I
annoying. She was 8 hours late to the interview, and she talks about all kinds of different things. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this. I think that I have a lot in common with her, that we think that we're moving into a breakaway civilization and all that other stuff, but she's just annoying to me. Frankly, I don't know why she's so popular, is the thing. She's a college dropout who basically got to fuck Elon Musk, and
That's it.
yeah,
That's the
that's
answer
it.
right
Like,
there.
yeah, and now we have to like her music and shit. I don't really get that. Caspian Sea, check your app,
I don't understand.
Play-Doh.
I'm looking at it. I don't see a number yet.
Oh, that's because
Oh, there it is.
excellent.
Yeah, honestly, I don't have any fucking clue what purpose she serves on that show.
Well, I don't know. I guess this is
makes Lex make more money.
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. I forgot the real point. It's not really about the conversation. It's how much money.
Yeah, here's what fucking annoys me about her. Everybody's so obsessed with this kid X. They named this kid this really fucking weird name, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's so funny." He's a fucking baby. He's not like Johnny Carson. Anyway, it's just frankly, if there's a way to be, there's a way. Oh, stop!
What was that?
Terrible.
Way too many beans. Caspian is.
I was distracted.
There.
Anyway, there are so many.
Go.
There are so many beautiful women in the world. I don't know why Elon Musk chose to reproduce with this one.
I mean, she sounds pretty autistic if you listen to her. I mean, Elon is not like in a relationship with her, I don't think, right?
They were partners for 3 years.
They're,
Right. I don't know. It's just one of these things that it's like, oh, if you fuck a famous person, now you're famous. I kind of got the same from Amber Heard, who also fucked Elon Musk, and it's just like, I don't.
She was the worst. Amber Heard fucked Elon Musk.
Dude, they dated for a long time.
That's insane. And then she went to Johnny Depp.
Exactly.
Wrong fucking galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, I think Amber Heard is hot, but I don't know. It's just, oh, what a shot!
Wow, that's a beautiful shot.
Thank you very much. That is better than I could have ever expected, honestly.
I like the part where you tried to water gun eyeball.
Well, no, but I need to, but I do not.
Oh, look at that.
What a great water bomb! That really fucked me.
I knew that he was going to come back because I was going to fly right past you. I knew that much, but I did not expect to go into
Hit me. Fuck you both. This is not how I wanted to start.
No, but you have to talk shit.
I'm talking shit about Grimes. Well, I did talk shit about you guys. Yeah, well, here's another thing that I don't like about her. Why does she get to go by Grimes? Like, why does she get that name? That's not her name. That's not her legal name. And then she wants to take the letter C? Like, what is up with these fucking people? I don't know.
What do you mean she wants to take the letter C?
She has, like,
Does it get more perfect than that? Does.
she has, they said, like, well, you go by Grimes, but you really associate with the letter C because it's like the constant of the speed of light. And it's also like, it means yes in Spanish and all this other just hokey dokey bullshit. I just don't understand that. Just because I want to go by the letter, I don't know, A, Alpha, or whatever, I mean, doesn't mean that like everybody's got to just absolute dog shit fucking play out of Rabbi.
Gang 0 points on the ground. Watch him sink it. Sink it.
Dude, I was playing with it for a second.
Got a chance.
Do you think Doja Cat is Doja Cat's real name?
No. I understand if they're going by an artist like that, but then
That's a
pick
Christian name.
pick a lane. Like, okay, then you're going by Grimes. But you can't also go by C. It's like she knows that her son gets to go by X, so then she wants to go by her own fucking name. I know that Elon Musk, somebody had E at, or they were just on Twitter, they were the letter E. And when Elon Musk took over, he took that account and just said that the person who had it could not take it, could not use it anymore. And they tried to fight it, but there's nothing you could do because he owns the platform. And I get it, why people want to associate with these things. But, oh, what a good shot. In my opinion, though, it's just hipster bullshit. All right, here we go. Here's a great shot. Psych. Not. All right. Caspian Sea has an excellent opportunity.
One of you guys is going to miss this next one, I think.
Truthfully, I don't.
Maybe Rabbi, maybe you'll get the first ever 0 in this game. You got a first 0.
Yes, I'm glad. I'm actually very glad. I didn't know that I had to fucking get a goose egg this whole round.
I've never seen a big goose egg OB before.
I've never fucking seen any of those things.
Have I doubt it, but have you any of you guys ever played just against random people on here?
No, actually.
I have.
Do you find that they quit very early on?
Really?
Yeah, it's
No, they report me for like messing up their shots. And they're like literally ganging up on me, like report it.
really.
Not playing the right way. I'm like, yeah.
That's hilarious.
I was worried there. Like, I was worried I was gonna get banned for not playing the right way.
Oh, I'm playing like dog shit. Here's something that I don't like about Grimes. She's a musical artist. I don't know a single one of her songs. Not one.
It's alright. You should watch it.
Oh, you really.
Can you guys name a Grimes song?
Not even one.
Exactly. So why is she at all famous? It's because of who she fucked. And I just kind of think that that's just kind of bullshit. That if you're an artist, you should be famous because of the art that you produce, not because of what your legs can do. Now, I know there are people out there who probably think she's extremely talented. I think she's... Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, what?
Unbelievable.
Can I cut it any closer? Oh man, Caspian's gonna steal the cake.
I blame all of this on that original water bump on the first hole.
That was the best fucking water bump I've ever done.
No.
All right, this would be an amazing shot.
That was close.
I have 2 more shots. If I don't do something stupid here, I might have a chance.
You don't have a chance. I'm gonna score, and you're gonna be fucked. You have to make it, basically.
Oh, right. So I have to make it. Get in. Oh my lord. Miss, so I can get a point.
There we go. I'm going for the tie for Riser.
Wow, Caspian mathematically.
This is a very difficult hole, especially with a lot of people. Are you fucking serious? That's the fucking key?
Again, he gets like on the edge of.
But we all know it's
Oh, what?
What?
That was the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen.
There.
There has never been more justice ever than that just happened.
Wait,
Did you see that?
it went.
The ball disappeared before.
Yeah, usually the ball doesn't continue to move. That was incredible.
No, it doesn't let you shoot unless the other person's ball is like not. What the?
Right, but you had hit your ball,
That does not happen.
and his went in the black shit while your ball was moving. I've never seen that.
Exactly.
What in the fuck are you two doing?
It works. It works.
Yeah. Caspian just.
This is horse shit.
acting as usual.
This is absolute horse shit. But this is not an easy shot. There's actually a way that you can do it, and it's not that. Oh, but he fucking gets fortunate as fuck. He gets fortunate as fuck. Hit his ball, Riser. Hit his ball.
Okay, there we go.
Are you fucking serious?
Not even time for last.
That's all right. This was a practice round. I had my mind on Grimes.
Oh,
There he is.
Down,
There he is.
down the left.
Well, now we know I'm not coming in last anymore.
I tried to come in come the Discord 4 times today and right by sleeping, and now I come in real late.
Yeah, welcome, dog. I was up playing. I played you 5 games in this. I played you 10 games in Uno. Then, like 6 hours went by. We played again. Did you see the invitation that I sent you, Zoot?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, very cool.
Going just at the right time because our game just ended.
That's correct. He planned it.
Oh, where's the invitation?
It was taken, so I'll send it again now. 4 people, 5 holes. It's on like Donkey Kong.
They have dinner and something.
Dog, you're gonna have to delay that dinner for hours. Riser gets to go
yeah,
first.
I get go first.
What is this bullshit?
On this hole.
It's
Which
a
means I get to knock out the trees.
home
And
field
get
advantage.
my first. Yeah.
Get in the
There
water.
we go.
Oh, that was a shit shot, Rabbi.
That wasn't my shot, dude.
Riser, that was a terrible shot.
I don't. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst. I don't think I've ever been to Disneyland.
Hit the tree and then hit his ball. Dude,
Oh, no,
Caspian
that was
Sea.
the perfect shot. That was the perfect shot.
Dude,
Uh,
water bump him.
Caspian, you're not gonna right?
Water bump him.
Don't water bump me.
What the fuck? Why wouldn't you water bump him? Oh, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
What's the point of the water bump? Rabbi, you can get it in the shot.
Oh,
I know.
Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
ready for the brightest part of the thing.
I think we've already seen him. It was basically Riser's shot off of Caspian Sea's ball.
What do you think of my shot?
It sucked dick.
oh. Off the sheet. You can make it.
That bottom sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, the first. If you go first on that hole, you have a big advantage because you get like the tree bump.
Second's good too because you can use that.
No, didn't you use the last tree? Yeah, you took the last tree.
I took the last tree, yeah, but I also have you. So.
Zoot going cray cray.
Looks like it's gonna go a little left.
That's the greatest shot ever.
I don't think anybody agrees with that.
You guys don't. So you don't realize like the best shot ever been on. You're gonna see go on the next shot.
We're excited to see, Doug.
You're gonna be like, holy shit, that was the most genius shot I've ever seen.
That
Oh.
sucked.
Nice little
Are you ready?
there. That would have been cool.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Oh, wow. I am enlightened.
No, it's the next shot that you're gonna see the most genius from your team.
Okay. Go in the water.
Get in the hole. Go. Okay.
How the fuck didn't you go in the water? Oh, Riser's got a very difficult shot. But
No,
Caspian Sea is gonna fucking make it.
Just don't go in the water, please.
You just have to basically make it past those arrows. I know we all try to play the arrows. Wow.
I have the best shot in the video.
Oh no, not again.
So all I gotta do is this.
There we
Oh,
go.
come on.
That was good. That was
No. I can't I literally cannot make the shot.
Rabbi and four.
good.
You can make that.
No, because it just shoots my ball into the ocean.
The beach fucks him up.
What? Rabbi's in the way.
No, Caspian Sea's in the lead.
Oh, by the way, I know how to do this. I know how to do the most easy. Like, you're gonna be like, oh, that was the most genius you've ever seen.
I'm looking forward to it.
I am as well.
Is it like a grime song?
Hey, Zoot, name a grime song.
Shut up.
Zoot, name a grime song. Zoot, name a grime song. What's your... Thank you. Are you fucking serious?
I can't think of named after a son.
Yeah, of course. Don't get me started on that bullshit. That's what I'm saying. She's like the most famous fucking artist who no one can name their song. Like a single one.
Oh, nice touch. They were nice.
Thank you very much.
Are you fucking serious?
Why don't you just get us both in that guy?
Dog. You fucked me.
If you don't roll it like fast enough on the thing, it'll just like hit the edge and bounce over.
Ooh, that was the coolest. That was the coolest.
Yes.
Oh, that was not a bad way to do it, actually.
It fucks over Caspian to some extent. You probably fuck us
To some extent.
to some extent.
I got it.
Get in there. Yep.
That's
Riser.
So I'm only going to gain like a point. Amazing shot.
You're gonna get 3 points. It just depends
That
on.
was a good one. That was a good shot.
Remember that time Zoot went?
See, this
Welcome, guys.
all these people, and like, yo, what's up, Rabbi?
Yo, we are playing
What's up?
mini golf. How are you?
Shit, what you been up to?
Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Nah. Jack Sherman's got in a car accident.
Are you okay? Oh, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, it was the worst shot ever.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you almost.
So, oh shit. So this is the Rabbi got it. Live stream yourself 24/7.
We're dog. How are you?
Alright, you got. I'm pretty good. I'm interested. Why do you live stream yourself?
I don't want war anymore, so I live stream my life for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I've created the world's largest data archive in global history. So you can literally watch my life every single day of every single moment for the past 3 years. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people in the future. It's like a real life Truman Show, if you're familiar with that movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie, but also that just prompts another question. If there's a world peace, why don't you go like on peace tours around these war-ridden nations? Why not go to Syria? Why not go to Ukraine?
Okay, dude, when you gonna donate to that little project, my friend? It's about money. I don't have the ability to do that.
It's always about money.
Yeah, I mean, you're not teaching us anything. That's very expensive.
I just want to see you go to different places, man.
Okay, well, you can go on my Instagram and see me travel if you'd like.
Nah, I just want to see the live streams, little bro.
Okay, cool, dude.
Wait, you have an Instagram where you fucking post your traveling shit?
Yeah.
Shit, you want to send me that?
I don't know under which account it is. I have over 200 accounts. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild in Instagram and just start scrolling through my shit, and you'll see. I've streamed as far north of Santa Barbara, as far south of San Diego. I've streamed at the ocean. I've streamed in the mountains and the desert.
California guy.
We're done.
So you went to the Great Lakes?
No.
Man, you're missing out.
Okay.
Oh, what's the beautiful part of Cali?
Pardon me?
What's the beautiful part of Cali?
The entire state's beautiful. It depends what you like. If you like the mountains, then Northern California is beautiful. Some aspects of Southern California. If you like the desert, doesn't get much hotter than Death Valley. If you like the ocean, there's 1,000 miles of coastline to enjoy. If you like the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, that's very cool. If you like suburbia, Orange County's wonderful. If you like
Fuck this whole.
just nice weather in general. This whole sucks.
Okay, that's insightful.
So yes, I stream my life 24/7, 365. You can watch me on right now 11 different live streams on YouTube, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And to your point, why don't you just go to these war-torn regions? I have plans to do that perhaps in the future once I go viral, but until then, it's a very expensive endeavor.
Well, Mr. Rabbi, there was someone that's right on your notoriety. I can't say the word, but you ever heard about Christian Winston Chandler?
Yeah, somebody told me about. Yeah, somebody told me about that person. Here's the thing: they're doing it from one stream. I do it from.
There's like all these documentaries on this guy. He's the most well documented person on the internet.
That's incorrect, but that's okay. If he's got documentaries, that's cool. He's not live on 11 different YouTubes at once.
Caspian say that was the.
Yeah, Chris Mary, good man.
So how are you guys today? What's new in your neck of the woods? You said that you had almost gotten into a car accident. I'm glad that you didn't. What happened? Okay. Well,
If you know what East Cleveland is, dude, it's a fucking shithole, bro.
is that near?
Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why this car was speeding towards me with his lights off in the wrong lane? That fucking dude. After that, he almost hit me, and I just sat up and I drove to my delivery stop and just had to stop for a good solid 10 minutes and take a break. There's just too much emotions with that. Like, that was too close for my liking. Like, there are like close car accidents where you accidentally might have turned into somebody or might have fucking rear-ended somebody. When this car was just fucking speeding right in front of me.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that you didn't get into an accident. I'm glad that you're okay.
It makes me wonder why the fuck they did that.
They were.
I don't know if they were running from the cops or anything, or like they were running from someone, but dude, it was stupidity. It was just pure stupidity of that other person.
Yeah, I mean, they probably didn't have their lights on because they have an older vehicle, and we're going in the wrong direction because they couldn't see where they were going, and almost killed you, which would have been very unfortunate.
Yeah, did I hit a ditch?
Yes.
Well, and you hit a ditch?
No. The ditch was in the middle of the road.
Oh wow! Like a median?
No, it was a big giant pothole. The pothole was like a foot deep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's East Cleveland. East Cleveland is a shit. The only thing that's there is abandoned houses, abandoned stores, and abandoned factories.
All right. Well, hopefully we can see some improvement in the area someday. Caspian C, the Riser, and you won. How the fuck did you guys let me win? That's hilarious. All right, here we go.
Make me start.
Knock out all the shit. Knock out all the shit for us.
Caspian's winning.
Caspian has 2 wins. I have 1. Riser has 1. Is that correct?
If you count the game that we played before, yeah. Tonight he has 2. Are you ready?
I mean, just what we've been playing with the 4 of us.
Wasn't that the first game?
Stop.
Rabbi, I'm gonna go left now.
You're welcome.
No way, Rabbi. When you got me,
I'm playing a game. I'm playing a game with these guys. Miniature golf.
Brandis shot you the other side.
Don't hit my ball, dude. Whatever you do.
I have the hardest shot.
Looks like we're all gonna.
Not even possible shot. Darling,
No. You have to make this shot to tie. No way, Zoot. There you go. That's got a chance.
Wow. Nice.
That's what I'm talking about. 3-3-3-3. Money, 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 money. Money, money.
okay. This one can be challenging. But on paper, it's really.
I'm not good at this hole. I don't know why I got to go first when Riser had to go first the last hole.
I think if it's tied, it just selects randomly a person to go.
Because you were the first one to go in there.
Oh. Zoot, let's see what you got, dude. Oh, Zoot already. Oh, no, that's Zoot. Okay.
Leo had the same shot. I think I have the advantage here.
That's the no. Caspian Sea has the best shot.
I think it's a disadvantage going last. Yeah, everyone else's ball.
Right. Oh,
thank you.
that helped him
You don't get free bumps.
amazingly.
Yeah.
Now I have a good path through the thing. Rabbi does not have a good path through the thing. The great Caspian. What an amazing.
Ooh. Caspian's gonna win.
No. No.
Dude, also has a great path, I think.
If you run in my way.
Get there. Get there.
Rabbi, that was a good try.
Thanks, big dog.
What? No.
What the fuck was that?
Why did you do that?
Slow me down a lot.
Zoot never gets any free hits. They're always making the hits. Zoot never gets a free hits. That wasn't the
I find it interesting that the four of us are relatively intelligent individuals. We're relatively connected to pop culture, and none of us can name a grime song. I think that's just
It's true.
having a famous pussy.
You name a grime show.
Oh, what the fuck?
I know she has a song about her kid with the weird name.
Exactly. That's the thing. When you're having when people know you for shit that isn't your art, it tells me that you're not that talented. No way.
Thank God, screen was that.
Zoot was going for an interesting shot.
No, you can go. You can get there. Oh, wow.
Just fucking me. What the absolute
Oh,
fuck?
that's oh, the score.
No, it will not. I can already sense that giant zero, the goose egg.
For my first loss of the night.
Dangerous. Right off of this fucking thing. Oh, what a shot.
Jack, that was
Oh no.
that was
Of course.
a really good shot.
Score two. I was caught yet again.
Are you fucking serious, Riser?
That was sick. That was a thumbs up.
No, that was not good. It was supposed to go in. Now I'm gonna tie fucking Rabbi. Had like
Welcome, Juwan.
box shots. Or no, you went before me, so I think I still. It may not matter. Oh
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
no.
That one night.
Way too hard, dude. Maybe not. Maybe not. That pink shit's difficult.
Oh.
I fucked up. Oh, okay, this is amazing.
Zoot, where is it? Zoot, use your spidey senses.
Use remote viewing to tell us. what-
Exactly.
Why would you not try and get more points?
Why not? Why would I want to?
Yeah, shut up.
Shoot at the one that is like furthest away from Rabbi, so you can't get.
Okay, I think I know where it is. It's either in the middle or the top left.
Oh, okay. So you have a 66% chance of being right.
Sometimes it's an accurate reading. Sometimes it's just like this cluster of trees in the middle or
I know.
top left.
No. It's in the middle. It's in the middle. Left middle.
Left middle.
Oh right, that's why they have all those trees guarding the one.
I get run by the game.
Zoo, like a bloodhound, picks up that is in the middle. Yeah.
Oh,
Again, Zoo. A phenomenal sense.
it's kind of obvious though. There was no shadow around any other weapon, so there was no shadow. Okay, why is there more about the game?
Caspian Sea almost took it away from me. You're going to hit the top.
Oh.
Rabbi and Riser have a perfect game going. I love this
Oh
hole.
no. Is this the fourth hole or fifth?
By the way, how can you guys not see the shadow in the front of the house?
Get up.
I'm not dwelling this shadow.
Riser's got a chance to beat me.
I don't know what lighting you guys are using for your phone, but there's obviously shadows around the trees.
Oh, I didn't have this shadow setting.
That's it.
Is there a shadow setting?
No.
I'm about to fall for it, guys. You guys.
Caspian Sea, don't block my ball. Oh, that's a beauty.
Oh, in the hole.
Zoot.
So I
Zoot.
can still tie it.
Zoot is so shitty at this hole. He always does that. I had a perfect game. This is my first perfect game with 4 people. And I still might not win.
Really?
Yeah, I've never had a perfect game with 4 people. And I still might not win. And I still might not win.
What? Come on.
Yes. Yes. I guess it's impossible to fully outright lose with a perfect game, but I might not outright win is what I meant to say. No way.
But I still got one more shot.
I can't believe Riser did not
Wow.
go in on that last hole. On that last shot. Finally.
I have a feeling I'm gonna win the game.
I leveled up though, so I'm at level 23.
I'm at 28.
What level are you, Ryan?
I don't know.
Base level of 70.
Is that true?
No, you're level 30.
Riser.
That's me.
I'm gonna take a.
It's pretty risky to try and get around the bubble. But if you do, you can get a big lead. But
Child.
No
oh
fucking
my
way.
Lord.
What was that?
That was amazing.
That
Is
was-
it as amazing as this shot?
Don't hit my ball. Oh man.
Oh no!
Ryder, what shot I ever seen?
That cost me the game.
Right, my best shot. What shot I ever seen?
No, it helps you. I don't think you can make the last.
No, he just helped him. Like, he gave him an easy shot.
Easy
That
shot.
was good. Yeah, that was a better shot than I had.
You knock his ball.
Oh, Rabbi, if your ball wasn't in the way, I wouldn't have gone in the water.
Dude, you fucked me.
No.
Rabbi, I need to get
I like how it treated you.
I'm not using that. I'm on my phone.
These are lies. I don't believe it.
I don't know. I'm looking at these angles. This man doesn't have the set of screens.
Oh, my. Oh, perfect.
That was fun.
Riser, why don't you get your fucking performance enhancement?
Rabbi, perfect shot.
Thank you.
Ryder, you're in.
Oh my Lord.
Alright. You can get this in 2 shots. Have fun stuff.
Did you just say have fun sucking dick?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, look at this shot. Hit his. There you go. Well, does that help him more than it helps me? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Hit my ball.
I won.
Hit my ball. Hit the thing. Now hit my ball. Now hit my ball. Are you fucking serious?
Oh wow, dude.
How the fuck did that happen? Hit my ball. Hit the thing. No, that's not it. All right, Caspian C's got a difficult shot. Amazing.
Oh. Gave it a Oh. Way too high.
I know. I don't know what I was thinking.
Dude, that tree saved it.
Yes, it did. Zoot for his first win on a hole.
Too high.
He's got it. Nope. Nope. Up.
But you're not at it.
Up. Nope. Yeah.
Distracting. You know how distracting it is when everyone's like, nope, 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 nope. I got it in 2 shots.
Yeah, you did. You did it.
You're tied for the lead. Too. Oh, here.
I hate this one. No, actually,
You don't. You can pull a rabbi and just not participate. Not anyone else. Anyone else.
Yeah, that's what he did last game.
Zoot's
Yeah,
up.
I think I could get a hole in one.
Go for it, big dog. Good shot.
I actually thought you almost did. You were good.
Anyone can get a hole in one here, actually.
Get in his way.
You bounce off right by the pool, you can get a hole. I don't know why the fuck you go that way.
Dude, he's gonna fuck me. He just fucked me. And he's got a clear shot to the hole.
Oh yeah. Caspian, you can bump the big ball onto the hole, and then they won't be able to score.
That's right.
Dude, this fucking ball.
Oh,
Caspian, see?
Down in the lake.
Caspian down bad.
Well, this is my game now. You see what's happening.
Zoot has the lead. And he, for once, doesn't fuck up this first shot.
You
Come
heard about
on,
that?
get in. Oh,
What?
It's not a great shot.
Dude, shut up. That's a good shot. Give it to me.
That was good.
No!
Good shot.
Wow.
That's a good shot.
No.
I actually figured out how to do this one. So you ready for the shot?
There it is.
Told you this is my
I want to go as early as possible.
Is that the key?
Yeah.
I don't think it matters.
Oh no, it
I
does.
think you're gonna hit right by the ball. You're gonna hit right by the ball.
It does. See, look.
What the fuck?
You can't argue with them.
What if we're driving it? Yeah, I don't know.
Me and Caspian are slowly coming back here.
Oh,
right.
right.
Game. Right there. It's not giving up this lead. Last hole. It's actually kind of close. This hole. Well, all right.
This one sucks. Fuck. Oh no, this was the worst shot.
No, it's not the worst. The worst is when it falls in by the water and that windmill and you don't have a good shot. That's the best shot.
Thank you, gentlemen.
That was a match. That was a hate. I hate folks more about it.
That's fucking good.
It's okay. I might be able to get up next.
This is horseshit. This is terrible. That was the Grimes of shots.
just obnoxiously bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other customer who's ever listened to the ones.
Is Elon Musk? I can just tell you right now, I already can't stand their kid.
Oh yes, yes. Oh, what a shot! Oh, I ruined your next shot. Dude, you're gonna have to hit a good one here. Possibly bailout, Caspian, and ball blocking.
This is terrible. Do it. Fire it.
Oh, Caspian, you can actually bank it like below my ball, maybe. And
No, no. Go through the sand. No. No. Go up.
Yeah,
Go up.
I don't know. I don't think there's
Up.
enough space.
If you go,
With
Yeah,
Gronk,
right. Yeah.
with Gronk's Narn's what McGroup or was that G known for like and under any of the name or she was Gronk?
no. The answer to all of that is no. And that's why I'm saying usually like single name people, there's like Madonna. She just went by Madonna. I guess her name's not Madonna. Okay. But usually they have like songs that people know. This bitch literally just spread her legs and everybody's got to be like, oh, not only do you have to know who I am, but you have to know who my stupid one-letter kid's name is. I've heard this thing that Elon Musk is, I forget what people called it, but it's something known as like, basically he takes X, or as he calls him Lil X or whatever, and puts him on his shoulders and then goes to like political events, and it's supposed to deflect any kind of negative press against him, because it's like, how are you going to hate somebody if they're, trying to look like a good father? But he's got like 11 kids and like 7 of them hate him.
One of them transgender. He just signed the transgender kid as well.
I mean, how do you hate him? He's a billionaire. Who needs parental love and have like dollars? You can pay for like the best dad in the world with that money.
Dude, you could pay every homeless person in the United States $1 million and still have money left over. We looked it up. That's true.
I don't know if that's true or not.
No, it is. We looked it up. Riser and I did. In order to give every homeless person in the United States $1 million, it's like $580 billion. So he basically could do that.
Did you say $580 million? That's like
Billion.
80 times bigger.
Billion with a B, dude.
How much people in America?
Well,
More than 580.
yeah, 580,000, but I think it's more than that. It's just not documented very well. Hit my ball.
Yeah, in Australia, there's probably about like 60,000 people.
What's the population of Australia?
24 million.
Oh, you guys are the size of Canada. Just
But there's only
red place.
There's only like 2,000 homeless people out there.
But the corner on the inside of the pink. Sorry.
Just got it in. I just got it in.
No. It's impossible for you to get it in.
severe shots.
I just do it like random, wherever it lands.
Apart from either block pressure shots. And now Rise the blocks my shot.
What the fuck was that?
Blocked it like Elon Musk kid blocks his testosterone.
Alright, good work. Grab one.
Wow, Zoot. I've never seen a ball just do that. Excellent shot.
I was sweating there a little bit. Caspian, you can make this somehow.
Don't hit my ball. Don't hit my ball.
Bump his ball. Around the world, Zoo.
Riser's got the lead.
Good work. I mean,
Wait, did anyone even acknowledge that I won last game and had like an amazing comeback?
Nice job.
I don't think anyone said, "Hey, nice game, good job, amazing win. I'm proud of you." Rabbi's the type of guy to like send people like a self-portrait for their birthday.
by the way, my birthday is 15th of January. My birthday is 15th of January, which is 2 weeks from now.
Actually, January is 2 days from now.
Oh, I'm gonna get like a cardboard cutout of.
Well, you're in Australia, so technically it's my birthday over here.
Wait, when is it? Is it today?
December 31st.
Wow, you're born at like the worst possible time in the year for like every single aspect.
No, it's good for
Were you held back
it's
in school?
it's good for taxes.
I didn't start.
That actually would also. You have Christmas, and then you have a birthday. Like, oh,
Are you fucking serious? This is horseshit.
Wait, so you never stayed back in school at all?
So for California, the way they did it was like they wouldn't let me start kindergarten until I was 6 years old. But then I skipped a couple grades or something. I turned 7 in kindergarten. Imagine that. But I graduated high school when I was 17, so I skipped some years.
Water. Get in the water.
Oh, no, someone's gonna water bump the shit over me.
Yeah, you know what's happening now. You dumb son. So bad about you.
Oh, no. You got lucky there.
what? When did they start school in America?
5 usually.
No, like what month?
Oh, like August or September, maybe. Kindergarten. They kind of ease kids
Okay,
in
we
school.
start in January.
That makes more sense. I don't know why I didn't follow the actual year.
You guys
Honestly.
But you start school in January and then you
go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water.
Yep. No summer vacation. You start school in January. That's like first day.
We start school late January. End of January we start school.
Get him, Riser.
That's great. Oh wait, no, but is that you guys have like summer in the winter, so maybe that makes sense.
Water.
It's like a real like the turtle hair type of hold, because if someone went the pink way, they probably would have went.
Right.
And
Wait,
instead of
Perfect.
we have
Cassidy got it in.
no, I'm thinking our biggest holiday
I watered on the first try.
our big holidays is 6 weeks, right? So the summer holiday is 6 weeks long, and then we have 2 week, and then we have 2 week holidays.
What is that?
Do you just have like the whole summer off, and like just no holidays, just the whole summer off?
Sometimes, depending on the way they do it, they might need to take a month off and go back to school. Then take a month off and go back to school. Like, they try to make it go year round. Yeah, it's really fucked up. It's stupid.
Do people like
What's up?
No way.
do people bully you for having a late birthday?
No, they just forget usually, which is fine. I mean, so I was also raised, which I never witnessed, so we didn't even have
Oh, sounds
Really? I'm just like,
I am not. That's why it's raised the way that,
wait, so you would just like knock on people's doors and sell them Bibles like the Book of Mormon?
there's not a real difference between Jehovah's Witness. I don't even like saying it, but honestly, it's a bad translation. It's not the real name, so it's like, I feel, anyway, Scientology, Mormon, and the JWs are all pretty much the same thing. It's an American, Christianized cult that is accepted. So, it all just, there's a lot of, I really don't like the American-made religions personally. I'm very much against that. I'll tell you what, I'm going to say out of the 4 biggest religions, the best one was Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate's better than the
Didn't all those people kill themselves?
as I said,
All right.
stand by it. I really don't like those 3 religions, but I did. I'll tell you one thing.
Oh, fuck.
I was when I was younger and stuff. I have to do like that burn and stuff.
Oh fuck.
So one day I was meeting with somebody, and I was knocking on doors of like this old man who was like the old lady's husband. I knocked on this door, and it's like, I don't know, it felt like they were trying to like use a kid to put cute to silent guy, which is like not cheap. So I knocked on the door, and I did some very stupid spiel about people to look at our magazines. This guy, I can tell now thinking about it, he was very patient because he could see that, they put a kid in front of him to come. I think he was patient, but he was not stoked about what he saw in front of him. After I was done saying, here's what we're here for, he said to me, he said, look at, he gave the old man a dirty look, and he looked me in the eyes, and he said, young man, when you grow up, you're going to be able to make your own decisions about what you want to do, and how you want to serve God if you want to. And as that was happening, like the old man was starting to tell me what the guy at the door said, he's like, you get to make your own choices when you're in the day. And that, I know like 6 or 7, that dude's really stuck.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's weird shit.
So you got fucked twice. You're born on December 31st and a joke.
Trust me, dude. Yeah. So when it comes
I mean, just like this quick, you think you don't get to celebrate birthdays and enjoy weakness.
So, and the validation for that is that in the Bible, in
Bible, the only times they mention the birthday, somebody's killed. John the Baptist is killed, and he said, on someone's birthday, so and so is killed.
No way.
Oh, that was bullshit, dude.
And so because of that, so that must mean God's telling us shit's birthdays. It's like, nice logic. You know?
Yeah.
There you go.
Killer Fly Riser.
This one always gets me.
This is a
Oh, that is
Oh,
bullshit.
yeah.
I actually live like straight away from the Swedish church.
I mean, they don't even go
They get for themselves. Sometimes they get weird mail.
Yeah.
Wait, is it a separate religion or is it just like Christianity?
It's a branch of Christianity, but it's a really strict form of Christianity.
It's convoluted, man.
Wow.
Very convoluted. Riser's still on.
Riser automatically wins. Riser automatically
I never
wins.
do this on this occasion. I'm gonna leave it.
It's so stupid that the religion is the stupidest because they believe that only 144,000 people will be able to go to the sacred land or whatever it's called.
So they have, there's not a reason. There's not. Let me put it this way: my name was on there when I was a young kid. I'm sure they still count me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had not taken part in anything of that for like 26 years. So it's 25 years and 15 years I've done this. So it wasn't easy, but so it's heavily what they're talking about for the 134,000 people. It is. I'm telling you, there is that right there. That's what they call it.
Zoot, why would you do that?
Well, here's the other thing too. One thing I know for sure, because I've known people from many different places in the world, that religion will tailor itself to the nation it lives in. That's shady. Killer shot at that.
Terrible, dude.
And
okay, so basically, out of the people, ever since they say Jesus died, that's when now 144,000 people are going to be chosen as to go to heaven, and those people basically lives there. These are the only humans that kind of get turned into like angelic beings that will be in heaven with Jesus as kings and priests. But the idea, the main thing is, most people are going to live forever on earth because their idea is that there's going to be an end of the world time.
Oh, what a shot.
there is an end.
There's always an end of the world, but only by many. Besides that, their idea is that there's going to be God decides that this whole world is done and that the demons and Satan and whatever have fun and everything is done.
What the fuck was that?
Anyone else mention that shot?
I did. I said, what the fuck was that?
And So everyone else is going to live forever on Earth because in the beginning, God's original intention was for Earth to become a paradise garden, a whole garden planet, right? And so their idea is that that's still the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, there's 144,000 people who would go to heaven, and honestly, that not a lot of sense about it because it goes already anyway. And then everyone else is going to remember that everyone who's not a Jehovah's Witness is going to have an opportunity because all people that say Jehovah's Witnesses are expecting the end of the world. And all people they're going to see the end of the world, and then they have a chance to, say, okay, I guess the Jehovah's Witnesses were right, and then, basically God gets to
Oh, perfect.
everyone has to say, you were
Perfect.
right, and then
Fuck you.
talk about chaos, but not about shuffling.
Get
I
in.
helped you with that.
Oh
I
my
helped you
god.
with that.
You didn't help me with shit.
Dude, is there a hidden wall in this one? There has to be, right?
No, there doesn't have to be.
Well, there should be, right?
No.
Look at all the things. Oh, if there was one.
Get in the water.
Yeah, so
Riser, did you get your iPad?
I have any
Riser, did you get your iPad?
Wait, I'm playing on my PlayStation 2 right
You did get your iPad, you liar. You shitbag. I wondered, why did they win 2 games in a row?
now. Oh. Is that what gave it away?
Yeah.
witnessing that more members than 144,000, but it's just like not every Jehovah's Witness is going to get in.
Well, most, not every one of them is going to go to heaven, but most of them don't even want that. They're trained to want to live forever on earth. Heaven's not the goal. The goal is to live
How do they
forever.
spell that? Oh, you don't want
Are you fucking serious? Take out that tree. Are you fucking serious?
I do agree, like, Jehovah's Witnesses are like, look, the Mormons are mostly about money.
Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Thank you.
But Jehovah's Witnesses are cult. Like, the Mormons are about money, but well, not every Mormon, but like they're the richest. They're like the richest cult. Mormons are like the richest cult in the world. They're the reason Las Vegas started.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They funded the Mormon funded the mafia of the Great Vegas.
Just make it. Put me out of my misery.
All fucking rode horses and like churn butter manuals.
That's Amish.
No. Right.
Those people make a hell of a lot more sense than
Horseshit. This is absolute horseshit.
Actually, coming up.
I don't need to be a complete asshole because I met everyone called it. There still are some, so I'm not trying to be a complete asshole or anything like that. It's absolutely asking for them to live.
This is a tough shot. I've never seen the hole here. No fucking way.
And you won't see them now.
Oh, stop, stop, stop.
I mean, I was baptized Christian, but I believe Jesus was real. believe Jesus to be a magical Messiah that he's claimed to be in the Bible. At the end of that, I don't know. I can't be 100% sure.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I mean, ultimately,
Slow down.
I can't tell for sure.
Even the people who were there weren't sure.
Oh, those are two of the closest shots to going in that didn't go in that I've ever seen.
And I think like the hardest part for me is like I was explained the stories of the Christian stories as a child in my childhood, and then I read the Bible, and the Bible was different from how I was explained to it as a child.
That's not about what is just about the love here. Keep doing this thing. I hugged him. I touched that bed 3 times. Okay.
Those are prom nights. All lip, no hole.
Dude, that's exactly what I was trying to figure out how to say. It's like my first time. I think I forgot how to say it. Yeah, I mean,
Fuck. I'm fucked.
Messianic figures from the whole beginning of the AD, or CE, whatever.
Fucking bullshit, Rabbi.
Riser, let's see what you're gonna do, big dog. Take out that shit. You did beautifully.
Yeah, block your shot.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna put yours in the fucking dark shit.
There's some black lagoon up there, so I'd be careful.
I know.
Sorry, ask me to resume.
Oh. Oh, right in my fucking way.
Got a gnome and a prayer. Oh. Sorry, Luke.
Yeah, hang on, I need to reopen the app. Give me a second.
Well, it's not your turn, so take your time.
Can Rabbi make that just straight in?
That's possible.
Yeah, I'm not going for that. I don't know how.
It looks like it's just
Straight,
straight,
I'll go straight up.
just directly up the hole. I think that works. I don't know why I'm giving him tips, but yeah.
That was.
I did not think I could make it, so thank you for the.
Did you see that before? Or did
I was not going to go for it, but then I figured, okay, if you guys are going to keep talking about it, I'll shoot it.
No, that's unfortunate. I'm not getting many points on this. But give me a boost, too.
Zoot puts him in the water.
Oh no!
He's got it. Zoot, make it. Go straight at the hole.
Miss or else
He's going to hit the pinwheel thing. Merry-go-round.
don't-
Merry-go-round. Merry-go-round.
That was the risk, yeah.
Don't block my ball, please.
No, boy.
Merry-go-round.
Here, I'll ask this question: is there anything here that makes you guys believe in like supernatural intelligence, and don't say UFOs?
Yes.
Okay. What makes you believe in some like supernatural intelligence, or like and like
So as far as the way I think of myself, I kind of think of myself as more like I mix up a lot of beliefs. I think that whatever is spiritual in the world, if everyone talks about whatever happened in the past, maybe within the past time, lines have with something like that. So, modern translations, I don't like. I like the Hermetic texts, which are based off, Egyptian stuff.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
he's going.
I believe what you're talking about is interdimensional travel, which does exist.
Whatever, like creatures that live in hyperspace type of thing that are possibly living in us as a UFOs or another plane of different creatures, so they're traveling through it.
Interdimensional travel, I think there's multiple dimensions that we don't have access to, and I've experienced interdimensional travel through dreaming, lucid dreaming, astral projection. I haven't done DMT, but I've had friends do DMT that have explained to me experiences of interdimensional travel where they've gone into dimensions. But
yes, exactly. How it was going. So it's like I was taken care of by some dimensional creature with another things or something. It was on my head, but everybody had the same vibe or something. So,
Oh, I didn't know you'd done a lot of DMT. What has happened to you?
Can you feel vibration? Do you feel vibrations where your body you vibrate?
So it's been years. It's been some years.
DMT is actually really good evidence, in my opinion, of a like godlike intelligence.
I agree. It's almost like so I don't talk about right things, but sometimes when I talk about things, I had to take it. In this dimension, I had a mandatory vacation because everybody thought I was weird. But anyway,
Thank you. I had to stop Riser Street.
I'll say this is the most intense.
This is bullshit. This is the worst hole.
Oh man, I haven't played this in a while. This is the iPad special right here. Oh, wow, that was even on the race.
It was or was not?
Yeah, Caspian
I mean, it
misses.
was, but it didn't look like it. Doesn't matter when you have host advantage.
Shut the fuck up. Host
They all-
advantage?
They all go in.
That doesn't make sense. And I'm only gonna tie.
It was like a host has host advantage. It's
Verizon misses.
oh,
Verizon misses. Caspian misses. You bet the fuck out
there's
of
that
this show.
strategy where you just bump it on the right and then into the tree and then into the Black Lagoon.
There it is.
Right.
Caspian Sea, you have to hit it further, like harder. I don't know if you're going at 100%.
So you either tap it, you either tap
Zoot's
it,
fucked here. There's no doubt Zoot is fucked.
Yeah, take the center line or tap it on the green in front of the ice, and then
There you go.
so you have to make it now.
There's no way Zoot makes this
Line
shot.
it up in the middle of the tee box, where like the white square in the middle.
There you
Yeah.
go. No,
I mean, it's close.
close.
I mean, have you had an out of body experience of Resident?
Zoot, where's the hole?
I guess nothing.
Zoot, where's the hole?
Under next to 10.
Yeah, the yellow front. It's because everything has a shadow except for that. That's why it's not the other too. So whatever message you have, I want to believe it.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I've done a lot of years past, a lot of research into stuff with astral projection.
You ever done astral? Have you ever astral projected?
You know, it's hard to know if you've ever actually done something where if you've learned a lot of tricks to have such a phenomenal imagination. It's hard to be 100% sure sometimes. I'll tell you what, DMT feels like astral projection. Nothing whatever the more is astral projection.
Hit it. Hit it. Hit it.
At least for now.
I still don't know what
I've
to
astral
do.
projected before. I've astral projected before.
I'm gonna astral project Riser off the board.
No, go to a tree or some shit. You're winning by 1 point. You still need the point. Okay. How do we ban this guy?
How do you kick the host?
I'm gonna ban him from him. See, 2 birds, 1 stone to make up for his non-contribution.
Caspian Sea did the same shit.
I tried.
You did not try.
I tried. It's under here.
Me and Zoot are doing fucking work out here.
You guys know
And Black
how
Cat.
to
What if it's under one like the small sheeps? Or like tiny chicken or something?
I doubt it.
Oh,
It's wasting time. It's never on there.
Uh-oh.
I think Caspian may have found that there.
What?
Oh, there's 2. Fuck. I think we all tied. We all get it.
few seagulls there. Obviously, it's something I would like to find again. But, you know,
Explain what happened to you during your experience.
so, you know, we had resin, so we put it on top of some flowers. I think I can't remember exactly what it was, but Egyptian blue lotus, which is actually was part of the flower blend that the DMT sits on top of, just because they're just kind of like neutral.
No way.
How do you like that?
I like it. Plants and so
69%.
yeah.
Yeah, you might. I think you still get it in one.
I think I could. And
No,
so,
I need it.
So then we put it's like a resin, but really it's a natural. So
Watch this shot.
but more like resin.
Is Blue Lotus a psychedelic?
According to in high enough doses, it can be. It can accentuate it for sure.
Hit the ball.
Thanks for giving me the hole, John. Thanks for the free hole, buddy. Alright, let's continue, Captain.
Okay, and then so you put it on there, and then you get it. So you smoke. You have to smoke everything you put in there. So you put those in. No, it's a Sunday. So then you light it and take a big deep hit and hold as long as you can. As soon as you exhale, you take another hit. Like so, your next 3 deep inhales are the smoke. You don't want to take a breath of air.
Fuck.
You take 3 big hits, and then as you're exhaling that third hit,
Oh, what a shot.
as you're exhaling that last shot, have you ever seen the movie Stargate? So you know what it looks like when you step through the Stargate, where you get
Oh, Zoo, nice.
phenomenal scene. And so you know, like when
Yeah,
you step through.
I'll tell you my experience when I astral projected in a second.
And,
You go
and,
ahead.
what I'm trying to say is that I think that DMT elicits basically like an astral projection type of situation, right? So the most intense DMT trip I ever felt, 2 times.
How do you define like astral projection?
I know exactly where my body was, but my brain tells me I was not in the same spot, and it's pretty wide. What my brain told me.
So you're exploring some like astral landscape.
So like it's kind of like this
It's
whole geometry, and then you kind of.
I'll tell you something. When you astral project, like when I realized there's a high possibility that my conscience is not touching my body. My conscience got less my body.
Yes, I believe that they're basically separate, or they are able to be separate.
So my conscience, it felt like when I astral projected, it felt like my brain was having a million orgasms at once, right? And like everything was vibrating, and it was the best feeling. My body,
Nice shot.
my conscience left my body, and I felt like an angel. I felt like some creature out of this world, and I felt like I wasn't ready. And then I went straight back into my body, and it was the most like until I went back to sleep hours later, everything just felt like so much more intense.
Was that on DMT or like over?
So DMT makes your brain go into a state that Zoom is describing.
No, wait. No, I'm asking was he on DMT?
Yeah. And like I was saying, I've done a lot of DMT. I'll be honest, I've probably done a little bit more things like DMT.
Oh my god.
That's a lot.
I really enjoy it. It's basically like without meditation, without practice, you can do this ancient Shemanic thing and have an experience that feels like you're talking to a burning bush. It's like, you know, like however you describe things in our books.
What the fuck is this all? I've never.
It happens to you.
We've played it.
It's not believable.
I'll tell you that.
Riser automatically ties for the win.
I can tell you that you can't
Great shot.
astral project. The easiest way to astral project is to go into lucid dream, and when you're in the dream, you need to wake. You need to put yourself in. It's terrifying because I wouldn't recommend doing this. But if you put yourself in sleep paralysis from a lucid dream, and then you can figure out a way to break through sleep paralysis, you can astral project. That's how I learned how to astral project. But sleep paralysis is terrifying. Sleep paralysis is a terrifying.
You can manually induce sleep paralysis. Like you can choose to have that happen to you.
Yeah. Yes.
Does it work?
Yeah, you can.
How?
You need to learn how to lucid dream.
Lucid dreaming, I've done a lot of. For no reason, I would sleep a lot more because of the extreme and try not to dream as much. You know.
Induced light paralysis, you need to learn lucid dreaming, escape from lucid, and if you can escape from a lucid dream, you can astral project. I would not recommend it because it is a terrifying experience if you fuck it up. Like I fucked it up about like 20 times before I did it.
Have you ever fucked it up in a way that you are still slightly connected to your body and you are kind? Yeah, no, it's possible I had a psychotic episode about this kind of stuff, but like, I think if I would have never done DMT and then I had an experience, it would have been like, I felt very validating, but like, I know what DMT is and then
There's many times where
I did it myself multiple times. I was basically like stuck in this weird state of mind for a little while, and really
I've astral projected 3 times, but I have not gone far into that astral projection. I have not explored too far into astral projection. I've gone into astral realm, and then I went straight back in. Straight back home.
Yeah, no, I was stuck around a long time. And everyone in the world they can see it. And they didn't understand what it was. And trying to explain everything makes you absolutely precious. At least to them. But you know, yes, I know what you're talking about. I absolutely agree. But your method with the sleep paralysis is new to me.
Fuck you, man.
I'm utilizing a very unique strategy.
Fucking overnight shots. Sorry, continuing.
There's another method I used when I was lucid dreaming, and this is like, when I was lucid dreaming, and also I realized I was lucid dreaming, so I was like, what if I move my body from the outside world where I'm sleeping? So what if I move my body in the real world where I'm sleeping, and then everything just started vibrating, and then that's that's when I astral project. Like everything started vibrating, and then everything started vibrating. My brain started disconnecting from my consciousness. My consciousness left. And I was floating around the room like an angel, and I was seeing like all these pictures on my wall, and I was having this like orgasm, like, good experience.
Why would you do that? You're gonna give me perhaps a tie for the win. Tie for the win! Yes! Tied for the win! I can't believe you gave up that.
I wouldn't recommend. That's the way I recommend going into the Western Dream, and then like trying wait. Oh shit.
Tied for the win.
So bump me in, so grab it.
Tied for the win. Tied for the win. That's 2 wins in a row, son. Nice
Is it
job,
possible?
Riser.
I've heard that if you're astral projecting and you don't come back to your body, you can have like serious problems. Is it like some fucking like movie where you're like struggling to find your body? Like what if you like lose your body from the astral realm and you're stuck there forever?
That would be death.
Imagine going there for way too long and then you're at a disappointment of coming back and something in between.
Oh yeah, have you had any negative experiences on DMT?
Never once.
Really?
It's always been like
Oh, fuck you.
And then it's like when you get this Stargate, I'm telling you, it's amazing. Like, you're on the inside, and whatever people call them, whatever they call them, many different things.
Did you talk to the Chinos and did you meet like spirits and
that's what it seems like. It seems like spirits. So it's like some people might think that this is evil. I can tell you, understand why. Say there's evil stuff. So
a spirit doesn't just automatically mean evil though. If it's evil spirit.
But there's an evil feeling about it. It's like,
you think it's evil?
No, not even slightly. But talking about it makes people feel good sometimes. So it's not usually easy.
No, because some people.
I think it's phenomenal. I think it's the path to human peace. I think it's something that it's important for everybody.
I think it could probably be too much information to handle because like Terence McKenna says it's like it shows you just turns reality inside out and it like the fabric of reality and everything like that you thought was impossible is now possible and you're seeing feeling things that like are literally impossible and like from a pure human perspective.
Well, everything. That's the thing about it. Everything is possible. Everything possible because the dimensional, but it's not possible in this dimension, and that's what people go to want.
And that's where some pretty little bit of depression will come from sometimes. You know what I mean?
I mean, there is a religious text called the Book of Enoch that all this.
Exactly.
Not kind of anyway. That they got rid of.
It's because DMT trip is exactly what the Gnostics spoke of. It is gnosis. It feels like gnosis. And when we describe gnosis, if you can induce it with a drug, then people don't say that it's actually religious. And, so the knows used to say,
but in the book of in the big book of Enoch, there's I think 7 or 8 dimensions. I can't remember how many. But when you astral project, you can travel to 7 to different the higher realms.
Why are you guys taking the shittiest angles? You're giving Riser the fucking win. You gotta play it off the corner. That's not even the best angle.
No, you could actually bank it off the brick from the right side of the tee box, and then get it like basically where the start of the entrance is. I just realized that.
What a shot. What a shot.
2 in a row. Make it 3. Make it 3.
A little higher up.
Oh, dude.
I'm not going to steer
Fine.
you. So
It's fine.
thank you for doing this.
I mean, as long as I get it in the score. I like balls.
1 point. It's such an advantage to go first on this hole. You just get pushed
Don't
forward.
keep crying.
Such an advantage. Such an advantage.
But yeah, astral projection into dimensional travel is something that you don't want to dive too deep into. You don't want to get lost and miss out on likeness for that. Reality, like this could be the only reality we have.
Exactly. And then ultimately, when we come back to this world, everything comes back to this world for us, which is you have to have faith and whatever it is you do. This world uses everything. Batman makes you feel shit.
Like that one makes you feel sure there's something else out there. Doesn't make me feel sure that there's
Get in his way.
The thing about that world is that there's no structure, there's no gravity. This one has rules of physics that make sense. That one has no rules of physics whatsoever.
I don't know. It feels like the air is made out of sex and love and purity. It's not sex in a sexual way, but to me, I don't know.
Oh.
You know, like, again, so like, for me, what it seemed like, whatever these digital eggs are, or creatures, or whatever, very much seemed like they, I mean, like, almost amorphous, like, creatures that don't exactly have shape, but, you know, you get the sense of ancient, but future. It's like everything all at once. It's like time doesn't exist and everything is all mashed up. The smartest people who understood everything from the past, geniuses of the future, all noted in the ground, gods, and all of that stuff. It feels that way. It's mostly feeling. It's trying to like.
Have you interacted with? So you've interacted with like entity on DMT?
And yes.
Did you telepathically communicate, or did they like heal you telepathically?
So it's like you find yourself in this place with all these feels like benevolence, loving, and I don't know, they just kind of, it's kind of like you like walked into someone's house and they're not mad that you showed up uninvited, but they're just like, okay, are you okay? Do you need anything? It's like, you know, a lot of people will say things like, I asked a question and I got an answer. Oh, they told me that I'm a special person on my true purpose or something. I don't know. I'll tell you, when I learned that, every time you ever do
Forever.
Hit the tree. Hit the tree.
Do not hit that tree.
Hit the tree, Caspian. Hit that tree. Hit that tree.
Hit the DMT.
Yes. Oh.
Tree? Are you fucking serious? Tree. Zoot, do the spin around the thing. There you go. Oh, fuck. Am I absolutely fucked here?
Maybe not the other tree on the right.
And I didn't ask the question. I find out that I'm the chosen of everything. They like, here. You think that they could? And I was like, I'll just be here as the best. Okay, good. That's all good. The same thing. So back through fucking, like, if you get that far. No, really, it's like, well, if you just wanted to see, then check it out. Hey, but see you later.
I think that's like pulls like you can go deeper into like the levels than that. Even if you like doubled the dose, you could like stay for longer. I've heard that if you like the peak LSD trip, it'll make it like you'll be there for like an hour.
I don't know. I don't think it's.
You have more time there.
So,
I'm
the only research I've never done is
What a great shot, Riser.
fuck is the up game.
I believe it was, so I can't remember exactly where it comes from. So, I believe it is a hallucinogen, but mostly it induces only a scary, only a bad trip. It makes you have a bad trip. It is life-threatening for most people. But if you have someone who love you feel it, actually it cures you of opiate withdrawals. So it cures you of opiate withdrawals. So people who are heroin addicts, who they don't know what to do, if they stop heroin, they're going to die. They will not live through the withdrawals, but they do something that is just as dangerous than private heroin. The next day, they overcome from their bad trip. They say they do not have withdrawals, they don't have any desire to do it. So, again, that's a very purposeful one. It's not like a hallucinogen like the classic way. It seems something different than the LSD mission of TV. So,
But it's very hard to get.
What a great shot, Riser.
which one saw it?
No, yeah, so I'm not. Yeah,
I believe it's almost impossible to get, which again, I know where it is. It's not something I've called to leave. If you tap into people, drugs there, and they'll tell you this one's not for fucking babies. This one is to cure people. It's like, it's like nobody's trying to say it. Even if people have to try to say it, it's not fun.
Well, people find it they will push it onto you because then there's that customers.
Catch Vinci, good line.
Like, there's not going to be some heroin. There's not going to be like some heroin dealer saying, "Oh, I've got this drug that makes you quit your heroin addiction."
True.
Hey, Zoot, do you remember that time when you accepted the invitation?
It does sound cool, though. Like, I'm sure, like, if you're a heroin addict, like, it sounds cool. Like, I have this thing that enjoy your addiction. You ever bring your trip balls.
And it's a guaranteed bad time. It's a guaranteed unenjoyable hallucinogen. That's the other thing. That is like one, I don't do opiates, and two, I don't want to purposely have just the worst time ever. So it's like, yeah.
Does it only work for opioids or does it work for other addiction?
I've only heard of it used in any extreme case of people with addiction? I don't
I'm
know.
not. I think addiction. Yeah.
So
I imagine it could work for any addiction.
I mean, if it can cure someone from violence, needles and nothing for heroin, that's
Oh, what the fuck? Why don't you just put him in the hole, dude?
There is another drug that you get. It's something, not angry, but it's like they use it in PCP. No, it's a drug where you blow it to someone's face and you can get them to do anything you want.
Okay, that is extract of real fish venom, and that is.
Hold on, I thought it was a plant. It's a plant. It's called like devil's breath or something.
And it's very prevalent in like voodoo rituals and stuff. It's not.
It's
used, but I guess if you
it's really big.
sure there's a way to dose it, so
It's really big with cartels, and what they do is they use it on people to give them their in South America. They use it to so people walk up to the ATM and give them everything in their bank account.
That sounds like me in the street.
And it's just the same thing there, huh?
All right, big hole. This is a difficult hole. Oh, stop. I don't know if I like that shot. Take out that tree. Somebody should take out that tree for me. That'd be tight. No way, Caspian
You know how to do it.
No way.
Okay, I got this shot.
No way. Whenever you tell me you're going to make a shot, I always have faith in you 100%. Well, it looks like Rabbi's getting a big goose egg this hole.
Hey, Roz, so, wait, Caspian's did get a hole in one. Yes, I did.
He's the only one who got a hole in one.
I got a hole in one as well.
Apologies, you did, Zoot. Apologies. You're absolutely right. Caspian, see, that's a really good shot.
That's a good one too. I think that's a great shot.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, it's on another mushrooms.
Hit my ball.
I've had probably bad trip.
You ever had one?
Yeah.
Really? What happens on
On a bad trip, I thought everyone would over in my head.
Zoot went in the hole.
That's right. You
All in one.
got a hole in one.
Zoot got a hole, 2 holes in one. Remember, Zoot, we were trying to see if anybody could do that? 2 holes in one. Now it's official.
What number were you
3? You could literally get a hole in one on every hole, perhaps, if you got a bunch of bumps.
Not on this one.
Yeah, it's this one basically impossible.
Unless there was a hole underneath the yellow tree. See if there's a hole underneath the trees.
I refuse. Riser, cat got your tongue?
That helps me though. Oh, that's a good jump. That's a good jump. In the water.
Fuck.
Tomorrow night is going to be my night. I want to make something tomorrow night. Okay, that's a good shot. Still not a bad shot. To the right way, going in the water. Rabbi, you still have a difficult shot.
Riser with a great shot.
Aspen. Yes.
This has water written all over it. Nothing but water.
Yes.
Horseshit.
Rabbi has the difficult. Caspian has the easiest shot out of it.
Water.
I have the most difficult shot.
Just don't get in my line. Shoot.
Fucking hell, Riser.
Hit my ball. Hit my ball.
Fuck off.
Fuck.
I have the hardest shot. I have a hard shot. Oh my god, Rabbi.
Fuck this game.
I'm on a perfect gap.
How the fuck is that? You're right.
No, I'm not on a perfect gap.
You're not? Oh, yeah, you are, aren't you? No, you're fucked.
No, this is the last time.
Oh, okay. Zoo.
No one's scored in the first one.
Oh, that's right. Not what you want to do.
We're playing like kids. I just need to come second in the win. Caspian's there, good shot. He helped me. Okay, Rabbi, you have a different shot.
I agree.
There's not a single ball. There's not a single person that's not in your way. Terrible shot, Rabbi.
I think it was phenomenal, dog. Water.
No. Well, ice. Oh, it turned out really well. Hit my ball. Not like that. Dog. What the fuck?
You voted on me.
No. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He just hit you in the water. He didn't water bump
We're
you.
still friends. We're still friends.
Fuck this game.
I don't even need to try and complete this game. When you had your day trip, did they tell you that Harry Potter bombs not 10 years in the future?
I wish they would have. I should have asked for some foreknowledge. I should have just been so happy to be there. I'm joking. It's interesting. I didn't get knowledge about it.
Like, when you have those experiences, you don't go there for financial gain.
Exactly. I mean, people who are like, when they say they were giving special missions or something, I feel like they go there.
I would. I'd be like, yo, I got the winning one. I'm pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you see, what is it?
That's you, dog. That's you, big dog.
You sure about that?
You've been yellow this whole game. It says.
It says it's on.
You better hit
Oh,
the
you're
ball.
disconnected. Your green dot got disconnected.
But it happened to me before. The same thing happened to me before.
I just missed a shot.
Yeah, refresh your screen. You should fix it.
Zook gets his first win.
And I only bring up people who say stuff like that because after I have like experiences like that, and people would start saying all this like I'm special and it's because of these things comes in. It made me feel like there's no way that you can get that you're lying because that's not
No, like their brain is just like, yo, I just talked to God. God spoken directly in my ear.
That's what I mean. Like, if you actually met God,
This
if
goes
you actually
in.
met God, you wouldn't ask him for
Fuck.
That's what I'm saying. You might think so now, but I don't think that if your intent was to ask for money, you would have it.
But when you ask for experience, God is far away with an astral project that like he's in a different world that you'll never be able to find him. That could be spirit that claim that could be God, or there could be spirit that you run into that claim to be God, but they're not God.
I'm not saying that it was God. I'm saying that if you're in something that is otherworldly, spiritual, not really, like, I don't know, my brain doesn't even think without money. That's all I mean. I think that if
Nice job, Zook.
I don't understand how anyone could be there seeing something like that. It's like you think you have.
I'm whooping everybody's ass right now. I'm gonna astral project my foot up everybody's ass.
Maybe that's projecting on other people. Maybe
DMTLs. How do I? Are there like any questions when you're here in this magical world for 10 minutes? Yeah, how do I exploit capitalism for my personal gain?
So like 2-3 minutes. It feels like a clever guy doesn't raise. It's not like overly.
Like, the damn channel is not playing 2 minutes.
Say what?
How long does the damn channel last?
I don't know. Maybe about like 2 to 3 minutes for like the full experience, and then there's like 10 minutes maybe of like fuzziness, vibration, feeling that you're back in your body, and you're just kind of like, oh wow, like you're readjusting to your own body. There's a good shot.
Your brain,
Yeah, I
your
think
brain does release the damn when you die.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I heard that was like a myth, though.
That's not it. DMT is in your brain right now. DMT is proven to be whatever neurotransmitters in our brain that is responsible for us even understanding the world around us, consciousness. So it's like every living creature has it too. It's almost, I don't know, it's interesting. Very nice.
Give me a parlay here with these stupid pink sand drops.
But
When I did it for the first time, it was like,
Did you do it?
yeah,
I thought you said you didn't like that.
no, I've done it multiple times.
Oh. Was it like that? But we didn't.
No. The
Oh,
first
son of a
time
bitch. This
was
game
the
sucks.
greatest time. I was just vaping it with my vaporizer on some weed. Didn't know what to expect. I was scared shitless. Everyone was like, yo, it's like the most intense psychedelic ever. And I'm like, never should have had something really intense. But it wasn't that bad. But like, you literally, you do feel like you're dying. And then you still have to keep hitting the fucking vape. So you're like, oh, I'm dying. And I'm really uncomfortable. But you just keep vaping. And then within, like, it comes on so fast. And then it literally felt, I was like, oh, shit. Like, this is like the death realm. Like, I've unlocked the death realm. Like, my little spiritual ego died, and then I was like, teleported into this death realm. But, like, it wasn't like, it was pretty freaky. I'm not gonna lie. It was like, because it was like, this is so fucking like insane. The energy I'm feeling, and like I'm literally in like the spiritual realm. Like this is where you go when you die. But I was just listened to this song and had a really amazing experience, full of love, and it was really good after that. Like after I got through the scary part, it was really amazing. And yeah, and another time I guess I did it, and it was like if I had to describe my like perspective and view, it's like imagine your entire perspective is like a sphere, and before DMT it was like one line going out from like the center of the ball to like a random point in the sphere, and then DMT just like unlocked the entire sphere of like perception.
What a great shot right there.
That was the greatest fucking shot in the history.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal.
Are you right?
They DMT when I do it like twice a year.
Do you bake? I do just like it down.
No, I don't really smoke or vape anymore.
That was beautiful. Caspian Sea has the best shot.
Actually, I have a better shot.
Yeah, what?
No, I can't smoke because it hurts my lungs now when I smoke, which is unfortunate. But I've already smoked all the weed, so it's fine.
What, you got lung cancer?
No, probably I have lung cancer from all the fucking weed I've smoked. Do you smoke, Sue?
I smoke seizure.
What the fuck is that?
So I smoke seizure.
Seashells?
Seizure. Water pipe. Okay. Shisha. So,
Like hashish?
no, like a pipe.
You keep naming
Like
you
tobacco?
you keep naming an object. What is the drug? Oh, okay. Get there.
It's a water pipe. Like a pure water pipe. But like, no, what do you think about over long term? Yeah, for sure. Long term? Yeah. But like, if you just go on like a special occasion of because not as addictive as smoking cigarettes. Yeah. But the thing is, like, I do it for work. It's different every time. It's not so good some stuff like cigarettes also. Even if you smoke as much of that as like some people smoke cigarettes, it's better than cigarettes. Like the proportion of that is better than cigarettes. It's tough, but it's not as like random chemicals out of them are so they use a certain way. So you know, fake bad chemicals in cigarettes. At least it's more natural that way. Yeah, like I took the cigarettes I have literally like rat poisoning. Exactly. Like rockets doing rat poison all this artificial bullshit. Like if you like tailor-made cigarettes, but if you're doing if you rolling your stuff with it, they're still bad though. I used to roll my own. It's still bad.
No, there's a filter on the cigarette that filters out all the bad stuff. So you're good.
That's bullshit.
I know.
To do it with a practically impossible shot.
But I never thought cigarette until I was like 19 and I didn't like it. I was like walking shot on a plane and like that. When I first started cigarette, I got this cigarette. I never had one again. I like them a lot. I don't really see it now.
This hole is fucking impossible.
I prefer cigars because I can't. I like Chinese because it's always mild. It's not like dark. It's always
Stop. Actually, go. Worst shot ever. Zoot, water bought me.
No, it's so important. Oh gosh, that's don't do that.
Do it.
Reverse psychology. Are you freaking kidding me?
this is justice.
I think Zoot's gonna win.
Zoot, hit his ball. No one knows what that was. Check out this Iggy Stardust. Oh, you're fucking me, dude. Fuck that. Oh, look at this fanciness.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh. I want to see somebody make it in one shot on this. I would pay money just to see that. You could do it. You could hit it and...
Look, it would be possible if all of us work together. I think it would be possible.
I agree.
We all work together.
I got a hole in one on one hole because of the help of Zoot that I don't think anybody's ever gotten a hole in one on, at least with us.
Which hole was it?
Okay.
It was the one. It was the one with the ground about in the ice.
Hold on. We need to be more specific of it. Okay, you hit the ball first on the left-hand side, the left side of the course, and there's a really big Ferris wheel or whatever, merry-go-round, and then you want to get it, you want to hit it on there are lines that are pointing downwardly, then there are lines that point to the right, then there's a narrow strip of lines, and then there's a little patch of ice, and then there's the hole, and then there's water behind the hole. This hole sucks. Make it, Zoot. Caspian Sea gets the 2 W's in a row. He's going for his third, unprecedented. No one has gotten 3 in a row. I've gotten 2 in a row. Zoot has gotten 2 in a row. Caspian Sea is going for 3 in a row. That happens. I had to do that. Come on, baby. Zoot's up next, folks. Zoot's up next. We're all excited for Zoot.
I'm gonna slow it down a bit because
He's still playing, he said. He's got his phone with him. Hit my ball.
Into the black.
No. That sucks. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Miss me.
I think that was the worst shot I've ever seen.
I was trying to help out the rabbi.
Help out. Suck this dick, help out. Fuck you. You weren't helping shit, dog.
I was trying to get you a better shot.
From the tar.
Why is that? I'm gonna say this. That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
It was not the worst. It was not the worst, but it was not ideal.
It was the worst.
Dude, I could publish a compilation of worst shots. And
And it would just be known. as Zoot's most recent rounds, aside from the last round.
I've never shot a turtle before.
Ever? Get in.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
What do you mean? You shoot. Okay, that I can believe that.
Bitcoin Obama's what?
Never coming in life.
Hey, what did you guys do to the price of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? It has taken a dive recently.
Look at Bitcoin. The Bitcoin went from 108k to 93k in 2 weeks.
Right.
Oh my god. Finger slip.
Oof. Quit with that. That's impossible. It's a distraction. Are you fucking serious?
That all-time high, so it's been a bit weird.
It's just the flow of the market. If it pumps a lot, it's going to dump immediately, and you should sell.
This one, water Zoot. Are you fucking serious?
That would have been really sick.
That would have been one of the best shots we would have ever seen. Caspian Sea. This has water all over it.
We do know you can get a hole in one in this show. On this hole.
It's pretty easy.
Just
don't look that up. One PLSD is legal in Canada, but not DMT. But there's a.
Can you just repeat what you just said to me?
There's an analog. There's many analogs of LSD, like some 52, LSZ, and 1P-LSD is one of them.
As long as it turns purple with another reagent,
Yeah, apparently they do have like different effects though, and because it's classified as a research chemical, somehow like some legal loophole, and they just sell it in this shop. But the shop, so it's on like the sketchy part of town, and they sell mushrooms there too, and DMT too. They just don't give a fuck. They just sell psychedelics in the store in Vancouver. So it's very progressive. So I bought peyote there, which is amazing.
That's right.
Dude, hey, guys, why don't you just fucking team up against me? What the fuck is this shit? Riser.
Yeah, but do you think Elon Musk is overhyping the overpopulation fear? And the reason I say that is because humanoid robots and AI will take a lot of human jobs. So.
I think that the Earth could support 1 trillion people.
1 trillion?
1 trillion. Every person on Earth could have approximately like an acre of land in the state of Texas, and something like that. It's like you can have like a huge amount of land. There's so much land out there that could be used. It's just not allowed to be used.
Look, if every trillion people on Earth, my one Bitcoin would be worth $100 million. Of course, $100 million would be a lot less because the inflation would be crazy if we did a lot more Bitcoin on Earth.
Knock my ball in. Dog, what the fuck? I had like an easy shot, and then all of a sudden, it's a very challenging shot. This is horse shit.
Not bad, Zoo.
Are you fucking serious? Caspian Sea is an easy shot. Riser's going to have a difficult shot. Riser has a difficult shot. Now watch. Zoot just knocks it out. Everything in his way.
No, it's an easy shot.
It is not easy.
Easy if you're insanely skilled, like I am. Do you see the creativity of that shot?
It was impressive. I hate this hole. Caspian Sea, that is not ideal. Riser, do you know the largest fresh? Do you know the largest freshwater body of water in the world?
By volume or size?
Both.
Oh, you've told me this one before, and I know that it's not any of the Great Lakes in North America. Some lake.
This is hilarious. I was just saying this to be funny. No, it's not Vostok. Keep guessing. Yes.
I wasn't sure if Vostok was bigger. Technically, the Black Sea and the Baltic are still brackish. But yeah, Caspian Sea is freshwater. As soon as you laugh, bro, I fucking realized, like, damn it. It was right there on my face.
Right.
No, he's told me this before. There is some lake that's like super deep.
No. That's deep. No, that's Lake Baikal.
Where is that located?
Russia. Oh, you're fucking me. Kids, if you're watching this now or in the future, just know this is bullshit.
The arrows make it roll right over the edges of the hole, so unless you hit it right in the heart, it's gonna be a miss.
100%. Zoot, let's see your shot. I'm excited for this. Zoot, you know it's your turn? Zoot, what are you doing, man?
I was looking at a picture.
Look at this shot.
Nope.
Give it to me, baby. Miss.
Not again. I can't. You knocked me in the sand, and it's really messing with me.
There it is. Zoot fucking made it? Oh, bullshit.
Oh. Oh, yes.
Wow, Zoot
Wow.
tied for the lead.
What a performance.
Oh, man, it sucks going last on this one. What is Zoot doing? Hey, I'm going to start from behind the trees. Worst start ever, dog, and he still makes a decent shot.
Why is it a terrible show?
You were very fortunate.
Actually, it is a terrible show. It runs in my fucking mind.
How are we in your way, Zoot?
I don't know. I was trying to cut the corner using Root's ball.
It's not me.
No, you're gonna hit his ball. You're gonna hit his ball.
Oh, Zoo, you may have helped me. Yeah, you did. Except I'm gonna have to help you out now.
You're gonna have to hit. Yeah, you're gonna hit the. You're gonna have to hit the corner.
Fuck this shit.
Rabbi Rothschild just fucks up your shot.
Fuck it.
Doesn't matter. Me, I actually had the best shot.
What are you doing? This is gonna hit my
No,
ball.
shoot on the
Hit the
inside.
merry-go-round. Oh, are you serious?
And you get riled with me.
What the hell was that throw?
I am not.
Yo, Rabbi, do you remember that hole from earlier where it was like these little? It was kind of like this layout, except that there were little like arrows that would teleport you down to the next level.
Yeah, these guys play that one all the time.
That one never comes up, like never.
No, it's not. It's a regular one.
Played it today. It was like this, except for like there were just little tiny arrow strips to get.
What a great shot.
Shoot him down. Rabbi got all three, and I was like, wow, that was pretty impressive.
Thanks, big dog.
Just raising that ball, that's the way, right?
Caspian Sea has an interesting shot. What is Caspian Sea gonna do? Oh, what a great shot. Fuck this.
No, don't do me like that, game.
Dude, I really enjoy how much time you take to get this second. He's short.
Wait, is the Caspian going for 3 in a row win?
He just got it.
Good lord.
Where are you at, Riser? You're usually so good with your fucking iPad. Now you're over here just jerking yourself off. I got Zoot who's hitting the ball. Zoot's hitting the ball into the trees.
I'm actually farming the data right now to use AI to increase the power of my shots.
That's
Oh,
horseshit.
wow.
Absolute bullshit. Worst fucking rounds of my life. Here we go. I like to call this one the H hole.
You hate this one?
Yeah, it's like an H. It sucks.
I just go the wrong way?
That's not the long way. The long way is through all the trees.
Yeah, if we all worked in Denver.
Oh, I forgot that was an option.
You want to do it?
Yeah, Rabbi, go through the trees. Do it.
Well, Rabbi, I'm going to help you.
Blast my ball.
That didn't do shit, did it?
Yeah, it did. It took out a tree. That's good.
Caspian, go the short way. Go the short way.
Caspian today has the best shot.
Look as well. Yeah, just hand him the win. Just put his ball directly in the middle.
Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? It went through the.
You're meant to hit it hard.
Now I can just smack your ball all right.
Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just make it?
Yeah, do that.
Smack my ball. Go, Riser.
You're going to pick Rabbi's ball with it. What was the point in that?
The try. Oh, fuck. No, I got 0.
Oh, there's a bull somewhere. There's a hole underneath one of those trees.
Isn't it underneath the tent? And it's not always. It just depends on the hole.
Well, I'm in the perfect position, regardless. No, not those tents in the top. There's so many objects here that I feel like it should be underneath something. But I also don't want Rabbi to beat me, so I'm going to try and do a trick shot.
Honestly,
I do feel like there's a hole underneath one of those trees.
How about the tent? How about the tent? Not that tent. Oh, Riser's got a chance to make this.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
you can still make it. So I have to use the wall. Oh.
Good shot.
Hey, Rabbi,
Knock me in, dog.
have fun.
No, in, not out, Cass.
Oh man, did you fuck him or what? Oh, what a difficult shot. Now he fucked you. Look at this motherfucker. Zoot and I.
You say for my
Wrong. Zoot hanging on to the lead here.
In the black. Black.
Straight for the black.
Right in the black. Right in the black. Okay, there he
Here you
goes.
go, big dog.
Get over my ball. Are you fucking serious?
That's actually perfect.
No, it's not.
Oh, rush right in.
That was a total
Welcome, Timothy Ronald.
Honor of Caspian Sea. No, that was actually Mac. That was a Mac.
That was Solidarity. That was
Are you fucking serious? Yo, dog, are you downhill skiing?
Oh, what the fuck is that? Alright. Oh, that fucked up my shot.
So you came pretty close. How are you there?
Yeah.
Oh. And you're complaining?
I'm complaining because I could have given you the two shots.
Oh,
Oh, that was a rim job.
Did you see that?
I'm on a perfect game right now, okay?
Okay.
And I know the next one's going to be a fun to hold.
Caspian Sea's clearing his browser history.
No, he's moving. He's figuring out how to move to Canvas. So we can get
LSZ. He wants that LSZ.
And I was getting that person team and
Oh, tight. That's a good fucking moderator.
Right, street.
I thought that was Rabbi who banned him so quickly.
No.
sometimes I get very, especially with loud noises or whatever.
The loud noises are the ones that get me.
Caspian Sea, Raza, you can get in the show.
I'm going to.
That's a good shot.
Oh,
Zoo could win. Riser almost got shut out.
This one.
Oh, I just fucking had to watch that.
Oh, fuck this. Caspian Sea.
The good news is no one touched my ball, and I had the perfect shot.
You're gonna hit it off the wall. I see it. You're gonna hit it off the wall, dude.
no. We're on break. Wait.
Wait, you are fucking this up.
That's good.
There you go.
That's good. Yeah. There's no way to guarantee it goes once it's done.
Dude, quit with that bullshit. That's not fair. Riser, quit with that shit.
What is that? What was that? What was
Sorry.
that? Didn't mean to do that.
I should get a free shot.
Sorry, I did not mean to do that.
Yeah, didn't mean to do it. Winnie Brighton.
That's Raza's shot. You're allowed to do it. Rabbi's allowed to do it. That's Raza's shot.
Is that true?
I said it was next.
What the fuck did you type?
I did two perfect shots for this one. By the way. And I hit this one.
Oh, you both fucked me.
I don't know if you guys can see that.
Help. Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, big dog.
I mean, really, you helped Raza out, man.
I should have put more pepper on it.
How did I help Riser more than you?
because
That's something. That's a good one.
Oh, that, yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll get through.
I have a perfect shot. Rather, you have a good button. You fucked up my shot now, though.
You can go just straight through on the right.
Yeah, but it would have been better if I went through the left.
Sorry. We still have 2 shots to make it in the hole. I don't think Russia is getting very far.
No, I have 1 foot left.
Oh, then you're fucked. Oh,
Make
no,
it.
I'm not gonna make that probably.
Is it possible I can make it?
Yeah, if you bounce it off the right wall. No, not like that.
Can I make it? No way.
It's just a full. Can I make it? Boy.
The only one the only person that's a threat to me winning is Rabbi now.
Dude, you won.
No winning. No, there's another hole left.
Is there? Okay.
Yep.
Caspian Sea.
The only person that's a threat is Rabbi.
No, you mathematic. Oh wait, no. Rabbi can do it.
Can't say when I do shots like that. And Rabbi does shots like that, which are nearly perfect.
Oh, back.
Not what I wanted. Somebody hit my ball.
The good news is I can fuck up Rabbi. Hey, Rabbi.
I want to see you fuck me
Ready
up.
to lose?
I'm ready, dude.
BNC. Oh.
Nice job.
Bastard.
That was really good.
Just trying to go for Rabbi.
I could help him. I sacrificed for the team.
Thank you.
So, Rabbi, you just ended up like. We all just went back to the same spot.
Yeah, but what? You want me to knock you through so you have a chance at winning?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind if you don't knock me free and you don't get free, I win.
Hey, Caspian could still tie and get his 4th victory in a row.
That's true. Shut the fuck up.
It could tie.
What is this bullshit?
Well, Zoot, all he has to do is bump Rabbi's ball backwards.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Collusion.
It has to be legit. Oh, it has to be legit. Rabbi has to not get through that, so I really have to block one.
Collusion. Are you fucking serious?
There we go. Here we go.
My bad. I've been the greatest block. The greatest block in the history.
That was. I don't know what he's gonna do here.
You know.
And not me. Oh! Oh, gosh, dude. You still make it down.
They should get it in the next.
Yes. He's
Too hard. Too hard.
Here's the thing: if Rabbi
There you
scores a point, if now you're blocking Riley, you can't get it in, and then you need to block Riley. Rabbi.
Shit. Another fuck. Say it.
I've got an idea. I've got an idea.
Oh, yeah, so you said
I have an idea.
do it. Yeah, just. Yeah, do that.
Okay, it's not that bad. Okay, it is pretty bad.
Now we're both gonna need to block him somehow.
If I
I think
score,
that's doable.
if I score,
No!
Wait, if I score a point,
No, all you have to do is block.
you know, if I score,
You have to make
No, we're
this.
going for 4 times.
You have to make this.
No, you have to block Rabbi.
Zoot has to make it.
No 4th win for Gus.
against 2 points.
Yes. I got 2 points.
Unless Bryson makes it.
Oh, wait,
You
no,
make it.
Caspian did come first, so he did win.
No, he didn't. I
He
won.
got 1 row.
I won.
Let's see.
Oh, no.
You have to make it. You have to make it. Bryson, you have to make this.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, folks. That is amazingness. Start of a streak. Here we go. I love this hole.
Bro, this is my last one. It's fucking way too late.
Okay. Well, why don't you accept the fucking invitation then?
Alright, bitch. Well,
Oh, what the fuck? I'm not usually this aggressive, but I'm really into this game today. Zoot, you're up, big boy. No way.
oh my god, Zoot.
Nice shot, Zoot.
We got 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Come on.
Come on.
Give me some pepper, Rabbi. Fuck guy.
Very wholesome. And now we're up on
Another chance to make it, dog.
Dude, I can make this shot. This is an easy shot.
Get it? All
This is an easy shot. Oh, fuck that. Now hit me again, bitch. Hit me again, bitch.
Don't hit him. Don't
Hit me.
him.
Hit me.
You get it the whole
Hit
way,
me.
don't get a shot.
Hit me.
If you get it the whole
Hit
way,
me. You don't have the balls to hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. You don't have the balls to hit me. Fuck.
right, hit it
Fuck.
again, Bob. Hit it again.
Are you fucking serious?
Hit me.
Why did you give him another chance?
Look at this shot.
Just gonna fuck it up.
Come on.
Just gonna
Hit
fuck
me
it
again.
up.
Hit me again.
Why
You don't have the balls to hit me. Fuck you.
give another chance when you just get it again?
Last shot, dog. What are you gonna do?
Make it.
Crumbles. Yeah, that's what I thought. Crumbles. 5 shots, 5 misses.
It's because of those balls.
Suck on them apples.
That was great. Wait.
My hole.
I like this hole. This isn't your hole. Oh, what the fuck?
Slacker.
Riser likes it because he likes to hit the cow.
Right
Wow.
off the cow's butt. That's how it's done. I don't know the percent of it all.
Yes, you do. I remember even what you thought it was last time. You're full of shit. I remember when you go, it's 53%. Oh, what the fuck is this shit? Amazing shot, Zoot. Amazing shot. Thank you.
Straight at her.
OnlyFans.
Did you just say OnlyFans?
Yeah, that's what OnlyFans.
I'm gonna upload my best shots to OnlyFans and just get some huge nerds to fucking subscribe to.
Oh, you just fucked up my shot, dude.
What in the fuck is that?
Caspian literally fucked up my shot.
So you have to fuck mine up? Is that the fucking rule? I don't remember that.
Yeah, pass it along.
Yeah,
My shot is really fucked up.
Dude, you have like an impossible shot, Riser. You can't get through all that shit. Are you fucking serious, dude? Oh, fuck this game.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm playing the perfect game again.
you are absolutely good.
Oh, no, that didn't work.
Come on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, it would have worked if it was on the other side.
Yeah, and if your little plan would have come to fruition, I still wouldn't be any closer to winning. Oh, no way.
That wasn't a good shot. Is it better than that shot? Yeah, equal.
Zoot, I want you to grade mine from Z to 10. You ready for
Why
this?
is there a fucking crown
You ready
next
for
to
this,
that
Zoot?
guy's thing?
Because
Why do
it's
you have a crown next to your fucking green dot?
because I'm the king of this fucking game and it recognizes it. Are you fucking serious?
I'm so happy that happened. I'm so happy that happened. It was too good that it had to end.
Why is there a crown
do
there?
I should have a fucking crown.
Because I'm the best. That's why.
That's
Wow. A
That's
swish.
worthy of a crown, dog.
No, it's because I'm the host.
That was fucking
Didn't even hit the side, just straight through.
Swish.
Nice.
full operation.
Like the military wants to recruit me.
Alright. You guys are going to say the greatest shot of the whole time in the next shot.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a terrible shot.
I know. That's a good shot.
Yeah.
That's an
the
okay
arrow,
shot.
the arrows must be in there.
If they did.
It's an okay shot. It's not a good shot.
You're gonna hit his ball. And fuck us. Fuck both of you. Oh, look at this shot.
Bump me in the hole.
Are you fucking serious? You two both just fucking.
Right.
I'd really like it if you guys just went for it and let's see what happens.
Okay.
Zoot, let's see you. You're the bubble gum queen.
You know it's
But I can't.
pretend it's cool if you guys are
Oh no.
Greatest shot of all time.
Dude, knock me in.
Riser's gonna go in because Zoot's gonna get him in.
I just come back.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, yes. Oh,
That was the greatest shot I've ever
Go up. Dude, go up.
What the fuck? What the fuck? These guys have 8 points. Take out the fucking gnomes. Zoo, take out the gnomes. There you go. Good job,
There
Zoo.
you go.
Caspian Sea.
Caspian Sea block where the gnomes were.
Oh,
Easy shots.
you could maybe
Let me
get it
go
in the
now.
first.
Let me
No,
go
I
now.
go now. I go now.
He misses.
So,
Easy shot. Why is it you have an easy shot?
Shit. That was not what I wanted.
You fucked up the easiest shot and Zoo gets it in the next one.
No way.
You did get it into the water.
Get me in the water.
What's your favorite?
Ooh, yes.
What's your favorite highlighter?
It's like asking you to pick between your favorite kid. So I kind of like the Halloween holes. So when is the Christmas one coming out? That you said was going to come out. Are they still launching that soon? Zoo was like, yo, there's going to be a Christmas one. Christmas themed holes, everyone.
Snowmen everywhere.
Shadow told, fucking Groundhog Shadow told me that.
They'll be next to one.
There'll be a Groundhog Day one, probably. The whole
That's a
board.
That's a good movie.
I'm just on another level.
Riser.
Yeah, the only thing about that shot, the only shot about your shot is it's not good for you.
Dude, we would all take that shot. We would all take that shot in a heartbeat. Especially when you do that. I don't know what to do.
Oh, Rama's going that way. Oh, damn. That was pretty good.
Yeah, Riser still got a great shot at it though. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that, dude?
You're in my way.
Right. Caspian says they can do so much.
Go inside one. Yeah. Hit the
No.
corner. Oh, wait.
No.
Go to the right.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna go.
Oh, no, that's kind of good. It makes the shot harder.
He helped right one.
No, he didn't. The shot's harder now.
I helped Caspian say.
I appreciate it.
It's nice to bank it somehow.
Oh fuck.
Enzo, you suck at this.
Yep, I'm just the worst. You're right.
You ready for a great shot?
I've never been more ready for a shot in my entire life. Perfect.
So Caspian and They are tied here. So that means Caspian Sea gets the point.
No, Zoot, if you make it and Caspian Sea doesn't score, you win.
Oh yeah.
So that means Riser, stop Caspian Sea's ball from going in. Zoot, you make your shot.
I can do that.
Okay.
Oh wait, wouldn't it be Caspian Sea's like 5th win in a row?
No,
No, he didn't. No, you fucked that up. You fucked that up last time.
Okay, so hit his ball through the little hole.
Don't tell me what to do.
Please hit his ball through the little hole. Oh, he fucked him. He fucked. Oh man, did he get fucked?
Oh, I think he might be able to make it from there.
No way. No way. There's no way. Yeah, I agree with you there.
I feel like I deserve to win for all the fucking blocks that I did this game. It's okay. I won in my heart.
Caspian Sea, Zoot won.
It's Squid Game, so you'll know. At me.
Congratulations. Wait. We got to play. Zoot's at 199 wins.
Yeah.
We got to let him get one more. The cherry on top.
No. I'll do it tomorrow.
No, then it's just going to be a 1-versus-1, me versus you, and that's no fun.
200. I'll get the 200 tomorrow. Not bad.
I like how the guy in Australia goes to sleep at the same time as fucking I do.
I know, it's 4 in the morning.
I don't know. I should be too, but
All right. I see how it is. No, please do. You guys need your rest. I sleep till like 9 p.m. every day. So you guys don't have that luxury. So enjoy yourselves. This was very fun, as always. And enjoy.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for playing Caspian Sea. I'm glad that you're hooked on this game. Like
LSZ.
Begrudgingly sometimes, but I do like it. Oh, it's good. You have a good night, man.
all right, take care, friends.
Later, brother.
Grimes time. Hey,
Learned a
you
bunch of
stupid
words
bitch.
because he was-
Come out with a song we've heard.
Just saying all this stuff after
Grimes?
watching Totoro, and
No, not
all
you.
the time.
Grimes.
And I was like, man,
Not you at all.
why
No,
is there an
not you at all.
imagery of this?
I'll even
why
I'll even
are
stop this.
artists-
I'll even stop this to like make sure to clarify. Not you at all. You're not a stupid bitch at all. You're a very nice person. This fucking bitch Grimes, who's never put out a song anybody's heard.
just focusing on making art like for
No.
the
Just this
birth
cunt.
of consciousness, like and I that's one of the things I've been thinking I really want to start doing. You know, I don't want to speak before I do things too much, but like I'm just like ages 1 to 3, like we should be putting so much effort into that. And the other thing about Totoro is it's like better for the environment because adults love Totoro. It's such good art that everyone loves it. Like I still have all my old Totoro merch from when I was a kid. Like I literally have the most ragged old Totoro merch. Like everybody loves it. Everybody keeps it. It's like, why does the art we have for babies need to suck and be not accessible to adults and then just be thrown out when they age out of it? Like it's like I don't know. I don't have like a fully formed thought here, but this is just something I've been thinking about a lot. Is like how do we have more Totoro-esque content? Like how do we have more content like this that like is universal and everybody loves, but is like really geared to an emerging consciousness?
Emerging consciousness. In the first 3 years of life, that so much turmoil, so much evolution of mind is happening. It seems like a crucial time. Would you say to make it not suck,
Do you think of basically treating a child like they have the capacity to have the brilliance of an adult, or even beyond that? Is that how you think of that mind? Or
No, because they like it when you talk weird and stuff. Like they respond better to, because even they can imitate better when your voice is higher. Like people say like, don't do baby talk, but it's like when your voice is higher, it's closer to something they can imitate. So they like the baby talk actually kind of works. Like it helps them learn to communicate. I found it to be more effective with learning words and stuff.
but like you're not speaking.
I'm not like
You're speaking down to them. Like,
yeah.
do they have the capacity to understand really difficult concepts just in a very different way, like an emotional intelligence about something deep within?
Oh yeah, no. Like if X hurts, like if X bites me really hard, and I'm like, ow. He's sad. He's like sad if he hurts me by accident.
Yeah.
Which he's huge, so he hurts me a lot by accident.
Yeah, this is so interesting that mind emerges and he and children don't really have a memory of that time, so we can't even have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I just
So
think
much
they
stuff.
don't have a memory of this time because like think about like, I mean with our youngest baby, like it's like, I'm like, have you read the sci-fi short story I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream?
I don't know.
Oh man, I mean you should read that. That it's. I hate getting into this Robo's Basilisk shit. It's kind of a story about an AI that's like torturing someone in eternity, and they have like no body. The way they describe it, it sort of sounds like what it feels like being a baby. Like you're conscious and you're just getting inputs from everywhere, and you have no muscles, and you're like jelly, and you like can't move, and you try to like communicate, but you can't communicate, and like you're just like in this like hell state. I think it's good we can't remember that. Like my little baby is just exiting that. Like she's starting to like get muscles and have more like autonomy, but like watching her go through the opening phase, I was like this.
Oh, you think it's kind of like
I think it would be really violent.
like violent, mentally violent, psychologically violent.
Consciousness emerging, I think, is a very violent thing.
Never thought about that.
I think it's possible that we all carry quite a bit of trauma from it that we don't. I think that would be a good thing to study because I think addressing that trauma, like I think that might be.
Oh, you mean like echoes of it are still there in the shadows?
I think it's got to be. I feel the helplessness, the like existential and that like fear of being in like an unknown place, bombarded with inputs and being completely helpless. Like that's got to be somewhere deep in your brain, and that can't be good for you.
What do you think consciousness is? This whole conversation has a possibly difficult question. What do you think?
This is so hard.
Yeah, we talked about music for like 2 minutes. All right.
No, I'm just over music. I'm over music.
Yeah.
I
still like it. It has its purpose.
No, I love music. I mean, music's the greatest thing ever. It's my favorite thing. But I just like every interview is like, what is your process? Like, I don't know. I'm just done. I can't do.
I do want to ask about Ableton Live.
I'll tell you about Ableton. No one has ever asked about Ableton.
Yeah, well, because I just need tech support, man.
I can help you. I can help you with your Ableton tech.
Anyway, but from Ableton back to consciousness. What do you think this is a thing that only humans are capable of? Can robots be conscious? Like when you think about entities, you think there's aliens out there that are conscious? Like, what is conscious?
There's this Terrence McKenna quote that I found that I fucking love. Am I allowed to swear on here?
Yes.
Nature loves courage. You make the commitment, and nature will respond to that commitment by removing impossible obstacles. Dream the impossible dream, and the world will not grind you under. It will lift you up. This is the trick. This is what all these teachers and philosophers who really counted, who really touched the alchemical gold, this is what they understood. This is the shamanic dance in the waterfall. This is how magic is done, by hurling yourself into the abyss and discovering it's a feather bed.
Yeah.
And for this reason, I do think there are no technological limits. I think like what is already happening here, this is like impossible. This is insane. And we've done this in a very limited amount of time. And we're accelerating the rate at which we're doing this. So I think digital consciousness, it's inevitable.
And we may not be able to even understand what that means, but I like hurling yourself into the abyss. So we're surrounded by all this mystery, and we just keep hurling ourselves into it, like fearlessly.
and keep discovering cool shit.
Yeah, like I just think it's like who even knows if the laws of physics? The laws of physics are probably just the current, like as I was saying, the speed of light is the current render rate. It's like if we're in a simulation, they'll be able to upgrade that. Like I sort of suspect when we made the James Webb Telescope, like part of the reason we made that is because we had an upgrade, and so now more of space has been rendered, so we can see more of it now.
Yeah, but I think humans are super limited cognitively. So I wonder if we'll be allowed to create more intelligent beings that can see more of the universe as their render rate is upgraded.
Maybe we're cognitively limited. Everyone keeps talking about how we're cognitively limited and AI is going to render us obsolete, but it's like, like this is not the same thing as like an amoeba becoming an alligator. Like it's like if we create AI again, that's intelligent design. That's literally all religions are based on gods that create consciousness. Like we are God making. Like what we are doing is incredibly profound, and like even if we can't compute, even if we're so much worse than them, like just like unfathomably worse than like an omnipotent kind of AI. It's like I do not think that they would just think that we are stupid. I think that they would recognize the profundity of what we have accomplished.
Are we the gods, or are they the gods in our perspective?
I mean, we're kind of the.
It's complicated.
It's complicated. Like
but they would acknowledge the value. Well, I hope they acknowledge the value of paying respect to the creative ancestors.
I think they would think it's cool. I think I think if curiosity is a trait that we can quantify and put into AI, then I think if AI are curious, then they will be curious about us, and they will not be hateful or dismissive of us. They might, see us as, I don't know, it's like, I'm not like, oh, fuck these dogs, let's kill all the dogs. Like, I love dogs. Dogs have great utility. Dogs, like, provide a lot of...
We make friends with them.
Yeah.
We have a deep connection with them. We anthropomorphize them, like we have a real love for dogs, for cats, and so on. For some reason, even though they're intellectually much less than us.
And I think there is something sacred about us, because it's like, if you look at the universe, like the whole universe is like cold and dead and sort of robotic, and it's like, AI intelligence, it's kind of more like the universe. It's like cold and logical and abiding by the laws of physics and whatever, but like we're this like loosey-goosey weird art thing that happened, and I think it's beautiful. And I think even if I think one of the values, if consciousness is the thing that is most worth preserving, which I think is the case. I think consciousness, I think if there's any kind of like religious or spiritual thing, it should be that consciousness is sacred. Then, I still think even if AI render us obsolete and we climate change, it's too bad, and we get hit by a comet and we don't become a multi-planetary species fast enough, but like AI is able to populate the universe. Like I imagine, like if I was an AI, I would find more planets that are capable of hosting biological life forms and like recreate them.
Because we're fun to watch.
Yeah, we're fun to watch.
Yeah, but I do believe that AI can have some of the same magic of consciousness within it. Because consciousness, we don't know what it is, so there's some kind of.
Or it might be a different magic. It might be like a strange different.
Right.
Because they're not gonna have hormones. Like I feel like a lot of our magic is hormonal. Kind of.
I don't know. I think some of our magic is the limitations, the constraints, and within that, the hormones and all that kind of stuff, the finiteness of life, and then we get given our limitations. We get to come up with creative solutions of how to dance around those limitations. We partner up like penguins against the cold. We fall in love, and then love is ultimately some kind of allows us to delude ourselves that we're not mortal and finite, and that life is not ultimately you live alone, you're born alone, you die alone, and then love is like for a moment or for a long time, forgetting that. And so like we come up with all these creative hacks that make life like fascinatingly fun,
Yeah, fun. Yeah,
and then AI might have different kinds of fun.
yes.
And hopefully our funds intersect
I think
once in a while.
I think there would
Parties.
be there'd be a little intersection. There'd be a little intersection in the sun.
What do you think is the role of love in the human condition?
I
Why is it useful? Is it useful like hack, or is this like fundamental to what it means to be human? The capacity to love.
mean, I think love is the evolutionary mechanism that is like beginning the intelligent design. Like I was just reading about. Do you know what Kropotkin? He's like an anarchist, like old Russian anarchist.
I live next door to Michael Malice. I don't know if you know who that is. He's an anarchist. He's a modern day anarchist.
Okay.
Anarchists are fun.
I'm kind of getting into anarchism a little bit. This is probably, not a good route to be taking, but
Oh no, I think if you're you should expose yourself to ideas. There's no harm to thinking about ideas. I think anarchists challenge systems in interesting ways, and they think in interesting ways. It's good for the soul. It refreshes your
Yes.
mental palate.
I don't think we should actually. I wouldn't actually ascribe to it, but I've never actually gone deep on anarchy as a philosophy, so I'm
You still think about it
like
though.
when you listen, because I'm like reading about the Russian Revolution a lot, and it's like there was like the Soviets and Lenin and all that, but then there was like Kropotkin and his like anarchist sect, and they were sort of interesting because he was kind of a technocrat actually. Like he was like, like women can be more equal if we have appliances. Like he was like really into like using technology to like reduce the amount of work people had to do. But so Kropotkin was a biologist or something. Like he studied animals, and he was really at the time like I think it's Nature magazine. I think it might have even started as like a Russian magazine, but he was like publishing studies. Like everyone was really into like Darwinism at the time and like survival of the fittest, and like war is like the mechanism by which we become better. And it was like this real kind of like cementing this idea in society that like violence, kill the weak, and like that's how we become better. And then Kropotkin was kind of interesting because he was looking at instances. He was finding all these instances in nature where animals were like helping each other and stuff. And he was like, actually love is a survival mechanism. Like there's so many instances in the animal kingdom where like cooperation and like helping weaker creatures and all this stuff is actually an evolutionary mechanism. I mean, you even look at child rearing. Like child rearing is like immense amounts of just love and goodwill, and just like there's no immediate you're not getting any immediate feedback of like winning. It's not competitive. It's literally it's like we actually use love as an evolutionary mechanism just as much as we use war. And I think we've like missing the other part, and we've culturally reoriented like science and philosophy has oriented itself around Darwinism a little bit too much, and the Kropotkin model I think is equally valid. Like it's like cooperation and love and stuff is just as essential for species survival and
It
evolution.
should be a more powerful survival mechanism in the context of evolution.
And it comes back to like, we think engineering is so much more important than motherhood, but it's like if you lose the motherhood, the engineering means nothing. We have no more humans. Like it's like it's like I think our society should, the survival of the fit, the way we conceptualize evolution should really change to also include this idea, I guess.
Yeah, there's some weird thing that seems irrational that is also core to what it means to be human. So love is one such thing. It could make you do a lot of irrational things, but that depth of connection and that loyalty is a powerful thing.
Are they irrational or are they rational? Like it's like is maybe losing out on some things in order to like keep your family together, or in order like it's like, what are our actual values? Like,
well, right. I mean, the irrational thing is if you have a cold economist perspective, motherhood or sacrificing your career for love, if you in terms of salary, in terms of economic well-being, in terms of flourishing of you as a human being, that could be seen on some kind of metrics as a irrational decision, suboptimal decision. But there's the manifestation of love could be the optimal thing to do. There's a kind of saying, save one life, save the world. There's a thing that doctors often face, which is like,
well, it's considered irrational because the profit model doesn't include social good.
yes, yeah.
So if the
But
profit
how
model
do you,
included social good, then suddenly these would be rational.
this might be difficult to, it requires a shift in our thinking about profit, and it might be difficult to measure social good.
Yes. But we're learning to measure a lot of things. Like
Yeah,
we're
digitizing.
where
a lot
we're
of things.
actually, quantifying vision and stuff. Like we're like, like you go on Facebook and they can, like Facebook can pretty much predict our behaviors. Like we're a surprising amount of things that seem like mysterious consciousness soul things have been quantified at this point. So surely we can quantify these other things.
But as more and more of us are moving in the digital space, I wanted to ask you about something from a fan perspective. I kind of, you as a musician, you as an online personality, it seems like you have all these identities and you play with them. One of the cool things about the internet, it seems like you can play with identities. So as we move into the digital world more and more, maybe even in the so-called metaverse,
I mean, I love the metaverse and I love the idea, but like the way this has all played out didn't go well, and people are mad about it. And I think we need to
I
like.
think that's temporary.
I think it's temporary.
Just like how all the celebrities got together and sang the song "Imagine" by John Lennon, and everyone started hating the song "Imagine." I'm hoping that's temporary because it's a damn good song.
Yeah.
So I think it's just temporary. Like once you actually have virtual worlds, whatever they're called, metaverse or otherwise, it becomes. I don't
Well,
know.
we do have virtual worlds, like video games.
Yeah.
Elden Ring. Have you played Elden Ring? You haven't
I'm
played Elden Ring?
really afraid of playing that game.
Really?
It looks way too fun. It looks I would want to go there and stay there forever.
It's so fun. It's so nice.
Yeah. So that's the metaverse. That's the metaverse. But you're not really. How immersive is it? In the sense that this is a 3-dimensional like virtual reality integration necessary. Can we really just close our eyes, and kind of plug in the 2D screen and become that other being for a time and really enjoy that journey that we take? And we almost become that. You're no longer I'm no longer Lex, you're that creature, whatever the hell it is in that game. Yeah, that is that. I mean, that's why I love those video games. I really do become those people for a time. But like, it seems like with the idea of the metaverse, the idea of the digital space, but even on Twitter, you get a chance to be somebody for prolonged periods of time, like across a lifespan. You have a Twitter account for years, for decades, and you're that person.
I don't know if that's a good thing. I feel very tormented by it.
By Twitter specifically. By social media representation of you.
I feel like the public perception of me has gotten so distorted that I find it kind of disturbing. It's one of the things that's disincentivizing me from like wanting to keep making art, because I'm just like, I've completely lost control of the narrative, and the narrative is, some of it is my own stupidity, but some of it has just been like hijacked by forces far beyond my control.
Yeah.
I kind of got in over my head in things. Like I'm just a random indie musician, but I just got like dragged into like geopolitical matters and like financial, like the stock market and shit. And so it's just there are very powerful people who have at various points in time had very vested interest in making me seem insane, and I can't fucking fight that. And I just like, people really want their celebrity figures to like be consistent and stay the same, and like people have a lot of like emotional investment in certain things, and like, first of all, I'm like artificially more famous than I should be.
Isn't everybody who's famous artificially famous?
No, but like I should be like a weird niche indie thing, and I make pretty challenging. I do challenging weird fucking shit a lot,
Yeah.
and I accidentally by proxy got like foisted into sort of like weird celebrity culture, but like I cannot be media trained. They have put me through so many hours of media training.
I would love to.
Like
I'd love to be a fly on that wall.
I can't do like when I try so hard and I like learn this thing, and I like got it, and I'm like I got it, but I just can't stop saying.
Yeah.
Like my mouth just says things.
Yes.
I like and it's just like and I just do things. I just do crazy things. I mean, it's like I need to do crazy things, and it's just I should not be. It's too jarring for people, and the contradictory stuff, and then all the by association, like you know, it's like I'm in a very weird position, and my public image. The avatar of me is now this totally crazy thing that is so lost from my control.
So you feel the burden of the avatar having to be static. So the avatar on Twitter, the avatar on Instagram, on these social platforms, is as a burden. It becomes like because it like people don't want to accept the changing avatar, the chaotic avatar. Avatar is a stupid.
Or they think the avatar is morally wrong, or they think the avatar, and maybe it has been, and I question it all the time. Like I'm like I don't know if everyone's right and I'm wrong. I don't know. But you know, a lot of times people ascribe intentions to things, the worst possible intentions. At this point, people think I'm, you know, which
all
is fine.
kinds of words. Yes.
Yeah, and it's fine. I'm not complaining about it, but I'm just. It's a curiosity. It's a curiosity to me that we live these double, triple, quadruple lives, and I have this other life that is like more people know my other life than my real life, which is interesting. Probably, I mean, you too, I guess. Probably.
Yeah, but I have the luxury, so we have all different. We don't like. I don't know what I'm doing. There is an avatar, and you're mediating who you are through that avatar. I have the nice luxury. Not the luxury, maybe by intention, of not trying really hard to make sure there's no difference between the avatar and the private person.
You wear a suit all the time?
Yeah, but
you do wear a suit?
Not all the time. Like recently, because I get recognized a lot.
Yeah.
I have to not wear the suit to hide. I'm such an introvert. I'm such social anxiety and all that kind of stuff. So I hide away. I love wearing a suit because it makes me feel like I'm taking the moment seriously. Like I don't know. It makes me feel like a weirdo in the best possible way.
Suits feel great. Every time I wear a suit, I'm like, I don't know what I'm not doing this for.
In fashion in general, if you're doing it for yourself, I don't know that it's a really awesome thing. But yeah, I think there is definitely a painful way to use social media and an empowering way, and I don't know if any of us know which is which. So we're trying to figure that out.
Some people, I think Doja Cat is incredible at it. Incredible, like just masterful. Yeah. I don't know if you like.
Yeah. So so not taking anything seriously, joking, absurd, humor, that kind of.
I think Doja Cat might be like the greatest living comedian right now. Like I'm more entertained by Doja Cat than actual comedians. Like she's really fucking funny on the internet. She's just great at social media. It's just, you know.
Yeah, the nature of humor, like humor on social media, is also a beautiful thing. The absurdity
and memes. Like I just want to like take a moment.
Yes.
I love like when we're talking about art and credit and authenticity. I love that there's this. I mean, now memes are like they're no longer like memes aren't like new, but it's still this emergent art form that is completely egoless and anonymous, and we just don't know who made any of it. And it's like the forefront of comedy, and it's just totally anonymous, and it just feels really beautiful. It just feels like this beautiful collective human art project that's like this like decentralized comedy thing that just makes memes add so much to my day and many people's days. And it's just like I don't know, I don't think people ever I don't think we stop enough and just appreciate how sick it is that memes exist. Yeah. And because also making a whole brand new art form in like the modern era that's like didn't exist before. Like I mean they sort of existed, but the way that they exist now as like this like, you know, like me and my friends, like we joke that we go like mining for memes or farming for memes, like a video game, and like meme dealers, and like whatever. Like it's this whole memes are this whole like new comedic language.
Well, it's this art form. The interesting thing about it is that lame people seem to not be good at memes. Like corporate can't infiltrate memes.
Yeah, they really can't.
They could try, but it's like it's weird because like
they try so hard. Every once in a while, I'm like, fine, like, you got a good one. I think I've seen like one or two good ones, but like, yeah, they really can't because they're even corporate is infiltrating Web3. It's making me really sad, but they can't infiltrate the memes, and I think there's something really beautiful about that.
that gives power. That's why Dogecoin is powerful. It's like, all right, I mean, F you to sort of anybody who's trying to centralize or trying to control the rich people that are trying to roll in and control the narrative.
Wow. I hadn't thought about that,
How would you fix Twitter? How would you fix social media for your own? Like, you're an optimist. You're a positive person. There's a bit of a cynicism that you have currently about this particular little slice of humanity. I tend to think Twitter could
I'm
be
not that
beautiful.
I'm not that cynical about it. I actually refuse to be a cynic on purpose.
Yes.
I was just briefly expressing some personal pathos.
Personal stuff.
It was just some personal pathos, but like
just to vent a little
like,
bit. Just to.
I don't
speak.
have cancer. I love my family. I have a good life. That is if that is my biggest one of my biggest problems.
That is a good life.
Yeah. I that was a brief. Although I do think there are a lot of issues with Twitter just in terms of like the public mental health, but due to my proximity to the current dramas, I honestly feel that I should not have opinions about this because I think if Elon ends up getting Twitter, that is being the arbiter of truth or public discussion. That is a responsibility. I am not qualified to be responsible for that, and I do not want to say something that might like dismantle democracy. And so I just like I actually think I should not have opinions about this because I truly am not. I don't want to have the wrong opinion about this, and I think I'm too close to the actual situation wherein I should not have. I have thoughts in my brain, but I think I am scared by my proximity to this situation.
Isn't that crazy that a few words that you could say could change world affairs and hurt people? I mean, that's the nature of celebrity at a certain point. That you have to a little bit, not so much that it destroys you or puts too much constraints, but you have to a little bit think about the impact of your words. I mean, we as humans, you talk to somebody at a bar, you have to think about the impact of your words. Like, you can say positive things, you can think negative things. You can affect the direction of one life. But on social media, your words can affect the direction of many lives. It's crazy. It's a crazy world to live in. It's worthwhile to consider that responsibility, take it seriously. Sometimes, just like you did, choose kind of silence. Choose sort of respectful.
Like, I do have a lot of thoughts on the matter. I'm just I don't. If my thoughts are wrong, this is what one situation where the stakes are high.
You mentioned a while back that you were in a cult that's centered around bureaucracy, so you can't really do anything because it involves a lot of paperwork. And I really love a cult that's just like Kafka-esque.
Yes.
You know, just like.
I mean, it was like a joke, but
I know, but I love this idea.
The Holy Rain Empire. Yeah, it was just like a Kafka-esque pro bureaucracy.
But
cult.
I feel like that's what human civilization is. Because when you said that, I was like, oh, that is kind of what humanity is. This is bureaucracy.
I do. Yeah, I have this theory. I really think that bureaucracy is starting to kill us, and I think like we need to reorient laws and stuff. Like, I think we just need sunset clauses on everything. Like, I think the rate of change in culture is happening so fast, and the rate of change in technology and everything is happening so fast. It's like, you know, when you see these hearings about like social media and Cambridge Analytica and everyone talking, it's like, even from that point, so much technological change has happened from like those hearings. And it's just like we're trying to make all these laws now about AI and stuff. I feel like we should be updating things like every 5 years. And like one of the big issues in our society right now is we're just getting bogged down by laws, and it's making it very hard to change things and develop things. Like in Austin, like I don't want to speak on this too much, but like one of my friends is working on a housing bill in Austin to try to like prevent like a San Francisco situation from happening here, because obviously we're getting a little mini San Francisco here. Like housing prices are skyrocketing. It's causing massive gentrification. This is really bad for anyone who's not super rich. Like there's so much bureaucracy. Part of the reason this is happening is because you need all these permits to build. It takes like years to get permits to like build anything. It's so hard to build, and so there's very limited housing, and there's a massive influx of people. And it's just like, this is a microcosm of like problems that are happening all over the world, where it's just like we're dealing with laws that are like 10, 20, 30, 40, 100, 200 years old, and they are no longer relevant, and it's just slowing everything down and causing massive social pain.
Yeah, it's also makes me sad when I see politicians talk about technology and when they don't really get it, but most importantly, they lack curiosity and like that like inspired excitement about like how stuff works and all that stuff. They're just like they have a very cynical view of technology. It's like tech companies are just trying to evolve the world from their perspective, and they have no curiosity about like how recommender systems work, or how AI systems work, natural language processing, how robotics works, how computer vision works. They always take the most cynical possible interpretation of what technology will be used, and you should definitely be concerned about that. But if you're constantly worried about that and you're regulating based on that, you're just going to slow down all the innovation.
I do think a huge priority right now is undoing the bad energy surrounding the emergence of Silicon Valley. Like I think that like a lot of things were very irresponsible during that time, and like even just this current whole thing with Twitter and everything. It's like there has been a lot of negative outcomes from this sort of technocracy boom, but one of the things that's happening is that like it's alienating people from wanting to care about technology. And I actually think technology is probably probably the best. I think we can fix a lot of our problems more easily with technology than with fighting the powers that be, as not to go back to the Star Wars quote or the Buckminster Fuller quote.
Let's go to some dark questions. If we may, for a time, what is the darkest place you ever gone in your mind? Is there a period of time, a moment that you remember that was difficult for you?
I mean, when I was 18, my best friend died of a heroin overdose. And it was like and then shortly after that, one of my other best friends committed suicide. And that sort of like coming into adulthood, dealing with two of the most important people in my life dying in extremely disturbing, violent ways was a lot. That was a lot.
Do you miss them?
Yeah, definitely miss them.
Did that make you think about your own life? About the finiteness of your own life? The places your mind can go? Did you ever, in the distance, far away, contemplate just your own death? Maybe even taking your own life?
No, never. Oh no. I love my life. I cannot fathom suicide. I'm so scared of death. I'm too scared of death. My manager, my manager's like the most zen guy. My manager's always like, you need to accept death. You need to accept death. And I'm like, look, I can do your meditation. I can do the meditation, but I cannot accept death.
I will terrified of death.
I'm terrified of death. I will like fight. Although I actually think death is important. I recently went to this meeting about immortality. And in the process of
that's the actual topic of the meeting. All right, I'm sorry.
No, it was this girl. It was a bunch of people working on like anti-aging, like stuff. It was like some like seminar-y thing about it, and I went in really excited. I was like, yeah, like okay, like what do you got? Like how can I live for 500 years or 1,000 years? And then like over the course of the meeting, like it was sort of like it was like 2 or 3 days after the Russian invasion started, and I was like, man, like what if Putin was immortal? Like What if I'm like, man, maybe immortality is not good. I mean, like if you get into the later Dune stuff, the immortals cause a lot of problems because as we were talking about earlier with the music and like brains calcify, like good people could become immortal, but bad people could become immortal. But I also think even the best people, power corrupts and power alienates you from like the common human experience. And
Right, so the people that get more and more powerful.
even the best people who like whose brains are amazing, like I think death might be important. I think death is part of, like I think with AI, one thing we might want to consider. I don't know. When I talk about AI, I'm such not an expert, and probably everyone has all these ideas and they're already figured out. But when I was talking,
Nobody is an expert in anything. See, okay, go ahead.
but when
What were we talking about?
yeah, but I like it's just like I think some kind of pruning. But it's a tricky thing because if there's too much of a focus on youth culture, then you don't have the wisdom. So I feel like we're in a tricky moment right now in society where it's like we've really perfected living for a long time. So there's all these really like old people who are like really voting against the well-being of the young people, and like it's like there shouldn't be all this student debt, and we need like healthcare, like universal healthcare, and like just voting against like best interests. But then you have all these young people that don't have the wisdom that are like yeah, we need communism and stuff, and it's just like literally I got canceled at one point for I ironically used a Stalin quote in my high school yearbook, but it was actually like a diss against my high school.
That's all right.
Yeah, and people were like, you used to be a Stalinist and now you're a class traitor, and it's like oh man, like please Google Stalin.
Yeah.
Please Google Stalin. Like
ignoring the lessons of history. Yes.
And it's like we're in this really weird middle ground where it's like we are not finding the happy medium between wisdom and fresh ideas, and they're fighting each other. And it's like really like what we need is like the fresh ideas and the wisdom to be like collaborating. And it's like,
but the fighting in a way is the searching for the happy medium. And in a way, maybe we are finding the happy medium. Maybe that's what the happy medium looks like. And for AI systems, there has to be, you have reinforcement learning, you have the dance between exploration and exploitation, sort of doing crazy stuff to see if there's something better than what you think is the optimal, and then doing the optimal thing and dancing back and forth from that. You would, Stuart Russell, I don't know if you know who that is, AI guy with thinks about sort of how to control super intelligent AI systems. And his idea is that we should inject uncertainty and sort of humility into AI systems. That they never, as they get wiser and wiser and wiser and more intelligent, they're never really sure. They always doubt themselves. And in some sense, when you think of young people, that's a mechanism for doubt. It's like it's how society doubts whether the thing it has converged towards is the right answer. So the voices of the young people is a society asking itself a question. The way I've been doing stuff for the past 50 years, maybe it's the wrong way. So you can have all of that within one AI system.
I also think though that we need to, I mean, actually that's actually really interesting and really cool. But I also think there's a fine balance of, I think we maybe also overvalue the idea that the old systems are always bad. And I think there are things that we are perfecting, and we might be accidentally overthrowing things that we actually have gotten to a good point.
Yeah.
Just because we value disruption so much, and we value fighting against the generations before us so much, that like there's also an aspect of like sometimes we're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because okay, maybe we kind of did solve this thing and now we're like fucking it up, and so I think there's like a middle ground there too.
Yeah, we're in search of that happy medium. Let me ask you a bunch of crazy questions, okay?
Right.
You can answer in a short way or a long way. What's the scariest thing you've ever done? These questions are going to be ridiculous. Something tiny or something big. Skydiving or touring, your first record, going on this podcast.
I've had 2 crazy brushes, like really scary brushes with death, where I randomly got away unscathed. I don't know if I should talk about those on here.
Well,
But, like,
I don't know.
I think I might be the luckiest person alive. Though. Like, this might be too dark for a podcast, though. I feel like I don't know if this is like good content for a podcast.
I don't know what
It-
content.
It might hijack. Here's a safer one. I mean, having a baby really scared me.
Before.
Just the birth process,
After.
surgery, like just having a baby is scary.
Just like the medical aspect of it, not the responsibility. Were you ready for the responsibility? Were you ready to be a mother? All the beautiful things that comes with motherhood that you were talking about, all the changes and all that. Were you ready for that? Did you feel ready for that?
No, I think it took about 9 months to start getting ready for it, and I'm still getting more ready for it because now you keep realizing more things as they start getting.
As the consciousness grows.
Yeah. And stuff you didn't notice with the first one. Now that you've seen the first one older, you're noticing it more. Like the sort of like existential horror of coming into consciousness with Baby Y or Baby Sailor Mars or whatever. She has like so many names at this point that it's we really need to probably settle on what.
If you could be someone else for a day, someone alive today, but somebody you haven't met yet, who would you be?
Would I be modeling their brain state, or would I just be in their body?
You can choose the degree to which you're modeling their brain state, because you can still take a third-person perspective and realize you have to realize that you're.
Can they be alive or can it be dead?
No.
Could it be anyone?
They would be brought back to life, right? If they're dead. Yeah, you can bring people back.
Definitely Hitler or Stalin.
Huh.
I want to understand evil.
Who you would need to to experience what it feels like.
I want to be in their brain, feeling what they feel.
That might change you forever in terms of that.
Yes, but I think it would also help me understand how to prevent it and fix it.
That might be one of those things. Once you experience it, it'll be a burden to know it, because you won't be able to
but
transfer
a lot of things are burdens, like.
But it's useful burden.
But it's a useful burden.
Yeah.
That for sure. I want to understand evil and like psychopathy and that. I have all these fake Twitter accounts where I like go into different algorithmic bubbles to try to like understand. I'll keep getting in fights with people and realize we're not actually fighting. I think we used to exist in a monoculture, like before social media and stuff. Like we kind of all got fed the same thing, so we were all speaking the same cultural language. But I think recently one of the things that like we aren't diagnosing properly enough with social media is that there's different dialects. There's so many different dialects of Chinese. There are now becoming different dialects of English. Like I am realizing like there are people who are saying the exact same things, but they're using completely different verbiage. And we're like punishing each other for not using the correct verbiage, and we're completely misunderstanding. Like people are just like misunderstanding what the other people are saying. And like I just got in a fight with a friend about like anarchism and communism and shit for like 2 hours, and then by the end of the conversation, like, and then she say something, and I'm like, but that's literally what I'm saying, and she was like, what, and then I was like, fuck, we've different. I'm like, our English, like the way we are understanding terminology, is like drastically, like our algorithm bubbles are creating mini dialects and
of how language is interpreted, how language is used. That's so fascinating.
And so we're like having these arguments that we do not need to be having, and there's polarization that's happening that doesn't need to be happening because we've got these like algorithmically created dialects occurring.
Plus, on top of that, there's also different parts of the world that speak different languages, so there's literally lost in translation kind of communication. I happen to know the Russian language and just know how different it is than the English language, and I just wonder how much is lost in a little bit of.
Man, because I have a question for you. I have a song coming out tomorrow with Ice Peak, who are a Russian band, and I speak a little bit of Russian, and I was looking at the title, and the title in English doesn't match the title in Russian. I'm curious about this because look, it says the title in English is Last Day, and then the title in Russian is Novi. My pronunciation sucks. Novy Dien. Like
yeah, New Day. Yeah, New Day. New Day. Yeah, New Day. Yeah. Yeah, New Day. New Day, but Last Day. And Novy Dien
So last day would be последний день.
Yeah.
Maybe they. Yeah,
Or,
Novy
or
Day-
maybe the title includes both the Russian and it's for
maybe.
maybe it's for
But to
bilingual.
be honest, Novy Day sounds better than just musically. Like Novy Day is New Day. That's the current one, and последний день is the last day. I think Novy Day.
I don't like movie.
But the meaning is so different.
Yeah.
That's kind of awesome, actually.
Yeah.
There's an explicit sort of contrast like that. If everyone on Earth disappeared and it was just you left, what would your day look like? Like, what would you do? Everybody's dead. As far as you.
Are there corpses there? No, seriously, it's a big.
Let me think through this.
It's a big
but-
difference if there's just like birds singing versus if there's like corpses littering the street.
Yeah, there's corpses everywhere. I'm sorry. And you don't actually know what happened, and you don't know why you survived, and you don't even know if there's others out there. But it seems clear that it's all gone.
What would you do?
What would I do? Listen, I'm somebody who really enjoys the moment, enjoys life. I would just go on, like, enjoying the inanimate objects. I would just look for food, basic survival. But most of it is just, listen, when I take walks and I look outside and I'm just happy that we get to exist on this planet, to be able to breathe air. It's just all beautiful. It's full of colors, all of this kind of stuff. Just, there's so many things about life, your own life, conscious life, that's fucking awesome. So I would just enjoy that. But also, maybe after a few weeks, the engineer would start coming out, like, want to build some things. Maybe there's always hope, searching for another human. Maybe.
Probably searching for another human. Probably trying to get to a TV or radio station and broadcast something.
That's interesting. I didn't think about that. So, like, really
Yeah.
Maximize your ability to connect with others.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I like probably try to find another person.
Would you be excited to meet another person, or terrified? Because, you know,
I'd be excited, even if
no
they.
matter what.
Yeah. Being alone for the last however long of my life would be really bad. That's the one instance I don't think I'd kill myself, but I might kill myself if I had to understand.
So you love people. You love connection to other humans.
Yeah. I kind of hate people too, but yeah.
Well, it's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah. I feel like we have a bunch of like weird Nietzsche questions.
Oh yeah.
Like I wonder, I'm like, when podcast, like I'm like, is this interesting for people to just have like, or I don't know, maybe people do like this. When I listen to podcasts, I'm into like the lore, like the hard lore. Like I just love like Dan Carlin. I'm like, give me the facts, just like get like the facts into my bloodstream.
But you also don't know, like, you're a fascinating mind to explore. So you don't realize as you're talking about stuff, the stuff you've taken for granted is actually unique and fascinating. The way you think, not always the way you reason through things is the fascinating thing.
Okay.
To listen to, because people kind of see, oh, there's other humans that think differently, that explore thoughts differently. That's the cool. That's also cool. So yeah, Dan Carlin retelling of history. By the way, his retelling of history is very. I think what's exciting is not the history, is his way of thinking about history.
No, I think Dan Carlin is one of the people, like when Dan Carlin is one of the people that really started getting me excited about like revolutionizing education, because like Dan Carlin instilled I already like really liked history, but he instilled like an obsessive love of history in me, to the point where like now I'm fucking reading like going to bed reading like part 4 of The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich or whatever. Like I got like dense ass history, but like he like opened that door that like made me want to be a scholar of that topic. Like it's like I feel like he's such a good teacher. He just like, you know, and it sort of made me feel like one of the things we could do with education is like find like the teachers that like create passion for the topic, because autodidacticism, I don't know how to say that properly, but like self-teaching is like much faster than being lectured to. Like it's much more efficient to sort of like be able to teach yourself and then ask a teacher questions when you don't know what's up. But like, you know, that's why it's like in university and stuff, like you can learn so much more material so much faster because you're doing a lot of the learning on your own and you're going to the teachers for when you get stuck. But like these teachers that can inspire passion for a topic, I think that is one of the most invaluable skills in our whole species. Like, because if you can do that, then it's like AI. Like AI is going to teach itself so much more efficiently than we can teach it. We just need to get it to the point where it can teach itself. And then
it finds the motivation to do so, right?
Yeah.
So like you inspire it to do so.
Yeah.
And then it could teach itself. What do you make of the fact you mentioned Rise and Fall of the Third Reich?
Have you read that?
I read it twice, and
You read it twice.
Yes.
Because no one even knows what it is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, I thought this was like a super poppin' book.
Super pop.
I'm not like
It's a
that.
classic.
I'm not that far in it, but it's so interesting.
Yeah. It's written by a person that was there, which is very important to kind of.
You know, you start being like, how could this possibly happen? And then when you read Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, it's like, people tried really hard for this to not happen. People tried, they almost reinstated a monarchy at one point to try to stop this from happening. Like they almost like abandoned democracy to try to get this to not happen.
At least the way it makes me feel is that there's a bunch of small moments on which history can turn.
Yes.
It's like small meetings,
yes,
human interactions, and that's both terrifying and inspiring because it's like even just attempts at assassinating Hitler, like time and time again, failed, and they were so
like
close.
Valkyrie? Such a good.
And then there is also the role of, that's a really heavy burden, which is that from a geopolitical perspective, the role of leaders to see evil before it truly becomes evil, to anticipate it, to stand up to evil. Because evil is actually pretty rare in this world at a scale that Hitler was. We tend to, you know, in modern discourse, kind of call people evil too quickly. But
If you look at ancient history, like there was a ton of Hitlers. I actually think it's more the norm than, like, again, going back to like my sort of intelligent design theory. I think one of the things we've been successfully doing in our slow move from survival of the fittest to intelligent design is we've kind of been eradicating, like if you look at like ancient Assyria and stuff, like that shit was like brutal, and just like the heads on the like brutal, like Genghis Khan, just like genocide after genocide after genocide, was like throwing plague bodies over the walls and decimating whole cities, or like the Muslim conquests of like Damascus and shit. Just like cities used to get leveled all the fucking time. Okay, get into the Bronze Age collapse. It's basically, there was like almost like Roman level like society. Like there was like all over the world, like global trade, like everything was awesome through a mix of, I think, a bit of climate change and then the development of iron, because basically bronze could only come from this the way to make bronze, like everything had to be funneled through this one Iranian mine. And so it's like there was just this one supply chain, and this is one of the things that makes me worry about supply chains and why I think we need to be so thoughtful about. I think our biggest issue with society right now, like the thing that is most likely to go wrong, is probably supply chain collapse. You know, because war, climate change, whatever, like anything that causes supply chain collapse, our population is too big to handle that. And like the thing that seems to cause dark ages is mass supply chain collapse. But the Bronze Age collapse happened it was sort of like this ancient collapse that happened where literally ancient Egypt, all these cities, everything just got like decimated, destroyed, abandoned cities, like hundreds of them. There was like a flourishing society, like we were almost coming to modernity, and everything got leveled. And they had this mini dark ages, but it was just like there's so little writing or recording from that time that like there isn't a lot of information about the Bronze Age collapse. But it was basically equivalent to like the medieval dark ages, but it just happened. I don't know the years, but like thousands of years earlier. And then we sort of like recovered from the Bronze Age collapse. Empire reemerged, writing and trade and everything reemerged, you know, and then we of course had the more contemporary dark ages.
And then over time, we've designed mechanism to lessen the capability for the destructive
there's so
power
much,
centers to
yeah.
emerge.
There's more recording about the more contemporary dark ages, so I think we have like a better understanding of how to avoid it, but I still think we're at high risk for it. I think that's one of the big the big risks right
So
now.
the natural state of being for humans is for there to be a lot of Hitlers. We've just gotten really good at making it hard for them to emerge. We've gotten better at collaboration
Yes.
and resisting the power, like authoritarians to come to power.
We're trying to go country by country, like we're moving past this. We're kind of like slowly, incrementally, like moving towards like not scary old school war stuff. And I think seeing it happen in some of the countries that at least nominally are like supposed to have moved past that's scary because it reminds us that it can happen, like in the places that have made like moved past, supposedly, as hopefully moved past that.
And possibly at a civilization level, like you said, supply chain collapse might make people resource constrained, might make people desperate, angry, hateful, violent, and drag us right back in.
I mean, supply chain collapse is how, like, the ultimate thing that caused the Middle Ages was supply chain collapse. It's like because people were reliant on a certain level of technology. Like people, like you look at like Britain, like they had glass, like people had aqueducts, people had like indoor heating and cooling and like running water and like buy food from all over the world and trade and markets. Like people didn't know how to hunt and forage and gather. And so we're in a similar situation. We are not educated enough to survive without technology. So if we have a supply chain collapse that like limits our access to technology, there will be like mass starvation and violence and displacement and war. Like you know, it's also like, yeah, in my opinion, it's like the primary marker of dark, like what a dark age is.
So technology is kind of enabling us to be more resilient in terms of supply chain, in terms of to all the different catastrophic events that happen to us. Although the pandemic has kind of challenged our preparedness for the catastrophic. What do you think is the coolest invention humans come up with? The wheel, fire, cooking meat,
computers,
computers,
freaking computers.
Internet or computers? Which one? What do you think the
previous technologies, I mean, may have even been more profound and moved us to a certain degree, but I think the computers are what make us Homo techno. I think this is what it's a brain augmentation. And so it like allows for actual evolution. Like the computers accelerate the degree in which all the other technologies can also be accelerated.
Would you classify yourself as a Homo sapien or a Homo techno?
Definitely Homo techno.
So
I think we're
early, you're one of the earliest of the species.
I think most of us are. Like I like as I said, like I think if you like looked at brain scans of us versus humans 100 years ago, it would look very different. I think we are physiologically different.
Just even the interaction with the devices has changed our brains.
And if you look at a lot of studies are coming out to show that like there's a degree of inherited memory. So some of these physiological changes, in theory, we should be passing them on. So like that's that's not like an instance of physiological change that's going to fizzle out. In theory, that should progress like to our offspring.
Speaking of offspring, what advice would you give to a young person, like in high school? Whether there be an artist, a creative, an engineer, any kind of career path, or maybe just life in general, how they can live a life they can be proud of.
I think one of my big thoughts, and like especially now having kids, is that I don't think we spend enough time teaching creativity. And I think creativity is a muscle like other things. And there's a lot of emphasis on, learn how to play the piano and then you can write a song, or like learn the technical stuff and then you can do a thing. But I think it's like I have a friend who's like world's greatest guitar player, amazing sort of like producer, works with other people, but he's really sort of like, he like engineers and records things and like does solos, but he doesn't really like make his own music. And I was talking to him and I was like, dude, you're so talented at music. Like, why don't you make music or whatever? And he was like, because I'm too old. I never learned the creative muscle. And it's like, it's embarrassing. It's like learning the creative muscle takes a lot of failure. And it also sort of, when you're being creative, you're throwing paint at a wall and a lot of stuff will fail. So like part of it is like a tolerance for failure and humiliation.
And that's,
Um,
somehow that's easier to develop when you're young,
yeah,
or be persist through it when you're young.
everything's easier to develop
Yes,
when you're young. And yes, and
the younger the better.
uh,
It could destroy you. I mean, that's the shady thing about creativity. If you know, failure could destroy you if you're not careful. But that's a risk worth taking.
but also, at a young age, developing a tolerance to failure is good. I fail all the time. Like I do stupid shit all the time. Like in public improv, I get canceled for. I make all kind of mistakes, but I just like am very resilient about making mistakes, and so then like I do a lot of things that like other people wouldn't do, and like I think my greatest asset is my creativity, and I think tolerance to failure is just a super essential thing that should be taught before other things.
Brilliant advice. Yeah. I wish everybody encouraged sort of failure, as opposed to kind of.
Because we like punish failure.
Yeah,
we're
we
like, no,
punish it.
we're no, like when we were teaching kids, we're like, no, that's wrong. Like that's, like X keeps like will be like wrong. Like he'll say like crazy things. Like X keeps being like bubble car, and I'm like, and I'm like, what's a bubble car? Like, but like it doesn't like, but I don't want to be like, no, you're wrong. I'm like, you're thinking of weird, crazy shit. Like I don't know what a bubble car is, but like.
He's creating worlds, and they might be internally consistent, and through that, he might discover something fundamental about this.
Yeah, or he'll like rewrite songs like with words that he prefers. So like instead of baby shark, he says baby car. It's like
Maybe he's onto something. Let me ask the big ridiculous question. We were kind of dancing around it, but what do you think is the meaning of this whole thing we have here? Of human civilization, of life on Earth, but in general, just life. What's the meaning of life? See.
did you read Novacine yet? By James Lovelock?
You're doing a lot of really good book recommendations here.
I haven't even finished this, so I'm a huge fraud yet again. But like really early in the book, he says this amazing thing. Like I feel like everyone's so sad and cynical. Like everyone's like the Fermi paradox, and I just keep hearing people being like, fuck, what if we're alone? Like, oh no, and I'm like, okay, but like, wait, what if this is the beginning? Like in Novacine, he says, this is not going to be a correct, because I can't like memorize quotes, but he says something like, what if our consciousness, like right now, like this is the universe waking up? Like, what if instead of discovering the universe, this is the universe? Like this is the evolution of the literal universe herself. Like we are not separate from the universe. Like this is the universe waking up. This is the universe seeing herself for the first time. Like this is
the universe becoming conscious.
Yep.
First time, and we're part of that.
Yeah, because it's like we aren't separate from the universe. Like this could be an incredibly sacred moment, and maybe like social media and all these things, the stuff where we're all getting connected together. Like maybe these are the neurons connecting of the like collective super intelligence that is,
Waking up.
It's like maybe instead of something cynical, or maybe if there's something to discover, like maybe this is just, we're a blastocyst of like some incredible kind of consciousness or being.
And just like in the first 3 years of life for human children, we'll forget about all the suffering that we're going through now.
I think we'll probably forget about this. I mean, probably, artificial intelligence will eventually render us obsolete. I don't think they'll do it in a malicious way, but I think probably we are very weak. The sun is expanding. Like, I don't know, like hopefully we can get to Mars, but like we're pretty vulnerable. And I think we can coexist for a long time with AI, and we can also probably make ourselves less vulnerable. But, I just think consciousness, sentience, self-awareness, like, I think this might be the single greatest, like, moment in evolution ever. And, like, maybe this is, the true beginning of life, and we're the blue-green algae, or we're like the single-celled organism of something amazing.
The universe awakens, and this is it.
Yeah.
Well, see, you're an incredible person. You're a fascinating mind. You should definitely do your friend Liv mentioned that you guys were thinking of maybe talking. I would love it if you explored your mind in this kind of medium more and more by doing a podcast with her, or just in any kind of way. So you're an awesome person. And it's an honor to know you. It's an honor to get to sit down with you late at night, which is like surreal. And I really enjoyed it. Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, huge honor. I feel very underqualified to be here, but I'm a big fan. I've been listening to the podcast a lot, and yeah, me and Liv would appreciate any advice and help, and we're definitely gonna do that. So, yeah,
Anytime. Thank you.
cool. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Grimes. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Oscar Wilde. Yes, I'm a dreamer. For a dreamer is one who can only find her way by moonlight, and her punishment is that she sees the dawn before the rest of the world. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Talking about an exciting thing for an engineer. The same Snapdragon that goes to a phone, and it can go to a Galaxy phone, for example, Samsung, the same, not a special one, went all the way to Mars. You expect to have a full day of battery life, but then you want it to not be sending data into 10 or 100 megabits. You want gigabits. You want it to be able to have 8 core processors. You want to have a GPU with ray tracing. You want to have all the things that you can only get into sometimes a desktop PC. To do all of that in your phone is an incredible thing.
Some people raise concerns about there not being enough studies about the effects of 5G on the human body. Is 5G safe? The following is a conversation with Cristiano Amon, the CEO of Qualcomm. The company is one of the leaders in the world in the space of mobile communication and computation. That's 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G that connects billions of phones, and the Snapdragon processor and system on a chip that is the brain of most of the premium Android phones in the world. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's Cristiano Amon. You are originally from Brazil, so let me ask the most important question, the most profound question, the biggest question. Who's the greatest football, soccer player of all time?
Look, everybody's going to say Pelé, and actually, I was born during the game of Brazil and Italy that Pelé gave Brazil the championship. Actually, it was my dad tells me that the doctor had a TV on at the delivery room. But so everybody will say Pelé, but I really like Ronaldo. The first, not Ronaldinho, the first Ronaldo. I really like him. That's my favorite player.
By the way, not everybody would say Pelé, but we shall leave that on the table and agree to disagree.
Brazilians will say Pelé.
Yes, there's other countries around that region that may disagree a little.
Very aware.
Qualcomm is largely responsible for 5G and some of the greatest processors in our smartphones ever built. So we got communication and computation tech that impacts probably billions of people. So if you zoom out, you as a human, look at humans on Earth in general, does it blow your mind that we have these billions of smartphones communicating, and each of them have the computational power? You know, you're talking about 10 billion transistors. That's 1 million times more than 50 years ago in the best computers in the world. Like, if you just zoom out as a human, does that blow your mind?
Absolutely. Look, one of the reasons I think I love this company is we know that the technology we develop can change the world. And I'll tell you one more thing. Beyond the amount of processing power that you have now in the palm of your hands and being everyone in the world is connected with broadband technology, the smartphone is also mankind's largest development platform. There's nothing like it.
So you respect both the hardware and the software?
Both.
If aliens were observing Earth over the past 50 to 70 years, how do you think they would describe this particular turmoil, fun things going on the surface of this particular little planet.
We live in interesting times. In one time, we see incredible development of technology for mankind. Just what happened in the last century. The night from 1900 to the 2000, it was incredible development. Just look, 2000 was 22 years ago. How far we're coming and where we're going with technology. It's incredible.
What do you think they would notice? So there's road networks. There's all kinds of networks. There's lights that keep popping out, cities springing out. Like from an alien perspective, you observe.
Well, what I'm going to tell you is you have this contrast of incredible development of technology, but then you see some of the things that are happening right now, which is probably we don't expect them to happen in the 21st century. Just what happened in Ukraine. So I think that will be a more puzzling question for the aliens, I would imagine.
The new technology is kind of impressive. Actually, that might not be so puzzling because that's just human nature revealing itself as it has throughout human history.
That's correct.
Let's talk about wireless communication. So Qualcomm was instrumental in developing 5G. Now, you were with Qualcomm since the early days, the good old 90s with the 2G. But what is 5G, including sub 6 gigahertz 5G and millimeter wave 5G? How does it work? And maybe the most important question is how will it change the world in the coming years?
When we set ourselves to develop 5G, and we look at this, every generation of technology had a problem to be solved, right? So you mentioned 2G challenge. The challenge of CDMA was, can we give every person on Earth a cell phone? That was, can you get to a technology that you can basically allow everyone to have a mobile phone? 3G was about the ability to connect that to the internet. I think 4G was broadband, and with 4G, it was about have the ability for you to have a computer in the palm of your hand. We just talked about that. 5G, the challenge was a little bit different. It's how do we build a technology for a society that is going to be 100% connected to the cloud? How do we provide a technology that is going to be the last mile connectivity for everything? So 5G has basically been designed eliminate all issues with data congestion, whether you are in stadium, we talk about soccer, you are in a stadium and everyone should be ability to have access to broadband. So deal with congestion. Deal with the fact that not only people, but billions of things need to be connected. Create a technology that for the first time in wireless, you could deliver mission critical services. Wireless used to up to 4G is best effort. In 5G, it can guarantee that you're connected with the cloud. And then the last point of that is provide this fabric that will allow us as a society to look at things that are not connected and say that's the exception. That's why we made a comparison in the early days of 5G that's going to be like electricity. Right now, you don't have a discussion about what's the use cases for electricity. You don't talk about that anymore. You just assume it's there. And that's how we think about everything connected to the cloud. That's what 5G is, and that's the role of 5G.
So first of all, everything connected to the cloud is interesting because the space of everything is constantly increasing.
That is correct.
I don't think the refrigerator over there, it looks kind of smart, but I don't think it's connected yet to the cloud. So this includes Internet of Things. What is the full space of everything?
The full space of everything it's maybe going back to where you start defining Qualcomm. Qualcomm is about communications and advanced computers for low power devices. And can we make everything smart? It can range us from the robot you have right now on the floor to your refrigerator to a camera to machines in manufacturing to retail, etc. I can give you some examples. When we think of something as simple as going to the grocery shop, we see technology now with something the stuff we've been working with companies like Walmart, electronic shelf labels, the ability for you to have smart cameras that can look at shelves and the camera is smart enough to say some product needs to be replenished, ability to see what's trapped. So it's about really providing processor connectivity, artificial intelligence to everything. And I think that's one of the largest addressable markets we have for technology because you can't really define everything.
Right, exactly. It's a nice market because it keeps growing potentially exponentially in speed. What about coverage? So how are we doing on the everything part? So, there is, like I mentioned, sub 6 gigahertz 5G, and there's millimeter wave 5G. So not all 5G is made the same. So there's a speed, there's a bandwidth thing, and then there's coverage. How many people get to enjoy today, and how does the progress in the next 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 years you think looks like in terms of coverage?
Great topic of conversation. So let's talk about this. When I meet with regulators across the globe, I tell them resistance is futile.
Yeah.
Allocate every spectrum to wireless. Every spectrum needs to be allocated to wireless. The reality is when we start moving from CDMA to OFDMA, we knew that this industry has done a lot to get more bits per hertz. But the reality is the massive amount of improvements that is required in capacity and in speed, you need more spectrum. There's not so much we can rely on more bits per hertz. You just need more spectrum. And if you look, for example, what carriers, since the 2G era, they participate in different license and auctions, and every spectrum they accumulated from 2G or 3G or 4G, all of that, you may be able to get 1 or 2 channels max of sub-6, which is a channel is about 100 megahertz or 200 megahertz, and that's it. So we need more spectrum. So 5G has been designed to work across every spectrum, from the low frequency bands, that's what we call the sub-6, but did more, you needed to go to the millimeter wave. So that's why 5G is a technology that you can deploy from 450 megahertz as an example, or 600 or 700, all the way to in the 42 gigahertz. And that's where millimeter wave comes into the picture. Now, let's now connect this to your question about coverage of 5G. The easiest thing to do is to deploy 5G in the new spectrum you can get, which is in the sub-6. You see bands being auctioned across the globe in the 3.5 gigahertz. There's nothing special about the band because it's the only one that was available because everything else being used for 4G. And you can deploy on that, go into existing cell towers and just put a new equipment without having to build new towers. But when you go to technologies such as millimeter wave, then you have to build more dense networks. You need to build more stations because a deployment in that case looked like a Wi-Fi deployment. It's almost like Wi-Fi access points. When you need to build more stations, you need permits. You need to build fiber, so it takes more time to densify. So what you see happening is coverage is being built fast with sub-6 across the globe. Now the United States also have sub-6. So that gets you to coverage very fast. But millimeter wave, it's moving. And if you always say, for example, Verizon, United States has had a leadership in building millimeter wave. It takes time. I'll say cities like Chicago, Manhattan, starting to get coverage. It will be a process over a number of years as you build those different access point type networks, but it's inevitable. There's not enough spectrum. So every 5G operators, just a matter of time, will have millimeter wave as well.
Resistance is futile. Okay, so for millimeter wave, we need density of access points. And what's the biggest resistance for Qualcomm, for human civilization? Is it politicians, regulators, federal regulators? Is it individual humans? Is it not enough money from the consumer perspective? Like, who is the biggest pain in the butt?
From a Qualcomm standpoint, but answering the question about what it takes to build all this technology.
Yes.
I think regulators across the board understood the importance of 5G. I have not met a regulator that said it's really important to be late on 5G. I don't think anybody wants to be late on 5G. And as a result, we've seen enormous amount of progress in getting spectrum allocated to 5G. I think the real issue is the time that it takes to build infrastructure. Investment in 5G infrastructure, especially millimeter wave, is like building roads and ports. It's critical infrastructure. And those things take time. Like one of the number one obstacle you're going to hear from operators is site permit. Sometimes they have to negotiate municipality by municipality about permits to get new cell sites. But the networks will be densified, and you're going to need all of the capacity for the promise of the fully immersive augmented reality that will replace phones and everything being connected 100% of the time.
This would not be a conversation with a CEO if I did not ask questions that make you nervous. Some people raise concerns about there not being enough studies about the effects of 5G on the human body. Is 5G safe?
Look, I have a very simple answer to this question. As we build new capabilities such as 5G, power is going down, especially when you think about reducing the number of base stations. The network's becoming more dense. So as you do that, the power becomes lower. If your phone
radiated
from the phone and from the tower, as you get closer to the tower, you don't need that much power to reach the tower. So as we move from 4G to 5G, I think we see a reduction in the amount of powers required to close the radio link. Now, also you have a number of organizations. The FCC, for example, has rigorous programs, which they do a lot of tests to validate, the safety of those devices. And I think has been a model for other countries to also to adopt the same things. Cellular's been around for a number of decades now. I think smartphone is our most beloved device today. And I would argue how it's difficult to answer those questions because but I'll argue that the data to date that we've seen in 3G and 4G, has shown that a lot of the initial concerns were not valid. We look at 5G, even though it's new, it's just less power. So we look at from a physics standpoint.
So from a physics, from a biology perspective, there's a lot of evidence, there's studies that show that it's not dangerous, that it is in fact safe. However, the concern that people have is when you scale technology exponentially, how will that change human civilization? I mean, that doesn't apply to 5G, that applies to every technology. How you said smartphone is the most beloved device, but love sometimes hurts. The impact on society, we don't know. And there's a little bit of fear. There's both excitement and fear.
It's a great topic of conversation, actually. So let me give you my perspective on this. And you started to see some things actually happening right now. So let me step back and let's talk about the fact that we are in a fully interconnected society. That when you look of the situations today, we talk about smartphones, largest development platform. So much now of our life, we are connected to the smartphone, and as a result, and we are all connected, and we're connected, and then we're building digital twins of everything, right? So when you look at that picture, this connected society, you started to have the following thoughts, which I think are very healthy, which means in the same way that in the physical world, you're entitled to some rights, you have obligations, and there's a lot of things that protect your integrity. I think as a rule, we're going to see the society evolving, so those things extend to your digital being of people and things. And I think it's just natural. It's just natural. It's just a natural path. And you started to see things like that. For example, the Europeans has done a lot in this area. I would say the Europeans probably ahead in the United States, thinking about privacy laws, digital privacy law, most recent the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, which I think is a great thing. I think we believe there's incredible thought into enable ability to regulate the digital market so that there's innovation and competition. So not a single company can control all the data and then decide, how things are going to work on the digital realm. And even if we think about the potential of things like the metaverse as we're connecting physical and digital spaces, So I think it's a natural evolution. Of course, regulation and laws always follow technology, but the fact that we're moving to an interconnected society, there's no going back. We are a fully interconnected society, but there is opportunity to think about how the digital twin should people and governments should think about it so that we get the best of a technology without any downside.
Yeah, so when you say digital twin, that's one of the other things you're excited about, which is the metaverse, or basically building worlds in the digital space. Then you have to start to think about all the basic human rights that transfer from our physical meat vehicles out to the digital copies of ourselves, representations of ourselves. It's really important to think about. The thing you mentioned about regulators that has been, this is me speaking, frustrating, is like you said, they follow technology, but sometimes they don't get the technology at all. So they're very clumsy in writing laws that censor that technology in interesting ways. They mean good, but they can do a lot of unintended damage. Now, both, it's a dance. It's a beautiful dance, but I just wish governments were better dance partners. I just see what they're kind of writing now about regulating social media and platforms like YouTube, and it's just really, really clumsy. They don't understand how machine learning works, how recommender systems work, and I just wish they kind of caught up a little more, because it's really important to be great at regulation, but also it's important to let companies flourish and embrace this new wave of technology. That weird dance, I'm more and more learning, looking at public policy, how much positive government can do and how much clumsy negative it can do unintentionally, just out of sheer incompetence or lack of curiosity about tech. That's my rant about regulators.
I think it's a valid point. As I said before, I think the Europeans probably have a very good framework, but the way I'll think about it, we depend on have the ability to innovate. We depend on the free markets. We depend on the ability to create technology that will be disruptive. But at the same time, I think the tech companies probably should spend time helping governments helping understand ahead of time so that they can be better prepared.
Let's talk about one of my favorite topics, Snapdragon. So Snapdragon is a system on a chip. This processor has probably powered billions of smartphones over its pretty long history now, a decade and a half maybe. So it's constantly iterating. There's constantly just like a turmoil of beautiful innovations happening. So last year was Snapdragon 888 was the main one with 5 nanometer, and this year it's Snapdragon 8 Gen 1. It's a new naming scheme. Okay, what's the sexiest, most beautiful idea or concept to you about Snapdragon? Start there.
The way I would describe it, and I think the reason we have been successful with it, is to really understand how to build a platform, a single chip, that will have every single capability if you want to make this smartphone in the palm of your hand, something that has all of your computing needs. And it was the ability to get, from an engineering standpoint, ability to get into a single chip of not only all possible connectivity technology, from cellular to Wi-Fi to Bluetooth to every single constellation of satellite for position location. But at the same time, a very power efficient, single-threaded, multi-threaded CPU, a GPU for your all of your graphic demands. Gaming, fastest growing segment for gaming is mobile gaming. An artificial intelligence processor, which we call the neural processor unit, and then a video engine, a multimedia engine for every single application, audio, everything. So it's a single chip that has every single computing technology you need in the phone. And what's exciting about it is what we already knew. For example, when you think about camera or computer vision, you see that the advancements in the technology now happens in the smartphone first versus traditional camera. So the beauty about the Snapdragon is we always have this thing within Qualcomm. The phone, it's It's small. You have to be able to hold it. You're going to touch your face, so you cannot be hot. You have to manage thermals. You expect to have a full day of battery life. But then you want it to not be sending data into 10 or 100 megabits. You want gigabits. You want it to be able to have 8 core processors. You want to have a GPU with ray tracing. You want to have all the things that you can only get into sometimes a desktop PC. And to do all of that in your phone and be able to be in the leadership position generation after generation is an incredible thing. And we're very proud of that at Qualcomm.
Yeah, so you have to do the Wi-Fi, 5G, all the,
And you have to be good at every one of those
of it,
technologies.
and pack it all in. And there's also pressure to make the thing faster and faster and faster. And then there's more and more applications you're supposed to be effortlessly using. And then you mentioned the NPU, GPU, CPU. They have to also dance together somehow. They have to communicate well, share memory or not, depending on what the application is.
And your battery has to last all day. So think about that. From a company like Qualcomm, we have to be good in each and every one of those technologies. We can't just say, oh, we're a CPU company, or a GPU company, or we're AI company. We have to do everything.
What does it take to design a great processor? So design this system on a chip that you mentioned. Is there some insight you can provide in this chaos of engineers, designers, leaders, the people that think about how much this is all going to cost, the whole mess of it?
I'm, of course, very partial about it. I've been in this company for probably more than 26 years. But I'll argue that there are a couple things that are ingredients for success. So we talk about the fact that you have all those different technologies. They evolve at their own pace, and you have to be good in each one of them, and you need them to make them working together. So you need to have an engineering organization that's with an incredible collaboration culture, because everybody has to be working. The train is going to leave the station. Every cart needs to be there, right? When it leaves the station, it needs to leave on time, especially in the phone business. You can change Christmas. You cannot change Black Friday. You cannot change all of the selling seasons. So the phones are going to launch on time, and every technology needs to be there. The engineering needs to work as one. And we do have that at Qualcomm. The other thing, you have to have incredible discipline because, those are very complex systems. So in one way, you have to design with quality because in many cases, we're going to be ramping production, and even before we have the silicon back, and you have to rely on our simulation models, and you have to rely on the fact that you design for commercial applications. That takes a while to build, and it's probably been the history of a semiconductor business at Qualcomm.
So you mean like the framework of how many people can use simulation software and all that kind of stuff to build the thing with a hard deadline that you might not even get back from like manufacturer before. Yeah. You're not allowed to have any mistakes.
No wonder our name is Quality Communications.
I never even thought about the qual part. Quality. The quality, and there's a bar that's high, and you're not allowed to mess up. I mean, to me, as an engineer, that's exciting. Hard deadlines, no room for mistakes. I love it. Super stressful, but I love it. So there's a couple of other small companies called Google and Apple. So Google is now using its own chip for the Pixel 6. Apple using its own. How does Qualcomm outcompete Google and Apple? How does it beat them?
We don't have to outcompete Google. Actually, if you look at our mobile strategy today, and then one thing I was very clear when I became CEO, I think there's a lot of confusion in the market. Our mobile strategy is very clear. We are focused on making Snapdragon synonymous with premium Android experience. That's what Snapdragon is.
Android, the phone of the people.
Yes.
I just have a love for Android. I'm constantly talking trash to iPhone people. Sorry, go ahead.
Premium Android experiences. Yes. So we do produce Snapdragon in multiple tier for every price point. But every year, you mentioned the 8 Gen 1. And every year we'll provide, the flagship product, and then the other series, just trying to get the best of every possible technology at that time. And it's really focused on enabling the Android ecosystem. So I'll give an example. So you asked me the question, how to compete with Google. It's not about competing with Google. We're the number one enabler of the Google Android ecosystem. And the largest, the number one customer there is actually Samsung. And if you look what happened to Samsung, I always had, since I began my relationship with them, because they always had their own chip. And if you just look what happened right now with the Galaxy S22 that just launched, they used to balance their business about 50% Qualcomm. They will get the most advanced markets like the United States and China and Japan and Korea. They will assign a Qualcomm, and then they have their own chip for the markets that they will be like more emerging markets, open markets that they have a control on the channel because they sell a lot of appliances and other things. If you look what happened right now, GS22, 75% is Qualcomm, and then the next large OEMs in Android ecosystem are the Chinese ones. Companies like Xiaomi, one of the fastest growing. It was number one in Europe at some point last year, then followed by Oppo and OnePlus and Vivo. So those are some of the largest Qualcomm customers, and they actually drive the Android ecosystem, and that's our mobile strategy, and fully aligned with Google, and it's working. And I was, I'm not to get into a lot of the investor conversation, but we're also happy we became in a beneficiary of the shift that we saw in the marketplace as Huawei became a smaller OEM as a result of the sanctions. We saw the rise of a lot of the other OEMs from China, especially for China domestic market, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo. They moved to the premium category, and they're all doing that with Qualcomm. So we're actually very fortunate and happy with the position we are in mobile business. We do have an Apple relationship. We provide modem technology to Apple. It's a multi-year relationship. Apple has been very public that they are investing to develop their own modem. But the Qualcomm strategy has been clear. We're really focused on Snapdragon. Our mobile strategy is not defined by providing a cellular modem to Apple. Our mobile strategy, this that we just talked about, is about the unique thing of Snapdragon that has every single technology integrated into a single SoC, and
provides a premium experience.
And that's what we're doing, and focusing on the Android ecosystem.
I don't know if I can ask you this kind of question. It's like picking your favorite children or something like this, but what smartphone, the Snapdragon, you mentioned Samsung Galaxy S22, OnePlus, those are phones I personally really enjoy. What phone do you currently use? Or do you have multiple phones?
I do have multiple phones, but I do use Galaxy S22.
That's your favorite one? All right. Well, you heard it here first, folks. Okay, so excellent. Can Qualcomm also, let's take a brief step away from mobile and take on Intel and Apple and other such companies in the laptop and desktop space. So the nature of what a computer is seems to be changing. It's like smartphones like merging. It's all being a smartphone just with a bigger screen or something like this. So what does the future of that look like?
Before I answer that question, let me just step back a little bit and I'm sure we can talk more about those things. But the reality is Qualcomm is changing a lot, and I know we spend a lot of time talking about 5G and smartphones and Snapdragon, and I think that has been what had defined Qualcomm for many years. But the reality is, even consistent with that 5G conversation, which is a technology to connect everything, Qualcomm is also changing. Our technology that was in many cases designed for phones, and we said it in the beginning, connectivity and processing, is going to virtually every industry. And as a result, Qualcomm is really changing with it and expanding to a number of different addressable markets. Some of those markets is the PC, as you talk about it, the convergence of mobile and PC. And the reason I'm excited about this, because you see a lot of things happening that bring this right front and center when you think about the future technology. So What we learned with the pandemic is that the number one use case of personal computers is communications. It is interesting when you think about that. That's the number one use case on a PC today is communications. It's actually funny because in the cellular industry, actually, I'll say, let me step back. In the telecom industry, we've been chasing this killer application of video telephony for decades, right? I remember back then in the wireline, even before the internet and IP, ISDN, you remember those AT&T desk phones with a little screen, and they said you can do video telephony. We don't watch that in Back to the Future 2. Then when we started developing 3G, people said, what's the application for having data to cell phone? All video telephony. Then we started doing 4G. And in the beginning, people said, well, why do you need all this broadband? All video telephony. But it took a pandemic to make video telephony the killer application. And that's now the number one use case on a PC. So now think about that for a second. Personal computers now, they're technologies that people, when they're going to buy a PC, they didn't care much about, and now they do. Camera. How good is the camera? The audio. Is it connected? How good is the connectivity? Do you have the latest and greatest Wi-Fi and cellular? What's the battery life? Because you're going to be working from anywhere. Sometimes you're near that, sometimes you're not. So all those things, what's the portability like? So those things started to change how we should think about the PC. But I won't stop there. Let me talk about another trend. So, and all come as a result of what we saw in the pandemic. Let's say that you're an engineer, you do computer-aided design. You have an advanced desktop computer or workstation in your office. But you want to work from home someday, so you're not going to move that to your home. So what do you need to do? You're going to have to rely on that. You're going to run that on the cloud. And you're going to run on the cloud. You need high bandwidth because you almost want the cloud to be the same as your computer for that use case. That's the 5G on-demand computing use case. They use 5G. It's almost a link between two computers. But then, CIOs are saying, well, my workforce is going home for 7 days. I want all the data to be in the cloud. You look at, for example, Microsoft OneDrive or the ability to collaborate, you need the bandwidth. So when you put all of those things together, you start thinking about what's the next generation PC? And that's the opportunity for Qualcomm. I'll just give an example. Back in Mobile World Congress recently, Lenovo, they have a line of enterprise laptops called the ThinkPad. I'm sure you're familiar with them. So they announced the ThinkPad based on Snapdragon. With 5G on, 28 hours of battery life.
Wow.
So that's next generation.
It's just a nice screen with extremely high, nice screen and keyboard, and extremely high connectivity to maybe an even more, like a more powerful machine in the cloud. Something more of the data, connecting to the data, connecting to compute, all that kind of stuff.
You have the camera capabilities. And let me go one step more. Microsoft talking about some of the features they're doing now, using on Windows 11, using Snapdragon. Remember, we talk about it. Snapdragon has an AI processor inside there. So one of the cool features Microsoft's talking about it is you can be on a Teams call and you can make sure your eyes are looking at the camera 100% of the time.
Well, that's an interesting that they can be talking
and
about.
And you do that with AI.
Yes, that's really tricky to pull off. For example, the reason I'm a huge stickler for doing these in person, these conversations in person, it's really tough to get right, but it's a worthy challenge. So that's what the metaverse hopes to. So like because you said the importance of this telephony, of humans connecting, teleporting themselves, getting that right is really difficult. There's a lot of people hate Zoom meetings, but that doesn't mean you can't improve that experience and get rid of the hate. A lot of people hate talking to their car too because the voice, the natural language processing is terrible. But when it's not, it's a beautiful thing. So getting that right is.
This is an opportunity. Think about it. It starts with the PC, making the PC giving you a better experience for teams, but then it goes right back into this trend of connecting physical and digital spaces, and all the work we're doing with the metaverse and virtual reality, meta reality in the future is why not call somebody or connect with somebody with a hologram? It's possible.
And also to mention some
increasing amount of intelligence in our cars. So semi-autonomous, autonomous cars, and the interactivity between human and car. Should, for me, things are really exciting. Let me ask you a big question. So when aliens again, now on the other side, right, and humans destroy themselves through nuclear war centuries from now.
Let's hope not.
Let's hope not. But in case, let's just hypothetical thought experiment, and they write a history of humanity in the 21st century.
You're doing well.
What would they remember Qualcomm in the 21st century as a
Living the
company?
dream.
Would it
How
be
are
a
you?
car company? Would it, think of all the crazy pivots that might happen in the next 50 years? Because you're
Very
thinking,
cool.
you said Qualcomm
We were
enables
watching
all of these.
Lex
The
Friedman
5G,
interview
probably
the CEO
other
of
Gs.
Qualcomm.
It
Please
keeps
enjoy.
increasing. So basically, connectivity and computation, and everything becomes connected, and everything is capable
Oh yeah,
of
I think so
computation.
actually.
Might you become a robotics and car company?
I will argue we're already an automotive company today, and but let me tell you what I would like Qualcomm to be remembered and recognized for. I think everyone that knows Qualcomm immediately, connect us, pun intended, to connectivity and wireless. But the reality is, we've been actually the company providing intelligence and processing to everything on the edge, everything outside the data center. That's what we're doing. Those billions of devices that are going to be connected. And that's kind of explained when we talk about the connected intelligent edge, the beyond phones, cars, PCs, and all of those. And the broader IoT, as we talk about, everything will be connected and intelligent. And that's what we want Qualcomm to be recognized for.
So, by the way, for people who are not familiar, there's some technical jargon. People use the word edge, like edge computing. It's, by the way, that's probably changing what that even means. It's basically everything that's not a giant thing that's making a lot of noise in a building somewhere. So it's mobile devices, and the mobile devices of all kinds of, a refrigerator is not mobile, but it would be edge. So it's like, what's a sandwich? That kind of discussion. But basically, edge computing is the edge of that expanding space that you mentioned that Qualcomm is trying to connect and enable with computation.
Here's a simple way to describe what the edge is and edge computing is. I think as we think about the evolution of the data center, you need to bring the computational closer to the devices. Also, when you put the computation together with the connectivity at the same time, you're going to see a lot of advancement of artificial intelligence happening closer to, or at the device. Look, it's a very, I have a simple way to describe it. Remember, in the beginning of this conversation, we talk about in the 4G era, broadband and mobile computing evolved side by side. If you're going to have broadband, you might as well have a computer in the palm of your hand. So we needed to invest in those two technologies. In 5G, AI developed side by side. You're connected to the cloud 100% of the time. You have a high bandwidth, and you have now a smart and intelligent thing that can make decisions in real time, provide context information to the cloud to make the models more accurate, and as well compare and contrast to the cloud. So there's going to be an exponential development of AI happening with all the edge devices, the devices that are outside the data center, and computation is going to go alongside that. And a great example of that's the car. The car, we haven't talked much about the car, but Qualcomm is now, you could argue, is as much as an automotive company as a wireless company. We work in 26 global brands, and it's easy to see if you look at our mobile heritage. We talk about form factors, thermal, battery life. You're not going to put a server in the trunk of a car, but you need as much computational capabilities, and that's what we see Qualcomm providing, as the car become a connected computer on wheels. We provide the computational and all the sensors for you to do assisted driving for the new digital cockpit experience, connecting the car to the cloud, and it's all of that's happening at the end.
Does Qualcomm want to be the brain of a lot of autonomous vehicles in the future of different, you said brands, like Mercedes, BMW, I don't know, whatever, just whatever car, cars have the sexy thing they do, and then it defines their brand and so on. And then there's the brain that doesn't need to have branding, supposedly. So does Qualcomm see that, or will I be able to buy a Qualcomm car? Like literally?
No, you're not going to be able to buy a Qualcomm car, but we're already on our way to become, the brains of the car.
Right.
The way you should think about Qualcomm automotive strategy is the car companies realize they need to become technology companies. You just look, for example, of the market cap of some of the new electrical comers and compare them with the legacy car companies.
Which one is that? I heard of. Is it?
Well, let's just use an
One
example.
of them lives in Austin.
Let's say Rivian, right? Rivian.
Oh, that one too. Yes.
The car companies are not going away. It's actually a mistake not to bet in the car companies. The car companies need a technology partner that will provide the digital chassis for them. And that's what we're doing. So if you look at Qualcomm, we talk about a Snapdragon digital chassis. So we want to be the preferred technology partner of the car companies, and I think it's working. Strategy is working right now.
So basically, helping the car companies accelerate into becoming technology companies.
Connecting the car to the cloud, redesign the interior of the digital cockpit experience, and provide the computation and sensor capabilities for autonomy and assisted driving.
On the topic of robots, when millions or billions of robots roam the earth in the future among us humans, and I'm, for one, concerned in a small percentage, but largely am excited about that future. Will Qualcomm be the thing that powers their brain?
We have in our IoT business, which has been one of the fastest growing business for us, a number of robotics engagement. So I'll give you some example. If you look of the Amazon Astro, you familiar with that? There's two Snapdragon in there.
There is? This is really exciting. They're supposed to ship it to me. Where is it? Okay, but anyway, that's really cool. I didn't know there was Snapdragons in
Yeah,
awesome.
we're working with robotics in industrial, of course, drones. We're getting more and more traction for robotics.
Sorry to interrupt. Industrial robotics too. You said
Industrial, especially when you think about what's going to happen with the factory of the future, the industrial side of the future, the warehouse of the future. When you bring 5G, for example, to it, and you have a number of different use cases, and then you see a lot of robotics application, and of course drones. The most famous, I will consider that a robot. The most famous robot in the world right now, it's powered by Snapdragon, which is the Mars Ingenuity helicopter.
Yeah.
The whole helicopter, the cameras and everything is powered by Snapdragon. And talking about an exciting thing for an engineer, the same Snapdragon that goes to a phone and it can go to a Galaxy phone, for example, Samsung, the same, not a special one, went all the way to Mars.
Is exploring other planets looking for alien life and maybe gets to meet them. Wouldn't that be interesting if a Snapdragon is this thing that first sees an alien? It's like, what the hell? We did not program this in the computer vision.
I want to use the example to go back to the conversation we had about quality. As an engineer, you need to make sure it works. Can you imagine if it gets over there in Mars and it doesn't work?
Listen, this is very stressful. What NASA, what SpaceX, what all those companies are doing is extremely stressful. The room for mistakes is tiny, but that's super exciting for an engineer once again. There's been a global semiconductor chip shortage. So from your perspective, just it'd be interesting to get your expert analysis of the situation. What do you think are the main reasons, and how has Qualcomm been affected, and how can it help in this and in the future, things like it?
Okay, that's a big topic of conversation,
and we only have 5 minutes.
So I'll try to be as objective as I can. So first, let's talk about what caused it. And I, you hear a lot of different things. I will try to put it within the right context. The first thing that caused it really is the acceleration of digital transformation of pretty much everything in every industry. Every industry has been digitally transformed, and as such, the amount of semiconductors that are required is much larger. Just to give you a practical example, if you think about the automotive as an example, the cars there's cars that are a new model launching today. The new model launching today most likely has 10x the amount of chips of the prior model. And the amount of this people working on this coming in next, probably 10x that one.
Yeah.
So you see the amount of silicon, and then billions of things become smart. More and more data goes to the cloud. The data center grows. So the floor for semiconductor consumptions went up by a lot. Then you have things that aggravated this. The pandemic aggravated this. There's a couple of trends from the pandemic. The enterprise transformation of the home. The home became an enterprise, massive amounts of upgrades on broadband and IoT. The office has changed to the way we work now, including the ability to support collaboration tools and video. Then you have the higher demand for products during the pandemic, because people wanted to be connected. People bought new phones and new tablets and new computers, new gaming. So all of those things came on top of that as that aggravated the issue. But they're not the main issue. The main issue is it's actually a long-term growth of digital.
So what I'm hearing you say is the pandemic was not the cause; it was an aggravation.
It's an aggravation.
So, is there a way we can support as a human civilization in terms of manufacture, in terms of supply, the kind of growth that you're talking about in devices and so on? Is there high-level ideas you can say of what that's required there?
Yes, and I think that's the second part of the answer. So what's happening now? How are we going to get out of this? So we see a lot of capacity investments put into place by the industry. We had invested a lot with our suppliers. A lot of the suppliers had made plans about, increasing the capacity. The industry is planning to double its total semiconductor manufacturing capacity within the next 5 years, an example. So that's already happening. And then you see things which are actually good. They're good. The initiatives such as the United States CHIPS Act and now the European CHIPS Act. The United States CHIPS Act is about $52 billion. The Europeans about 43. Their goal combined is to get at least 50% of the consumption with manufacturing installed within the U.S. and European geographies. And that's also very good. That's yet another incentive for more manufacturing capacity to be built with a geographic distributed way, which that's how you play in supply chain. So those I think are good things. So if anything we learned through the crisis is that semiconductor is important. Semiconductor companies are important, and we need to invest in semiconductors.
Returning to the grilling of the CEO with the hard questions. This is almost for my own education of the space. You mentioned regulators. Qualcomm paid out and received payment of billions of dollars in settlement and fines. There seems to be a lot of huge lawsuits in this space. How do you explain that? Does this get in the way of innovation, or does it promote it?
I will rephrase it by saying there used to be a lot of lawsuits in this space. In addition of what we do in semiconductors, our processors and our modems, the Snapdragon platform, we also have a licensing business, which has been a part of the company since the beginning. As the largest inventors of the essential technology in 2G, CDMA, 3G, 4G, and 5G, and Qualcomm contribute that to the standards. So we always had this model that rather than invent the technology and be the only one producing the products, we license so everyone can produce it. And as such, we receive intellectual property for these standard essential patents. As part of our past dispute with Apple, that's behind us now.
You're friends now.
They're my customers. And as part of that, I think the licensing model got tested in every geography. And we succeeded in every single geography to validate the pro-competitiveness of this model. I think the fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory aspect of this model. And I would argue that besides being the most successful licensing business to date in the industry, probably the one that's been battle tested and is most stable because there's not a single jurisdiction that we have not had to validate that model. So it's part of our past, and what it creates is probably create a lot of stability in our licensing business. But having said that, the growth of the company is in the semiconductor space.
And the semiconductor, so licensing is you come up with a pretty good idea. You have a bunch of smart people coming up with cool ideas. And then once you come up with that idea, you sell that idea to others. They get to use it. That's essentially what a license.
The license revenue we have is for the what we call the SEP, Standard Essential Patents, that are part of the 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G standards. So if you want to build anything with 5G, you need to get a license from Qualcomm because it uses Qualcomm essential technology as part of this standard.
And a slightly different model, or a lot different model with the semiconductor, is you design, you inject a bunch of fascinating ideas how to build the Snapdragon, and then there's, because it's a fabless company, you have somebody build the chip, and it goes into a phone with the branding and all that kind of stuff, and that has less kind of players involved. It's not a license.
We sell the product in the semiconductor. We don't license semiconductor technology. We build products and we sell products.
This is your first year as a CEO.
No, not 1 year yet.
Not 1 year yet. Yeah. Let's hope it'll be in June. It'll be 1 year. Okay. This is a company that's involved with a lot of fascinating technologies, and it's touching the lives of billions of people. A lot of complicated stuff. Like you said, licensing technologies. You have to collaborate with manufacturers. You have to then work with however many you said car companies and all these clients and so on. And you have to, with tech companies, Apple and so on. What's that like? What lessons have you learned about leadership and maybe about yourself as a human being from this first almost a year, soon to be a year as a CEO of this incredible, this complex, this large company?
No, that's a loaded question. Let me answer in reverse order. First thing that I learned, and I think it's probably common across CEOs, especially in our industry, is it will be great if I had more time. I think there's, especially because we're growing so many areas and there's so many things to learn, so many relationships to build, time to spend with a number of different technologies, but it kind of reflects really the size of the opportunity that exists for Qualcomm. Qualcomm, it is really growing in a number of different directions all at the same time. And so it did got busier. And part of this is because I'm spending a lot of time understanding the new industries we're going in and building relationships. Second thing, which is a lot to do with how I think about things and a little bit of my personality. At the end of the day, business partnerships really done by people. And I think the importance of having trusted relationships for the long term is extremely important. And I've been dedicated to do that as CEO. We're not a company that plays for the short term. We don't. And when we build new partnerships, we expect that to be for decades. And so I spend time doing that, and I think that's important for Qualcomm. The other part of your question is we do have a lot of opportunities in all different areas. What we like, and I've been fortunate enough to become CEO at a time that a lot of the trends are pointing toward technology. We talk about some of them. We talk about merger of physical and digital spaces. We talk about the transformation of the automobile. We talk about the merge of computing and mobile, the enterprise transformation of the home. There are many of those trends. And those trends create opportunities for Qualcomm to be providing technology first. And as such, we're in a hurry. So I'm in a little bit of a hurry because I think the opportunity is incredible for technology, but having fun and enjoying the job.
Is there a burden because of so much what you said is partnerships and, almost like friendships, connections with other human beings? Me as an introvert that has a lot of social anxiety, that seems extremely stressful. So is there that burden on your shoulders? You have to wake up every day and talk to friends you've had for many years. It could be, and then convince them and make partnerships with them, talk with them, describe to them the future, sell them an idea, and then yourself grow because you don't know what the heck the future is going to be like. And you have to project both confidence and humility, all those kinds of things. Is that exhausting?
It is exhausting, but it's something I do like to do. And it's not only with partners, really, it's also internally to your employees. So I think to get alignment on the vision and faith in the vision and execute. And at the end of the day, we're very fortunate. We have a lot of smart people. So people, if they're aligned with the vision, they know what to do. And then, of course, as CEO, you have to convince your investors that that's the right idea as well.
If you can put on your wise sage hats, do you have advice for young people in high school and college? You yourself started from the humble beginnings in Brazil, maybe a bit of a wild, risky decision to go to Japan, and now are at the head of one of the biggest, most successful, most impactful companies in the world. Given that story, can you give advice to young people today that how they can have a career or just the life they can be proud of?
I think the first thing, and of course, all of those answers are going to relate to my own experience, right? The first thing is, it always worked for me to have a plan, even if the plan is just what I'm going to do in the next 2 years. But what do I want to do? Where do I want to go? And I think it's important for people, especially young people, is to really, have a dream and go pursue it. I mean, have dreams, not go back to bed to sleep. It's really what do you want to accomplish, and then what it's going to take to do that, and then believe in yourself. I like I said, I joined Qualcomm as an engineer, and I didn't have any plans when I joined to be CEO, but I do want, as an engineer, what do I wanted to do, where I want to contribute, what I wanted to work on, and then keep evolving from that point in time. The other thing is, this is an advice, it's more of like career advice that I got early in my career, was extremely helpful for me, and I will give that advice to everyone that is interested. Spend time understanding what are the things you're good at and what are things you're not. Like, what is the real border between your area of competence and your area of incompetence? And once you see that, you know exactly what you have to work on, and you can say, if that's where I want to go next, this is the gap I need to do it. And it's faster when you can identify yourself before other people can tell you. Then it leads to automatically the next step. Surround yourself with people that are very good at the things that you're not.
So you have to be radically honest about the things that you're not good at, but given what you're passionate about, you need to get good at, or you would like to get good at, and surround yourself with those people. How often did the plans you make actually work out? You said it's important to make plans. You didn't say anything about it's important to execute on those plans.
More than 50% success rate.
Try to keep it above 50.
Try to keep it above 50.
Why did you end up in Japan?
I've been fortunate enough to work in cellular and wireless my entire career. So I always liked communications. When I went to engineering school, my dad was an electrical engineer, but he worked with the utility company. He wanted me to graduate in traditional electrical engineering, like in energy generation, distribution. But I like electronics communication, so I ended up doing both. And I always liked communication. I was fascinated by wireless communication. So my first job out of college, I started working for a Japanese company down in Brazil. It was NEC. And within about a year in, they transferred me to Tokyo, asked me to go to the headquarters. And it was the first time I left Brazil. And
a little bit different from Brazil.
Very different. It's in the other side of the planet. And that's how it started.
You said your father's an electrical engineer. Do you think what you're doing now makes your father proud?
I think he's very proud. I think especially, he tells me that I'm still the same person, never changed. And
Does he give you advice? Does he criticize what you're doing?
No,
Tell you how to improve?
My mom and dad still give me advice today. I'm very fortunate for that. But he's proud, also proud because there are very few Brazilians that have achieved a position as CEO of a company the size of Qualcomm, and I do know that also I carry a burden. I especially for the Latino community to be an inspiration for them and make sure I set a good example.
So not just your mom and dad, but the culture, the people that were originally your home. Do you, life is finite. Do you think about your own mortality?
Look, I'm a devout Christian, and so I'm a big believer that there's this is just a transition, but don't spend a lot of time thinking about that. I am somebody good, better, and different that try as much as possible to leave the present, and that's what I do.
And try to make the present better on this place here on Earth.
Absolutely.
And that some of these technologies, some of these ideas are kind of a different kind of immortality as well, because they propagate through time and have impact on people in the best possible way. So technology can be scary, technology can be destructive, but it seems like in the end, it can do a lot of good.
More good. There's more good than bad.
What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? I asked you about aliens observing us. What's the meaning of life? Cristiano, what's the meaning of life? Easy questions.
That's not an easy question at all. I think that's a question, at least for me, you have to answer individually. But I do believe we're all here for purpose. In my prayers, I always ask that, I stay on track, whatever my purpose is. But I do believe we're here for a purpose, and we need to do the best we can during the time we have on this earth.
So that means create beautiful things for you as an engineer?
Right thing, yes, and create beautiful things, yes.
What about love? What's the role of love in the human condition?
Love's very important, and it's an essential part of being human. It comes in the package. And I think if you look at the situation, what's happening right now, I think look at the situation with some of the underprivileged communities, you look at the homeless situation, I think we all need more love.
Yeah, and I think people that build incredible technology sometimes forget the love part. Like it's all integrated. There's no thinking about humanity is really important when you build tools that empower that humanity. Because at least I personally believe we're all capable of both evil and good. And we have to build technology, build societies, build governments, build communities that inspire us to connect with the good part within all of us.
I'm a big believer that technology is at the end the force for good. And if you just look, not trying to move away from a deep discussion to a more specific technical one, but we started the conversation talking about smartphones, and smartphones really the first time that you could say that everybody in the world was able to connect to the internet and connect to each other. And I think what that empowerment that provided, it's an incredible force for good.
Well, the company you lead, the technology you've created, one of them that I'm especially excited about, which is Snapdragon, the whole line of processors there. Currently, I would say at about 10 billion transistors. If you think about the human brain, it's about 100 billion neurons. So I think 11 Samsung Galaxy S22s are already smarter than me, and that's being nice to me. I'm really honored that you spent your extremely valuable time with me, even though you said Pele is the favorite player. Beyond all of that, I think you're an incredible person, an incredible leader, and you lead an incredible engineering company, so thank you for doing that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for the kind words. Really a pleasure having this conversation. I really had a lot of fun doing it, and thank you for having me in your podcast.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Cristiano Amon. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stephen Hawking. For millions of years, mankind lived just like the animals. Then something happened, which unleashed the power of our imagination. We learned to talk, and we learned to listen. Speech has allowed the communication of ideas, enabling human beings to work together to build the impossible. Mankind's greatest achievements have come about by talking, and its greatest failures by not talking. It doesn't have to be like this. Our greatest hopes could become reality in the future. With the technology at our disposal, the possibilities are unbounded. All we need to do is make sure we keep talking. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I don't know what it's like to be an alien. I would like to know.
Two alien civilizations coexisting on a planet. What's that look like exactly?
When you see them and they see you, you're assuming they have vision, they have the ability to construct in 3D and in time. There's a lot of assumptions we're making.
What human level intelligence has done is quite different. It's not just that we remember states that the universe has existed in before, it's that we can imagine ones that have never existed, and we can actually make them come into existence.
So you can travel back in time sometimes.
Yes.
You travel forward in time to travel back.
Yes.
The following is a conversation with Sarah Walker and Lee Cronin. They have each been on this podcast once before individually, and now, for their second time, they're here together. Sarah is an astrobiologist and theoretical physicist. Lee is a chemist and, if I may say so, the real-life manifestation of Rick from Rick and Morty. They both are interested in how life originates and develops, both life here on Earth and alien life, including intelligent alien civilizations out there in the cosmos. They are colleagues and friends who love to explore, disagree, and debate nuanced points about alien life. And so, we're calling this an alien debate. Very few questions to me are as fascinating as what do aliens look like? How do we recognize them? How do we talk to them? And how do we make sense of life here on Earth in the context of all possible life forms that are out there? Treating these questions with the seriousness and rigor they deserve is what I hope to do with this conversation and future ones like it. Our world is shrouded in mystery. We must first be humble to acknowledge this, and then be bold in diving in and trying to figure things out anyway. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sarah Walker and Lee Cronin. First of all, welcome back, Sarah. Welcome back, Lee. You guys, I'm a huge fan of yours. You're incredible people. I should say thank you to Sarah for wearing really awesome boots. We'll probably overlay a picture later on, but why the hell didn't you dress up, Lee? No,
This is me dressed up.
You were saying that you're pink. Like
Yeah.
your thing is pink. My thing is black and white, the simplicity of it. Where's the pink? When did the pink, when did it hit you that pink is your color?
I became pink about, I don't know, actually, maybe 2017. Did you know me when you
I
first?
think I met you pre-pink.
Yeah. So about 2017, I think I just decided I was boring, and I needed to make a statement. And red was too bright, so I went pink, salmon pink.
Well, I think you were always pink. You just found yourself in 2017.
There's an amazing photo of him where there's like everybody in their black gown and he's just wearing the pink pants.
Oh, that was at the Wageningen University
It's totally nuts.
100-year anniversary. They got me to give the plenary, and they didn't find an outfit for me, so they were all wearing these silly hats and these gowns, and there was me dressed up in pink, looking like a complete idiot.
We're definitely going to have to find that picture and overlay it. Big full screen, slow motion. All right, let's talk about aliens. We'll find places we disagree and places we agree. Life, intelligence, consciousness, universe, all of that. Let's start with a tweet from Neil deGrasse Tyson stating his skepticism about aliens wanting to visit Earth. Quote, "How egocentric of us to think that space aliens who have mastered interstellar travel across the galaxy would give, pardon the French, would give a shit about humans on Earth." So let me ask you: would aliens care about visiting Earth, observing, communicating with humans? Let's take a perspective of aliens. Maybe Sarah. First, are we interesting in the whole spectrum of life in the universe?
I'm completely biased, at least as far as I think right now we're the most interesting thing in the universe. So I would expect, based on the intrinsic curiosity that we have and how much I think that's deeply related to the physics of what we are, that other intelligent aliens would want to seek out examples of the phenomena they are to understand themselves better. And I think that's kind of a natural thing to want to do. And I don't think there's any kind of judgment on it being a lesser being or not. It's like saying you have nothing to learn by talking to a baby. You have lots to learn, probably more than you do talking to somebody that's 90. So, yeah, so I think they absolutely would.
So whatever the phenomena is that is human, there will be an inkling of the same kind of phenomenon within alien species, and they will be seeking that same.
I think there's got to be some features of us that are universal. And I think the ones that are most interesting, and I hope I live in an interesting universe, are the ones that are driven by our curiosity and the fact that our intelligence allows us to do things that the universe wouldn't be able to do without things like us existing.
We're going to define a lot of terms. One of them is interesting.
Yes.
That's a very interesting term to try to define. Lee, what do you think? Are humans interesting for aliens?
Well, let's take it from our perspective. We want to go find aliens as a species quite desperately. So if we put the shoe on the other foot, of course we're interesting. But I'm wondering, and assuming that we're at the right technological capability to go searching for aliens, then that's interesting. So what I mean is, if there needs to be a massive leap in technology that we don't have, how will aliens prioritize coming to Earth and other places? But I do think that they would come and find us because they want to find out about our culture, what things are universal. What about, I mean, I'm a chemist, so I would say, well, is the chemistry universal, right? Are the creatures that we're going to find making all this commotion, are they made of the same stuff? What does their science look like? Are they off planet yet? I guess there's, so I think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is being slightly pessimistic and maybe trying to play the tune that the universe is vast and it's not worth them coming here. I don't think that, but I just worry that maybe we don't have the ability to talk to them. We don't have the universal translator. We don't have the right physics. But sure, they should come. We are interesting. I want to know if they exist. It would make it easier if they just came.
So again, I'm going to use your tweets like it's Shakespeare and analyze it. So Sarah tweeted, thinking about aliens, thinking about aliens. So how much do you think aliens are thinking about other aliens, including humans? You said we humans want to visit, like we're longing to connect with aliens. Why is that? Can you introspect that? Is that an obvious thing that we should be, like, what are we hoping to understand by meeting aliens? Exactly. Asking as an introvert, it's like, I ask myself this all the time. Why go out on a Friday night to meet people? What are you hoping to
I think
find?
the curiosity, so when I saw Sarah put that tweet, I think I answered it actually as well, which was, we are thinking about trying to make contact. So they almost certainly are, but maybe there's a number of classes. There are those aliens that have not yet made contact with other aliens like us. Those aliens have made contact with just one other alien, and maybe it's an anticlimax and slime, right? And aliens that have made contact with not just one set of intelligent species, but several. That must be amazing, actually. Literally, there is some place in the universe, there must be one alien civilization that's not made contact with not one, but two other intelligent civilizations. So they must be thinking about it. There must be entire degree courses on aliens, thinking about aliens and cultural, universal cultural norms.
Do you think they will survive the meeting? And by the way, Lee did respond saying that's all the universe wants. So Sarah said, thinking about aliens, thinking about aliens. Lee said, that's all the universe wants. And then Sarah responded, cheeky universe we live in. So cheeky is a cheeky version of the word interesting, all of which we'll try to define mathematically.
Cheeky might be harder than interesting.
Because there's humor in that too.
Yes.
I think there's a mathematical definition of humor, but we'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So if you're a graduate student alien looking at multiple alien civilizations, do you think they survived the encounters?
I think there's a tendency to anthropomorphize a lot of discussions about alien life, which is a really big challenge. So usually when I'm trying to think about these problems, I don't try to think about us as humans, but us as an example of phenomena that exists in the universe that we have yet to explain. And it doesn't seem to be the case that if I think about the features I would argue are most universal about that phenomena, that there's any reason to think that a first encounter with another lineage or example of life would be antagonistic. I think, yeah, and I think there's this kind of assumption. I mean, going back to Neil deGrasse Tyson quote, I mean, it kind of bothers me because I'm a physicist, so I know we have a lot of egos about how much we can describe the world, but that there's this, like, because we understand fundamental physics so well, we understand alien life and we can kind of extrapolate, and I just think that we don't. And the quest there is really, really to understand something totally new about the universe, and that thing just happens to be us.
I agree. There's something else more profound. I think Neil is just he's just trying to stir the pot. I would say from a contingency point of view, I want to know how many ways does the universe build structures, build memories, right? And then I want to know if those memories can interact with each other. And if you have two different origins of life and then origins of intelligence, and then these things become conscious, surely you want to go and talk to them and figure out what commonalities you share. And it might be that we're just unable to conceive of what they're going to look like. They're just going to be completely different, infrastructure. But surely we'll want to go and find out a map. And surely curiosity is a property that evolution has made on Earth, and I can't see any reason that won't happen elsewhere, because curiosity probably exists because we want to find innovations in the environment. We want to use that information to help our technology.
Kicking ass, taking names, big
And
dog. How are
also
you?
curiosity is like planning for the future. Are they going to fight us? Are we going to be able to trade with them? So
I see that I've reversed your hours, and my hours are reversed very much
really,
because of Zoo.
I think that's really down on Earth.
So
Right?
you can blame
How would
him.
aliens categorize?
How would we? So let's put it the other way around.
Slime category?
Yeah. Maybe no. Maybe we could. The thing is a bit odd, right? We look at Instagram, Twitter, all these people taking selfies. I mean, does the universe is the ultimate state of consciousness, thinking beings that take photographs of themselves and upload them to an internet with other thinking beings looking at each other's photos. So I think that they would be.
Yeah.
I did not say there was anything wrong with it.
Consciousness manifested at scale.
Yeah.
Selfies.
Yeah.
Instagram.
It's like the mirror test. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that curiosity is really the driving force of why we have our technology, right? If we weren't curious, we wouldn't have got out, left the cave. So I think that Neil's got it completely wrong. In fact, actually, of course they'd want to come here. It doesn't mean they are coming here. We've seen evidence for that. I guess we can argue about that, right? But I think that I desperately, I know that Sarah does too, but I won't speak for you. You're here. I desperately want to have missions to look for life in the solar system right now. I want to map life over the solar system, and then I want to understand how we can go and find life as quickly as possible at the nearest stars, and also at the same time do it in the lab just to compensate. So sure.
Yeah, I just one more point on this. If you think about sort of what's driven the most features of our own evolution as a species, you could and try to map that to alien species. I always think optimism is what's going to get us furthest. And so I think a lot of people always think that it's war and conflict is going to be the way that alien species will expand out into the cosmos. But if you just look at how we're doing it and how we talk about it, it's always our future in space is always, built from narratives of optimism. And so it seems to me that if intelligence does get out in the universe, that it's going to be more optimism and curiosity driving it than war and conflict, because those things end up crushing you. So there might be some selective filter. Of course, this is me being an optimist. I'm a half full kind of person, but
is it obvious that curiosity? Not obvious, but what do you think? Is curiosity a more powerful force in the universe than violence and the will to power? So, because you said you frame curiosity as a way to also plan on how to avoid violence, which is an interesting framing of curiosity. But I could also argue that violence is a pretty productive way to operate in the world, which is like that's one way to protect yourself. The best defense is offense.
I'm not qualified to answer this, but I'll have a go. I think violence. Let's not talk about violence.
That's the summary of this podcast.
I would, yeah, but maybe I would. Let's not call it violence, but I call it erasure. If you think about the way evolution works, or the way, so if you say you build, curiosity allows you to open up avenues, new graphs, right? So new features you can play. What the ability to erase those things allows you to start again and do some pruning. So the universe, I think curiosity gets you first. Curiosity gets you rockets that land. It gets you robots that can make drugs. It gets you poetry and art and communication. And then, I often think, wouldn't it be great in bureaucracy to have another world war? Not literally a world war now, please no world war, but the equivalent, so we remove all the admin bureaucracy, right? All the admin violence, get rid of it and start again. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because you get layers and you get redundant systems built. So actually a reset, so let's not call it violence, a reset in some aspects of our culture and our technology allows us to then build more important things without because how many cookies do I have to click on? How many extra clicks do I have in the future of my life that I could remove, and that a bit of a reset would allow us to start again. And maybe that's how I suppose our encounter with aliens will be. Maybe they will fight with us and say, we're not as excited by you as we thought, we'll just get rid of you.
So they might want to reset Earth.
Yeah, why not?
They'd be like, let's see how the evolution runs again. This seems like there's nothing new happening here. They're observing for a while. This is just not, let's keep it more fun. Let's start with a fish again. I like how you equated violence to resetting your cookies. I suppose that's the kind of violence. In this modern world where words of violence, resetting cookies.
I don't know where that came from. Yeah.
It's poetic, really. Okay, so let's talk about life. What is life? What is non-life? What is the line between life and non-life? And maybe at any point we can pull in ideas of assembly theory. Like, how do we start to try to define life? And for people listening to Sarah, identifies as a physicist, and Lee identifies as a chemist. Of course, they are very interdisciplinary in nature. But, so what is life?
Yeah.
I love asking that question because it's so absurdly big.
I know, I love it. It's my absolute favorite question in the whole universe. So I think I have 3 ways of describing it right now. And I like to say all 3 of them because people latch on to different facets of them. And so the whole idea of what Lee and I are trying to work on is not to try to define life, but to try to find a more fundamental theory that explains what the phenomena we call life. And then it should explain certain attributes. And you end up having a really different framing than the way people usually talk. So the way I talk about it 3 different ways. Life is how information structures matter across space and time. Life is, I don't know, this one's from you actually, simple machines constructing more complex machines. And the other one is the physics of existence, so to speak, which is life is the mechanism the universe has to explore the space of what's possible. That's my favorite.
So can I add on to that?
Okay, can you say the physics one again?
The
physics of existence.
Yeah, the physics of existence. I don't know what to call it. Like if you think of all the things that could exist, only certain things do exist. And I think life is basically the universe's mechanism of bringing things into physically existing in the moment now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's another one?
No, we were debating this the other day. So if you think about a universe that has nothing in it, that's kind of hard to conceive of, right? Because this is where the physicists really go wrong. They think of a universe with nothing in it. They can't. And you think
non-existence is really hard to think.
Yeah. And then you think of a universe with everything in it. That's really hard. And you just have this white blob, right? It's just everything. But the fact we have discrete stuff in the universe beyond, say, planets. So you've got stars, space, planet stuff, right? The boring stuff. But I would define life, or say that life is where there are architectures, any architectures, and we should stop fixating on Bill is building the architectures to start with, and the fact that the universe has discrete things in it is completely mind-blowing. If you think about it for 1 second, the fact there's any objects at all, and there's because for me the object is a proxy for a machine that built it, some information being moved around, actuation, sensing, getting resource, and building these objects. So for me, everyone's been obsessing about the machine, but I'm like, forget the machine. Let's see the objects. And I think in a way that assembly theory, we realized maybe a few months ago that assembly theory actually does account for the soul in the objects, not mystically like, say, Sheldrake's morphic resonance or Leibniz's monadology, seeing souls in things. But when you see an object, and I've said this before, but this object is evidence of thought, and then there's a lineage of those objects. So I think what is fascinating is that you put it much more elegantly, but the barrier between life and non-life is accruing enough memories to then actuate. So what that means is there are contingency, there are things that happen in the universe get trapped. These memories then have a causal effect on the future. And then when you get those concentrated in a machine, and you're actually able, in real time, able to integrate the past, the present with the future and do stuff, that's when you are most alive.
You being the machine.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Why is the object the one of the ways to define life that Sarah said, the simple machines creating complex machines? So there's a million questions there. So how the hell does a simple machine create a complex machine?
By mutation. This is talking about the beginning. You have the minimum replicator, so a molecule. So this is what I was trying to convince Sarah of the mechanism to get there years ago, I think. But then you've been building on it and saying you have a molecule that can copy itself, but then there has to be some variability, otherwise it's not going to get more functional. So you need to add bits on. So you have a minimum molecule that can copy itself, but then it can add bits on, and that can be copied as well. And those add-ons can give you additional function to be able to acquire more stuff to exist. So existence is weird, but the fact that there is existence is why there is life. And that's why I realized a few days ago that that's why alien life must be everywhere, because there is existence.
Is there like a conservation of cheeky stuff happening? So like, how can you keep injecting more complex things? Like, doesn't the machine that